Chase the light, behold the dark. A spark is black, then nothing's dark. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. My innocence slipping slow. Let it go, let it go. Opinions fold like paper crayons, fragile wings, they soak in ready. You hold too tight, it tears apart. No start, no end, just broken hearts. Two realities collide, colliding. Let it slide, slide. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. My essence slipping slow. Let it go, let it go. No black, no white, just shades of gray. No need to fight, no need to stay. If nothing's, you're finally free. I see infinity.
Sorry, the mailbox is full and there is not enough space to leave a message.
carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flame. One thing, all things, spinning in the same groove, intertwined threads, every move proves. No borders, no fences, no dividing the lens. Breath of the cosmos, where it starts, where it ends. Perfect, nah, let the flaws just hum. In the cracks of the world, that's where light comes. Chasing the real, ain't no mirage. The waves in the silence, not in the collage. No need to fight it, let it unwind. Step into the rhythm of a trusting mind. Oh, yesterday. Words collapse like castles of sand. And the truths in the gaps where the wordless stands. Duality's a mask, peeling layers off the face. Find the void and you'll find the grace. Tied to nothing, the weight drifts off. Letting go of perfection, the chains unlock. Faith ain't a question, it's the essence of fear. When you lose the division, the path is clear. No yesterday, no tomorrow, no today. The way don't speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no finish, no mind to erase. Just trust, just flow, let it fall into
Okay, welcome to Read Books for Money, Magic, Mystic, God, and the book House Reading House Concreter. We're listening to a little Magic Thelema music. Rubono Shalom. I changed the title. I pinned a link to the YouTube Live. Thank you for being here yet again, Rubono Shalom. The time is now. And you only have 2.5 billion seconds. So let's start it. Because time is a second.
2.5 billion.
I was thinking everybody's actually born a billionaire. It's just a question of how do they 3.5 billion. That's my Steve Appel laugh. Bum. So, we're gonna read some Kabbalah. Many people don't like Kabbalah. because they think it's demonic.
I want you to tell me where, and I want you to tell me from when, please. So I can
But
do my
before
own
we
research.
read the Kabbalah,
Allow me to speak, and then you can come in and.
No, see, I want you to state the statements, bro. Tell me from where. You said in Gaza, in Palestine, West Bank, and then from what year to what
I'm
year?
gonna get the book.
October 7th.
Hey, my brother, if you don't want me to talk, just let me be.
Okay, now you sound like you're Chinese too, man, brother. I don't want to talk. You sound Vietnamese, African. I don't understand what's going on here.
No, Bibi, you're not.
Hey, 355,000 were killed from what year? Was it 2023, 2022?
No, October 7th.
Okay, what channel? Okay, so you're a fucking idiot, bro. So it's documented and it's 72,000, buddy. Yeah, but hold on. Where did you get that from, though?
As I said, non-Jewish sources is 75,000. But from Jewish sources is 75,000. From non-Jewish sources is estimated 355,000.
Name it.
Ocean, hold on 1 second. First of all, it's a million, not 355 for non-Jewish sources. It's a million. Exactly 1 million. They hit. So there was like a lottery number. So as soon as they hit a million, the Zionists stop. Okay, so we hit exactly a million. It's very wrong from the non-Jewish sources. Let's again, Hamas. Hamas.
What has Hamas got to do with this conversation?
I'm asking you, are they Jewish or not Jewish?
With the conversation, sir. Are these people retarded? I'm embarrassed to be African.
I'm asking you, are they Jewish or not? Hamas.
Your line of questioning is sounding stupid now because I was given a submission and you're just asking.
Are you gay?
With the submission.
Are you gay? Please answer the question. I'm not going to talk to you. Are you gay?
Jewish
Hey,
or not?
one microphone. We talk in respect. One microphone at a time. If you want to be talking, I will just
I'm
leave you.
asking you a question. Is Hamas
Yes,
Jewish?
so act like same people. Act like same people. One microphone.
I'm
Yes.
gonna act like you. Like
So, yes, so I'm actually listening to Rabbi.
Okay.
Microphone. If you want to engage me, one microphone.
If I can speak with them, guys, you just let me know. It's your room. I don't want to. Go ahead, Rob.
No, one microphone.
Have you finished speaking? Everybody, mute up. I'm asking you a question. Hamas, Palestinian source. Are they Jewish or non-Jewish from your non-Jewish sources? You consider them Jewish or non-Jewish?
Hamas is a resistance group. Palestinian resistance group.
Are they Jewish or
What
non-Jewish?
has that got to do with being Jewish or not?
Are you stupid or you're playing to be stupid?
Rafi, your velocity does not mean Rafi, your velocity does not mean you are sensible or you are making sense. Stop being
Yes.
stupid.
Okay, so I've got 4 books queued up. We're gonna go to favorite number pages and read 3 to 10 with each book. Just 4 books. That's what we're doing in the book club today, kids. If you want to donate to this campaign, go to chicagomayoral.com. I want to thank you all for coming to the John Kitover nonprofit book club for kids that don't read good books no more and stuff like that. For kids that can't read books, they're too poor. And you know, we could go on about the R word, the F word, the N word, the K word, or the Z word. All right, let's go to page 6 in The Wisdom of Insecurity by Alan Watts. A message for an age of anxiety. This is page 69. As a matter of fact, mental activities of this kind can now be done far more efficiently by machines than by men. So much so that in a not too distant future, the human brain may be an obsolete mechanism for logical calculation. Already the human computer is widely displaced by mechanical and electrical computers of far greater speed and efficiency. If then man's principal asset and value is his brain and his ability to calculate, he will become an unsellable commodity in an era when the mechanical operation of reasoning can be done more effectively by machines. Subnote 1. I take my facts on this matter from Norbert Wiener's remarkable book, Cybernetics. New York and Paris, 1948. Dr. Wiener is one of the mathematicians chiefly responsible for the development of the more elaborate electrical computers. Having likewise an advanced knowledge of neurology, he is well able to judge the extent to which these inventions can reproduce the work of the human organism. His book contains the following pertinent observation. It is interesting to note that we may be facing one of those limitations of nature, in which highly specialized organs reach a level of declining efficiency and ultimately lead to the extinction of the species. The human brain may be as far along on its road to this destructive specialization as the great nose horns of the last of the Titanotheres. Already man uses innumerable gadgets to displace the work done by bodily organs in the animals, and it would surely be in line with this tendency to externalize the reasoning functions of the brain, and thus hand over the government of life to electromagnetic monsters. In other words, the interests and goals of rationality are not those of man as a whole organism. If we are to continue to live for the future, and to make the chief work of the mind prediction and calculation, man must eventually become a parasitic appendage to a mass of clockwork. There is indeed a viewpoint from which this rationalization of life is not rational. The brain is enough to see the vicious circle which it has made for itself, but it can do nothing about it. Seeing that it is unreasonable to worry does not stop worrying. Rather, you worry that being unreasonable. It is unreasonable to wage a modern war in which everybody loses. Neither side actually wants a war. And yet, because we live in a vicious circle, we start the war to prevent the other side from starting first. We arm ourselves knowing that the other side will, which is quite true. Because if we do not arm the other side, we'll do so to gain its advantage without actually fighting. From this rational point of view, we find ourselves in the dilemma of St. Paul. To will is present with me, but how to perform that which is good I find not. For the good that I would, I do not. But this is not as St. Paul supposed. Because the will, or the spirit, is reasonable, and the flesh perverse. It is because a house divided against itself cannot stand. The whole organism is perverse, because the brain is split from the belly, and the head unconscious of its union with the tail. There are few grounds for hoping that in any immediate future there will be any recovery of social sanity. It would seem that the vicious circle must become yet more blatantly and desperately circular before any large numbers of human beings awaken to the tragic trick which they are playing on themselves. But for those who see clearly that it is a circle and why it is a circle, there is no alternative. Stop circling. For as soon as you see the whole circle, the illusion that the head is separate from the tail disappears. And then, when experience stops oscillating and writhing, It can again become sensitive to the wisdom of the body, to the hidden depths of its substance. Because I speak of the wisdom of the body and of the necessity for recognizing that we are material, this is not to be taken as a philosophy of materialism in the accepted sense. I am not asserting matter. Matter is a word, a noise which refers to the forms and patterns taken by a process. We do not know what this process is, because it is not a what that is a thing definable by some fixed concept or measure. If we want to keep the old language, still using such terms as spiritual and material, the spiritual must mean the indefinable, that which, because it is living, must ever escape the framework of any fixed form. Matter is spirit named. After all this, the brain deserves a word for itself, for the brain, including its reasoning and calculating centers, is a part and product of the body. It is as natural as the heart and stomach, and rightly used is anything but an enemy of man. To be used rightly, it must be put in its place, for the brain is made for man, not man for his brain. In other words, the function of the brain is to serve the present and the real, not to send man chasing wildly after the phantom of the future. Furthermore, in our habitual state of mental tension, the brain does not work properly, and this is one reason why its abstractions seem to have so great a reality. When the heart is out of order, we are clearly conscious of its beating. It becomes a distraction. Pounding within the breast, it seems most probable that our preoccupation with thinking and planning, together with the sense of mental fatigue, is a sign of some disorder in the brain. The brain should, and in some cases does, calculate and reason with the unconscious ease of the other bodily organs. After all, the brain is not a muscle, and is thus not designated for effort and strain. But when people try to think or concentrate, they behave as if they were trying to push their brains around. They screw up their faces, knit their brows, and approach mental problems as if they were trying to push their brains around, as if they were something like heaving bricks. Yet, you do not have to grind and strain to digest food, and still less to see, hear, and receive other neural impressions. The lightning calculator, who can sum a long column of figures at a glance. The intellectual genius, who can comprehend a whole page of reading in a few seconds. And the musical prodigy, such as Mozart, who seems to grasp harmony and counterpoint from babyhood. Examples of the proper use of man's most marvelous instrument. Those of us who are not geniuses know something of the same ability. Take, for example, the anagram Poka tel dimk. You can work over these letters for hours trying system after system of rearrangement in order to discover the scrambled word. Try instead just looking at the anagram with a relaxed mind. And in a very short space of time, your brain will deliver the answer without the slightest effort. In order to discover the scrambled. Subnote 1, if you don't succeed within 1 minute, read on. Otherwise, you will begin to be annoyed either and the consequent strain will interfere with the process. We rightly mistrust the snap and strained and wandering minds, but the rapid, effortless, and almost unconscious solution of logical problems is what the brain is supposed to deliver. Working rightly, the brain is the highest form of instinctual wisdom. Thus it should work like the homing instinct of pigeons in the formation of the fetus in the womb, without verbalizing the process or knowing how it does it. The self-conscious brain, like the self-conscious heart, is a disorder and manifests itself in the acute feeling of separation between I and my experience. The brain can only assume its proper behavior. Consciousness is doing what it is designed for, not writhing and whirling to get out of present experience, but being effortlessly aware of it. John Kitover, Chicago Book Club, Poetry and Session, Rabono Shalom. Hit that like button, share, and subscribe. You're live on YouTube right now, Rabono Shalom. That was a reading from Alan Watts, page 69, from The Wisdom of Insecurity. Some brains want to read books out loud on YouTube. Some brains want to talk in private, unrecorded spaces all day long. Hello?
Should we read the Kabbalah?
The Holy Kabbalah.
Tradition of Hidden Knowledge by Seth Ben Shimon.
Ribono Shalom?
So the preface for this is Kabbalah is the inner and mystical aspect of Judaism. It is the perennial teaching about the attributes of the divine, the nature of the universe, and the destiny of man in Judaic terms. Imparted by revelation, it has been handed down over the centuries by a discrete tradition that has periodically changed the mythological and metaphysical format to meet spiritual and cultural needs of different places and epochs. This long and broadly spread history has given Kabbalah a remarkably rich and wide variety of images of reality which appear to be unversed, as strange, obscure, and even at times contradictory or corrupt. Therefore, in this presentation, one particular Kabbalistic system is used to unify and clarify a kaleidoscope of diverse views and practices drawn from ancient and modern sources. Finally, it must be stated, in concordance with the strict Kabbalistic rule, that the exposition represents one man's comprehension of a living tradition as it exists in the world of today.
Okay, page 69 from Kabbalah, The Mystic Quest for Every Jew in Judaism, by David Ariel. The Mystic Quest, page 69. People say start at 1, I say start at 69. Here we go. The portion of the Zohar known as Ra'aya Mehemna, Faithful Shepherd, contains many selections that reflect the instrumentalist theory. In one section, God is described as acting without being known because he acts through the instrumentality of the Sephirot. Like an overflowing ocean, the infinite, called here the first Sephirah, emanates the next two Sephirot, described as a channel and a basin to contain the vast ocean waters. Woe to one who compares the infinite to any of the human characteristics, or even to one of his own attributes, or the more so to one who compares him to humans who are born and die. God may be characterized according to his governance upon a particular attribute, see one of the Sephirot, or even upon all created beings. When he disappears above and beyond that attribute, he cannot be said to have that attribute, characteristic or form. God is like the ocean, for the waters of the ocean cannot be grasped and have no shape except when they are channeled into a vessel, such as the land, and take on a shape. Then we are able to measure them. The source, the waters of the ocean are one. Then a tributary comes forth and is channeled into a round basin. The source is one, and the channel which comes from it is formed, as if one dug a large basin which becomes filled by the waters of the channel. This becomes three. Now, if the artificer would break these vessels which he created, the waters would return to the source, and only broken vessels would remain, dry and without water. Likewise, the cause of causes made 10 Sephirot, calling the crown source. There is into the source's light, and therefore he called himself the Infinite. Everything is within his power to withhold from the vessels or to replenish them with fullness. And to withhold according to his will. There is no other God above him, add to him, or diminish him. Moshe Cordovero, a leading Kabbalist, proposed that one can even visualize the Sephirot as vessels in several ways. First, the divine essence flows through the Sephirot as water flows through vessels of different colors. Second, the infinite essence is like the sun when it shines through a prism. The change or stained glass window, neither the water nor the sunlight changes except in the eyes of the beholder. To help you conceive this, imagine water flowing through vessels of different colors: white, red, green, and so forth. As the water spreads through those vessels, although the water is devoid of all color, it appears to change into the colors of the vessels. Although the water is devoid of all color, the change in color does not affect the water itself, just our perception of the water. So it is with the Sephirot. They are vessels known, for example, as Hesed, Gevura, Tiferet, each colored according to its function, white, red, and green, respectively. While the light of the emanator, the essence, is the water having no color at all. This essence does not change. It only appears to change as it flows through the vessels. Better yet, imagine a ray of sunlight shining through a stained glass window of 10 different colors. The sunlight possesses no color at all, but appears to change hue as it passes through the different colors of glass. Colored light radiates through the window. The light is not essentially changed, though it seems to the viewer. Just so with the Sephirot. The light that clothes itself in the vessels of the Sephirot is the essence, like the ray of sunlight. That essence does not change color at all, neither judgment, nor compassion, neither right nor left. Yet by emanating through the Sephirot, the very stained glass, the judgment or compassion prevails. The first three Sephirot are described as follows. The infinite is described as being indistinguishable from the first vessel. This first Sephirah, an infinite and undifferentiated expanse, is the source of everything else. Then the essence of the infinite is channeled into a tributary that gives the first definition to the boundless expanse. This tributary is the second Sephirah. Next, the channel empties into a basin that is defined by the contours of the land around it. The basin is the third Sephirah, and the land around it constitutes the other Sephirot. This analogy suggests that the Sephirot are vessels, or channels that limit the infinite and give finite definition to everything else. The description is also reminiscent of the creation narrative in Genesis and suggests a parallel between the creation of the Sephirot and the creation of the world. The instrumentalist conception of the infinite is profoundly impersonal. The infinite is thoroughly removed from everything and never reveals itself. All the descriptions that are usually associated with the personal concept of God is the being who reveals himself, cares about man, and answers his prayers are relegated to the Sephirot. In order to consider the infinite as God, the mystic must be willing to engage in an unusual degree of remoteness and abstraction. The doctrine of the Sephirot as the essence of God is an attempt to preserve the concept of a personal God. It does, however, imply that God's essence changes according to the differences among each of the Sephirot. Kabbalists of this persuasion believed that it was more important to preserve the notion of a personal God than it was to preserve the unity of God. These Kabbalists describe the relation of the infinite to the Sephirot by an analogy to a candle. Many candles can be lit from one without ever changing the nature of the first candle. Therefore, one unique essence can be the source of many other essences without undergoing any essential change. The essentialists also believed that the descriptions and attributes that appear in the Bible refer to the Sephirot and not to the infinite. Unlike the instrumentalists, however, they claim that God is portrayed in the Bible since the Sephirot are God's essence. Thus, they are able to preserve the personal concept of God while referring all of the anthropomorphisms and anthropopathisms to the Sephirot, not the infinite. The difference between the infinite and the Sephirot is one of degree. The infinite emanates the Sephirot like a powerful transmitter. It broadcasts signals through space. They call this process absolute emanation. The Sephirot are the broadcast signals, which do not differ essentially from the original transmission no matter how far they travel. The Sephirot are the same as the infinite, but the distance from the source produces a slightly different impression depending upon the reception. Therefore, the only difference between the infinite and the Sephirot is according to the reception, that is, according to which particular Sephirah receives the emanation. God is the infinite, but sometimes he is perceived through one sephirah, whereas at other times he is perceived through another. God never changes. Only our perception changes. The changes in our perception or reception correspond to the different sephirot. In the essentialist scheme, each sephirah differs from the other according to its distance from the infinite. There are altogether 10 sephirot, and each one emanates from the infinite. The first is more sublime and more pure than the 10th, but each one contains the essence of the infinite. Each one reflects another aspect of God's nature or essence. When it appears that God acts in different ways, it is really a different sephirah acting. If, as the essentialists maintain, the sephirot are just different aspects of one infinite essence, the personal aspect of God is preserved to the unity of God and is somewhat compromised. On the other hand, the instrumentalists preserve the integrity of the divine unity while sacrificing the personal aspect of God. While neither theory is able to preserve both divine personality and unity, the two schools of thought flourished side by side according to the predilections and theological inclinations of the Kabbalists. The Kabbatists. The term Sephirot first appears in one ancient text, Sefer Yetzirah, and later in a medieval text, Sefer HaBahir. These texts, however, do not employ the term in the same sense that it came to mean in Kabbalah. The earliest Kabbalistic treatises in Gerona, particularly the writings of Azriel, described the Sephirot in ways that came accepted among all subsequent Kabbalistic writers. The Gerona Kabbalists also codified the names of the individual Sephirot, although some variations in the exact names persisted. The Kabbalists, following the definition found in Sefer Yetzirah, taught that there are 10 Sephirot. It was left to the Gerona Kabbalists, the disciples of Isaac the Blind, to identify the Sephirot by name. 6 of the names were derived from the biblical verse, "Yours, Lord, are greatness, Gedula, might, Gavura, splendor, Tiferet, triumph, Netzah, and majesty, Chod. To you, Lord, belong kingship, Mamlacha." Each of these terms was understood as an attribute of God that the Kabbalists included in a list of 10 Sephirot. To these 6, they added 3 others to represent the idea that God is pure mind. These 3, Keter, crown, Chokmah, wisdom, and Bina, understanding, were placed at the top of the list. 9th, Yesod, foundation, was inserted, and the Decad was complete. Keter, crown, is the first Sephirah emanated from the infinite. It is the highest and most glorious of the Sephirot, and crowns them all. It stands as the barrier between the infinite and the other Sephirot, and so encircles the crowns the infinite. Because each Sephirah is emanated from the highest one, Keter stands hierarchically above them all. Keter is the archetype of God as king. It is Keter who calls himself, "I am that I am," in Torah. Sometimes Keter is identified with the infinite. Most often, however, Keter is the first Sephir radiated or emanated by the infinite, which stands above it. Those who identify Keter with the infinite lean toward the essential view and believe that the Sephirot are only different stages in the unfolding of God's infinite essence. Those who believe that Keter is the first Sephirah and is not identical with the infinite generally follow the view that the infinite acts through vessels. The Sephirot and their God in his vessels are not similar. Therefore, the essentialists favor the personalist notion of God and therefore theorize that Keter is the same as the infinite. The instrumentalists believe that God is impersonal and the infinite is above Keter. There are many other names for Keter in Kabbalah. It is often called Ayin, nothingness. because it is beyond all existence, yet is the cause of all existing things. In the prayer of Nehunya ben Hakana, written in the 13th century, a hymn to Keter appears. Everything is in it, for the internal powers of the Sephirot are in it. The vitality and existence of everything stem from it. It is analogous to the soul that gives life to the body and constitutes it. The constitution of everything is in her. There is no front or back, right or left. In this Sephirah, it is called indifferent unity. It is also called Hokmah Penimit, internal wisdom. Hokmah Penyamut or Penimit, internal wisdom, because it is the hidden potentiality of divine wisdom before it is revealed. It is sometimes called Mashava Elohit, divine thought, because it is produced by the infinite. Pure mind. Keter is similar to the infinite in many of these respects, but different in others. It differs in that it is the highest aspect of God that moves into activity out of the repose of the infinite. Both infinite and Keter are unknowable and imperceptible. Okay, I'm going to take a reading break there. Page 73. That is Kabbalah, the Mystic Quest in Judaism by David Ariel.
Have Kabbalah, the tradition of hidden knowledge. The first chapter is called Manifestation. God is God. There's no thing to compare with God. God is God. In Kabbalah, God the Transcendent is called Ayin. Ayin means in Hebrew, no thing, for God is beyond existence. Ayin is neither below nor above, nor it is in movement or in stillness. There is nowhere Ayin is. God is absolute nothing. Ayin Sof means without end. This is the title of God, who is everywhere. Ayin Sof is the one to the zero of Ayin. This is the totality of what is and is not. Ayin Sof is God the eminent, the absolute all. Ayin Sof has no attributes, because it can manifest only within existence, and existence is finite. The oral tradition of Kabbalah states that the reason for existence is that God wished to behold God. Thus, there is a previous non-existence in which, as the written tradition says, face did not gaze upon face. In an act of total free will, God withdrew the absolute all, the Ayin Sof, from one place to allow a void to appear, in which the mirror of existence could be manifested. This act of zimzum, contraction, lies behind the rabbinical saying, God's place is the world, but the world is not God's place. The divine act is visualized symbolically as follows. From Ein Sof Or, the endless light that surrounds the void, there emanated a beam of light which penetrated from the periphery towards the center. This, the Kav, or the beam of divine will, manifested in 10 distinct stages of emanation. This event is echoed in other rabbinical saying, that the world was called into being by 10 divine utterances. Since the Middle Ages, these 10 stages have been known as the Sephirot. The word Sephirah, the singular form, has no simple equivalent in any language, although its root relates it to the words cipher, i.e. number, and sapphire. Some have seen the Sephirot as divine powers or vessels. Others regard them as the instruments or tools of divine governance. Mystics have pictured them as the 10 faces, hands, or even garments of God. All agree, however, that the Sephirot expresses divine attribute, which from the moment of emanation are eternally held in a set of relationships until God wills them to vanish with the void into nothingness again. The relationships between the Sephirot are governed by three unmanifest divine principles: the hidden splendors, the zazot of primordial will, mercy, and rigor for justice. Will holds the balance, while mercy expands and rigor constrains the flow of emanation. And so they organize the 10 divine attributes into a specific archetypal pattern. The pattern thus called forth is the model on which everything that is to come into manifestation is based. It has been named the image of God, but it is more generally known as the tree of life. Each Sephirah in turn manifests under the influence of one of the Zahot in particular. It is in the flow, which manifests the 10 Sephirot, can be visualized as zigzagging in a lightning flash from a central position, balance to the right, expansion, and across to the left, constraint. Thus, the Zazahot gives rise to the three vertical alignments in the tree of life, known as the pillars, that of equilibrium, grace, will, and the center, that of mercy, active force, expansion on the right, and that of severity, passive form, constraint on the left. The relationships set forth in a tree underlie the whole of existence, and so the properties of the Sephirot may be seen in terms of any branch of knowledge. Thus, while their basic definition is as attributes of God, they can be defined in terms of human experience, because we too are cast in the image of God. This anthropomorphic method is common in Kabbalah as elsewhere, and is freely applied as a symbolic language in metaphysical areas, which pure abstractions cannot explain. The first Sephirah, at the edge of the void, is called in Hebrew Keter, the crown. This manifestation contains all that is, and will be. It is the place of the first emanation and the ultimate return. Its nature as a divine attribute is expressed by the name of God, which is traditionally attached to it. I am that I am. From this point of equilibrium, the beam of light expands under the influence of mercy, force, and expansion to manifest the second Sephirah, that of Chokmah, wisdom. This, in the divine minds, is the active inner intellect, experienced by human beings as the flash of genius, inspiration, or revelation. It is balanced on the side of severity, form, and contraction by the third Sephirah, Binah, understanding. This is intellect in its passive, receptive, and reflective capacity. In human terms, manifests through reason and tradition. After it has left Binah, which heads to the pillar of severity, it touches the pillar of equilibrium below Keter, the crown. This point of balance on the tree is crucial. It is the place of Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, which hovers as a veil below the three supernal Sephirot. It remains unmanifest, but it has a place within manifestation, marked on the tree by the non-Sephirah of Da'at, knowledge. This, we are told, is where the absolute nature at will to intervene directly in existence, which is now eternally held until divine will allows it to vanish like the image it is. In human terms, Da'at is the knowledge that emerges out of nowhere and comes direct from God. It is quite different from the revelation of wisdom, Chokmah. Da'at is not only seen but known. It is different too from what comes of understanding, Binah, or deep pondering. Da'at, the child of the supernal Sephirot, is not only but becoming. Below Da'at flashes the pillar of mercy, expansion, and back to the pillar of severity, contraction. And a pair of Sephirah are defined which govern the level of emotion as distinct from supernal intellect. The attribute of active or inner emotion is hesed, mercy. That of passive or outer emotion is gevura, justice. Both Sephiroth have other Hebrew names and other translated equivalents, but all are inadequate to explain the attributes those used here merely approximate to the active and passive divine principles involved. In ourselves, these qualities appear in complementary tendencies towards love, tolerance, and generosity. On the one hand, hesed, and discipline, rigor, and discrimination on the other, gevurah. At this, the emotional level, the operation of opposing Sephirotic principles, and the dangers of going too far in one direction or the other become part of everyday experience. Justice and mercy underlie every human transaction, from a summit conference to the choice of a birthday present. The lightning flash, having passed from the expansive principle of Hesed to the constrictive principle of Gevurah, now returns a stage lower to the pillar of equilibrium. Here is manifested the central Sephirah of Tiferet, beauty or adornment. This lies at the heart of the tree, relating directly to all the Sephirah of the pillars of severity and mercy. Whenever the tree diagram is applied, as it can be, to the dynamics of any organism or system, Tiferet is the heart of hearts. With the emotional Sephiroth of Hesed and Gevurah, it forms the triad of the divine soul. With the higher Sephiroth of Chokmah and the Binah, it forms the great triad of the divine spirit, in the midst of which hovers the Ruach HaKodesh. In the human psyche, Tiferet is the self, the core of the individual, which lies behind the everyday ego, the watcher, which focuses the largely unconscious influences of the higher centers of mercy and justice. Hesed and Gevurah, wisdom and understanding, Chokmah and Binah. Below Tiferet, the lightning flash manifests two more complementary attributes. The lowest on the pillars of mercy and severity. Active expansive side is Nezah, eternity, and on the passive constrictive side is Hod, reverberation. Traditionally, the Hebrew names of these attributes are translated as victory and splendor, but their operation as Sephiroth is better expressed by the names D, which correspond equally well to the Hebrew roots. They belong to the operative, instrumental level of action in the structure of the tree. They truly correspond in divine terms to the expansive and constrictive roles of the hosts of God, sent out to the divine will. In human terms, they represent the vital psychobiological processes, whether active, instinctive, and impulsive, Nezah, eternity, or passive, cognitive, and controlling, Hod, reverberation. On the pillar of equilibrium between and below these two practical Sephiroth, foundation. Like every Sephirah in the sequence, it contains all that has gone before, and therefore it is a complex attribute with many qualities. First, it is generative. It is from this point, as will be seen, that further trees manifest. Second, it is reflective. Here, directly below Tiferet, an image of the image can be perceived, and the tree sees itself. The Assad is the mirror within the mirror. These two complementary functions means that its constitution or foundation must be clear and sound. Hence, the inner meaning of sexual purity associated with the Sephirah. In ourselves, it appears as the ego, the lower place of consciousness in which we see ourselves, and which projects a persona for others to see, which may or may not, according to our state of balance and self-knowledge, reflect the true nature of the self as Tiferet. Most of our perception of the world and most of our implementation of will takes place at Yesod. Below it, Sephirah, The complement to Keter, the crown, is Malkut, the kingdom. In it, the divine lightning flash is earthed. It constitutes the Shekinah, the presence of God in matter. Its nature is fourfold, encapsulating the four levels inherent within the tree whole: the root, trunk, branch, and the fruit of the tree as it grows down into existence, or the will, mind, heart, and body of the divine. In ourselves, the four levels of Malkut appear as the body, with its traditional four elements: earth, water, air, and fire, the solids, liquids, gases, and radiations whose interactions keep us alive. We now have the general scheme of the Sephiroth. 3 are aligned on the active hand pillar of mercy, 3 on the passive left-hand pillar of severity, and 4, plus the non-Sephiroth Da'at, on the central pillar of equilibrium or grace. The relationships established by the lightning flash are further realized by total paths, which in turn forms a system of triangular configurations or triads, active on the right and passive on the left. The horizontal and central triads, thinking all 3 pillars, are concerned directly with consciousness. Out of all the foregoing comes a most subtle metaphysical and mythological configuration. It has been taken many stages further in the study of various constellations of Sephiroth, and the minute dynamics within each Sephiroth is mutually imparted and reflected, flows, move along the paths to act upon the miniature which constitutes each Sephiroth.
fills the air. The clock forgets to take its time. This world unravels line by line. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Silence. The mirror fades, it holds no face. A shapeless thought, a nameless space. No before, no after, no divide. The stillness grows, it opens wide. Where does it end? Where does it start? When there's no thought, no beating heart. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence. Where does it start? When there's no thought. hold the dark. A spark, then nothing's dark. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. My innocence slipping slow. Let it go, let it go. Opinions fall like paper cranes, fragile wings they soak in. Hold too tight, it tears apart. No, I'm just broken hearts. Dualities collide, collide. Let it slide, slide. Trace of this and that. It falls flat. My innocence slipping slow. Let it go, let it go. Serpentine pine on cliff clings tight, a silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flame. By the rain, I am bold. I'm fire, sky, through the midnight of madness we spoke. You and one thing, all things, spinning in the same groove, intertwined threads, every move proves. No borders, no fences, no dividing the lens. Breath of the clouds, where it starts, where it ends. Perfect, now let the punch just hum in the crack of the world, that's where light comes. Chasing the real rise, the ways of silence, not in the collage. No need to fight it, let it unwind. Step into the rhythm. Don't speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no lines to erase. Just trust, let it fall into place. Let it fall into place. Words collapse like castles of sand. The truths in the gaps where the wordless stands. Dualities of mass, peeling layers off the face. Find the void and you'll find the grace. Tied to nothing, the weight drifts off. Letting go of perfection, the chains unlock. Faith ain't a question, it's the essence of fear. When you lose the division, the path is clear.
Okay, Rabono Shalom, welcome back to the book house where we are reading one more book by mayoral candidate John Kitover. We are live streaming the Trump debate room where Matt Kuhl has kindly been dedicating his life to listening to retards. I'm sorry, our words. We have to start getting really careful about the words we're using. We are not referring to the Down syndrome individual full of love and joy. We are talking about political partisans. And there's nothing we can do to prevent them and their ridiculous choice of communication. You have 2.5 billion seconds. Everyone is born a billionaire. How are you going to spend your time right now? Hello? Some people are going to listen to Jazzy. But you're never going to become Jazzy if you listen to Jazzy. You're never going to make America great again by being in a clubhouse room about making America great again. If you're fat, you're never going to become thin until you start changing what you're thinking about. If all you do is eat and sit on a couch and watch Netflix, well, you're never going to lose that weight. Okay, this is What is Zen. We're going to page 69. Here we go. There is a very close parallel between thinking of Heraclitus and Taoist philosophy, but understand the yang and the yin. Heraclitus is the most original thinker in Western thought. Philip Wheelwright published an excellent translation of what remains of the fragments of Heraclitus's philosophy. If the West had founded its Heraclitus, rather than Aristotle, we would have been a lot better off, because he was a most ingenious man, and his thought is far closer to Eastern thought. The Japanese feel that death is a completely natural event. It is only, as it were, the dropping of the leaves, and yet the root underneath is always there. This is difficult for most people to appreciate. The root doesn't seem to enter into our ordinary lives at all. I feel that I'm only on top. How do I get down? Well, of course, the top is the top, and it can't get down and be the bottom. This is the same question people raise when they ask, how do I get rid of my egocentricity? Well, obviously, you can't get rid of egocentricity with egocentricity. As the master Bankai said, you can't wash off blood with blood. And trying to realize your Buddha nature by some sort of egocentric effort is like trying to wash off your ego with your ego and blood with blood. In his teaching, Bankai emphasized the way in which you have this root in you. He said, when you hear a bell ringing, you don't have to think about it. You know at once that it's a bell. When you hear the crow cawing, you don't, by any effort or cleverness of your conscious will, know that it's a crow. Your mind does that for you. Okay, Chris, if you have anything you want to read, now would be that time. We're live in multiple rooms, fully live on multiple clown houses, also co-streaming the President Trump room, where unfortunate individuals are trying to be heard and battling over a microphone in a forest. And there's no one there to hear them. They're in an unrecorded space, but we're recording them because we have compassion for our fellow citizens. We want to help liberate them from their own mouths and their own brains.
Do not fucking believe in freedom. Who do not believe in fucking nothing. They don't believe in human rights. They don't. They will do all of this. Everybody who is not a Muslim, to everybody. I don't know what part of this you don't fucking understand. I have proof that Ocean is correct. No, Simon, let me respond. Simon, I didn't interrupt you. Brief. You live in Leeds, Simon. You live in Leeds. I happen to know Leeds well. In Leeds, it's the Muslim community gang raping little Christian girls. I've never seen you mention that once. Not once, Simon. No, you let me finish, Simon. I didn't interrupt Christian girls, and you don't give a shit. Your hatred of Jews is great that you ignore. Ignore the crimes. You ignore the scream. You let Muslims into your own nation. You let Muslims into your own nation to rape Christian girls. You don't give a fuck. All you care about is something halfway across the world.
Hey, dude, have I upset you somehow? Yeah, I can assure you. Do you know what what is the percentage?
Just wait a second. Hold on, let me ask
ask a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you live in England?
What do you want me to say? He doesn't have nothing to say.
What I'm trying to say, this is my land, England. I want it back.
You guys, it's in Iran.
Well, who's taking it?
I will come and take it.
Hey, look, there is I think it's 9% of the UK population is
Oh,
Asian.
my story is
Alright.
I
Now,
am
that
a man.
includes Hindu as well as a Muslim. I am not. Who did that? What was it? Name dog. Yeah, it's not a question of what Muslim people coming to the country. I to rape young Christian girls that are extremists of all types.
No, that's not true, dude. You want to talk about, for example, the top 50 terror organizations in the world? All of them.
I'm sure they're all Islamic.
Exactly. None of them is
Hi,
Christian.
Kelly.
None
How's
of
your
them
day?
is Jewish. None of them. And it's not. And I just want to make sure that you understand. Hold on. I'm not saying that they are Muslim. Hold on. They are not Muslim. They are under the banner of Islam. You know, the murder. That is, you know, there are Jewish that are murderers. There are Christians that are murderers. But they're not doing it in the name of Judaism or Christianity. Those terror organizations, they are doing it under the banner of Islam. That is the difference.
Hold on. Let me ask. Why don't we deal with extremists?
Simon, because I will tell you why. Because it's not our position. I want to make this last point. In every single demonstration that has been since 7th of October against Israel, there were always like those Jews that were holding signs not in our name. Okay, out of 16 million, you will always find those Jews saying not in our name. And even the example that Doug gave you about this Jewish guy that is leading the most anti-Semitic party in the UK, leading march and then that are glorifying terrorism and Nazism. But let me just finish this. Out of 2 billion Muslims, when did you see a group of not 10,000, not 1,000, not 100, 10 Muslims going around the streets in New York or London or Paris holding a sign saying not in our name? Why do I need to say that it's only the radicals? Why don't they say this is not Islam?
Simon, yeah, I agree with that.
Daniel,
You
cannot label them as radical Islamist.
Islam
in general is radical. There is no fucking radical.
You guys have to look at all of the Gulf leaders and what they're saying. They are condemning these radical Islamists, and they've been warning about this for decades. The UAE
We're talking about those
and the
in the West that enjoy freedom of speech and freedom of protest. Why don't they use those freedoms?
But Daniel, hold on. What about the Gulf leaders that don't want to send right now their own students to England because they say England is too radical for them? How fucked up it has to be that a Muslim nation does not want to send their own people. You can find this, Simon. Should be very fucking scary and a big eye-opener. You don't live there because, well, sorry, you do live there, but you're a blind sheep because you live there. Okay. Yes, then I'll tell you why. Because you're as much as fault for staying quiet and criticizing the Jews or the state of Israel. And let me ask you a question. I'm asking you, Simon, a question. Hold on. Are there Jews country? They're standing in corners and trying to Christians. The true population of your country. Are there people standing in the corners? Are there Muslims standing in corners?
There are only two religions.
I'm asking you a question.
There's only two religions.
Correct. No. Okay, let me ask you a question. Are there such thing as no-go zones in your country? No, really. We're going to play stupid right now, Simon.
No, there are places where you think about violence, so you would go, I'm not going
I get it.
there.
Okay, what kind of violence are we thinking about? Getting robbed? Why? Is there violence on Islam violence, like Muslim on Muslim violence, or it's gonna be violence because you're not following the ethics of their religion when you're walking down the street of a Christian nation and you're not covered up, or you're exposing a skirt if a girl wants to be in a skirt or anything like that, where she might get fucking harassed. Are there areas like that? I can place two facts. So I'm asking you a question before I start showing you facts.
He's just playing a stupid, Rafi.
Are you arguing in good faith? No, I'm not arguing in good faith. No. I'm asking you a question.
No, I don't agree with you.
You don't agree with videos how little girls get harassed for walking around however they feel like getting in England? Because I've never seen a Jewish area harassed. Okay, 1 second.
Oh, I'd like to interject.
Or he just too old and he sit his ass home all day long.
Well, I would like to interject.
Hey,
So
look,
Simon,
guys, you can insult me all you want, but all it
I'm not
proves
here
is
to
your lack
insult you.
of intelligence.
No,
I'm not trying to.
I'm not insulting you. I'm just saying you're just lying
Mud me up.
in front of all of us. That's what I'm saying. Don't insult. You're lying. You don't think you're insulting us by lying in our face?
Oh, I'm lying. Why? What's with this lying business? Why does everybody that doesn't with you have to be a liar?
Because whatever Rafi says, you said it doesn't exist, and you're lying.
But why is it a lie? Why is it
No, I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
Here, hold on, everybody quiet. Now,
We
Simon,
got problems in our country.
Simon, go open up what I just put in YouTube. Do you want me to continue finding you these videos in YouTube? Because there's a lot of videos in YouTube.
Yeah, Simon, you should look at. Simon, if
Come on, Simon, you open up this YouTube. This is your country. These are your country.
Simon, I spend a lot of time in the UK, Simon, and it is leftists like you who filled your country with Muslims, and that's why there's rape gangs. And I am Simon. I'm shocked.
Hold on. 1 second, I'm not done yet. And Simon, I know it's a problem that you let these people in your country. They stepped all over you as a fucking natural born citizen in your fucking country. Now your government silences you from not speaking out against them. And now you're fucking a dog that's fucking muzzled. Do you understand? You became a fucking second-class citizen in your own fucking country. That's even more fucking sad.
Rafi, you're right. And what's even more disturbing, Simon, I see that you want a cause. You want a solution for the Palestinian people, right? You have a humanitarian look at it. You want to see a solution to the turmoil. But let's just take a look. Yeah, let's take a look at British history, right? Let's take a look at all the trillions of pounds that have been put into the British economy by the Gulf nations, right? The Gulf nations saved England. That's why real estate is so hot in Central London, where my flat is, because they bought up all the real estate. They stimulated the economy with their money. And now, behind the Palestinian cause of so-called freedom and the IRGC push of the media campaign, they are now all of these people protesting who are pro-Palestinians in England. They're against the Gulf Arabs. They're against Saudi. They're against all of them. They call them traitors. And that is very bad because that is the support mechanism of industry and money that can help the whole Arab world. You see what I'm saying? They're trying to split up sides. They're trying to get all of these protesters not only to be anti-Jewish, but anti-Saudi, anti-UAE, anti-Arab. So there's a big problem with this. Yes, you're right. There have been Pakistanis and other, Muslim communities that have assimilated in Britain since centuries ago. I'll give you that. But now, with this new fight for so-called Palestine, they are brainwashing everybody to hate everybody just for this cause, and that is dangerous.
Who's this mysterious they?
The left-wing protesters in Egypt are destroying the country with this movement, but they don't want to free Palestine.
Now, when you see it like that, tell them that they are you. It's not about you. It's like they
spend a lot of time in London. Simon, you have killed your own nation with your altruism. You're such a good-hearted person. You are so kind and loving and generous that you invited Muslims in, and now they are bombing synagogues and raping girls. So your generosity, You killed your own country. You killed your own country not because you're evil.
Oh,
Because of love. Simon,
you know
you
what
have
he
so...
did? Dog, you know
Because you were too soft.
No,
I didn't realize.
Why don't you just let me finish, Simon?
Explain to you.
Rafi, I'm about to land my plane, Rafi. Rafi, let me land my
I'll
plane.
tell you the problem is, dog. The hate for Israel, hate for Jews, that's why they killed their own country by fucking siding with that.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Fuck you.
It's more than that. Simon, you
Understand
Rafi,
why
just
they
finish.
fucking
Well, just
lost
let
their
me
country
finish,
because of
Rafi.
their own.
Okay, Rafi, let me finish. I believe even if Israel didn't exist, even if there were no Jews in the world, Simon would still let millions of rapists into his country. You know why? Simon has love and altruism towards criminals and rapists. Simon has such pity for the oppressed that if there is a group that he knows will rape his own daughters and granddaughters, he'll let them in anyway. Because Simon is so desperate to be seen as a moral, ethical person. You can tell from the quiver in his... Simon is so desperate to think of himself as a moral, ethical person. It's the most important thing. He has suicidal outcome. He is so woke. He feeds granddaughters to the rape machine. That's how woke he is. Now, if people think I'm exaggerating about who Simon is, I'll post many links that prove it. Simon will continue to make Muslim rapists
As long as
The Labour Party ruined England. The Labour Party ruined England.
The difference between you and I, dog, in real name. So I'll explain. Dog, you come up on listen, dog, cat. I don't care whose name and if your name is real or not. We're speaking facts right now. Your name doesn't mean that you're speaking facts. Fucking courage. Listen, my name is my name.
No, Mr. Simon. There's a lot of courage.
Simon, you're hate.
The ocean is ocean. Hey, I did get emotional.
You're a Christian?
Me,
no. You're not Christian?
I'm not atheist.
That's the problem with Simon, guys.
I don't care if you're atheist. Were you born a Christian? I don't care what you be.
Yeah, I would mind.
Okay, you were born again. So in the Bible it says, the one who blesses will be blessed. The one who curses nation is getting cursed because you guys cursed Israel. So you sided with the radicals. You don't know you're getting cursed, but again, as your daughter and everything, you're punishing her. Hatred towards Israel, you're fucking the next generation. Because next generation, your fucking daughter or granddaughter is gonna be fucking covered up and sold like a fucking gold. Because that's
Let's slow me.
Why did you the swear word?
Rafi, guys.
Hold on 1 second. Rafi, he has no idea what he has done to his country. He has zero fucking idea.
like Simon.
20, 30 years from now, the next generation going to hate every single one of you for what you did to your nation.
Yes, look at
It's just unbelievable.
Simon, perfect example. Look at all these Arab nations that condemn Israel. They're all fucking cursed. They're all fucking living backwards. They're still wiping their ass with fucking.
I know. I think everybody understands it, but let's tame it down a little. Hold on. Let's tone it down a little bit, and let's let
fucking country.
Oh my God. Okay. Sorry, guys. I hate the You guys need to be like quick on the social cues. Let's let Shlomi speak. He was trying to speak, and everybody dogpiled past him. Shlomi.
The problem of Simon is that he lost religion, and he lost also his nationality. He doesn't care about his nationality. He lost direction, that's it. And he finds his way in the Islam. Interesting.
Don't you notice? Yeah, that's a big problem.
Well, I think not to blame people like Simon. I mean, there are a lot of forces that they were infiltrated by this Palestinianism or the Islamic radicalism, including like once legitimate organizations like Amnesty, the UN, stuff like this, or like, I don't know, Sky News. So when they get the information and they get confirmation, they actually think that this is the world that is correct, that the right thing to do is support the Palestinians in their that they're being forever refugees and that Israel is bad. those organizations have been corrupted, and they're using their legitimacy in order to whitewash all those crimes. And that is the problem. I cannot blame like people like Simon specifically. They just need to wake up.
If I may interject here. So when I hear somebody like Simon talking about Palestinians, he doesn't really understand that Palestinians were also taken out by Hamas. So 20 years ago, when we were hearing a little kid talking Hamas ideology, we would be making fun of him, we would be laughing. But then they took power in Gaza and destroyed the PLO, and little by little, their ideology, their thinking started to be so powerful that people forgot what Palestine means. Palestine doesn't mean Hamas. Like the mere fact that we got to a point where Simon is speaking the way they do, man, this is just crazy.
Well, I think in Western civilization, I'll be very brief, the Western civilization succeeded partially because of altruism, partially because of kindness. So Simon's natural instinct to be kind and altruistic, it's important. It's an important part of being European. It's an important part of Western civilization. I applaud Simon's love and generosity, and we need love and generosity. It's just, we need a balance. In Western civilization, we need a balance between warriors who are tough and loving, kind people like Simon. Simon is a person you want. If you have a sick child or a sick grandchild, Simon is exactly the person you want nursing them. Simon is loving and empathetic, and we need millions of men like him, but we can never have men like Simon in charge of our society. We can never have them in charge of our military. We can never have them in charge of our government, because Simon is such a loving, woman-like, kind person.
Take
that
a breath, bro.
Just let me finish.
He ain't a woman-loving person. I'm sorry
Just let me finish. Okay, let me finish, Rafi, and then I'll go. Simon is so loving and kind and empathetic. He loves our enemies. He opens the gates to rapists and murderers, not because he's a bad person, but because he's too kind and loving. Don't ever fucking let people like Simon control our countries, or we will all be ass raped.
But this is the type of people that
Hold on. I want to do an introduction, guys. I want to welcome JB. Whoa, Simon. I want to welcome JB to the stage. We haven't seen him in over a month and a half. This is the one and only that used to hold, well, he still does, holds amazing fucking rooms on Clubhouse. My brother, JB, welcome. The topic we're talking, we've been going hard since 9 a.m. Dean, Serendipity, Ocean, Harry, Rafi, Daniel, and J-Lo. We've been talking about the Iran war, about how the IRGC is ramping up their next war, not with Israel, it's America, but they're ramping up to attack and kill the Iranian people. We've been talking about Islam, we've been talking about child marriages, we've been talking about all kinds of shit. We have a psychopath that's still on stage but refuses to get off mute. Susie, who keeps putting free Palestine in the chat and her PT. We allow people to speak in the space a minute and a half uninterrupted. It doesn't matter what type of crazy shit they speak. And if they interrupt, somebody screams, shoot them, and I'll shoot them in the face. Not literally, but I'll shoot them right into the audience. Also, for the people that are in the audience, please hand in your red ticket, and that's easy. All you do is go to the top where it says Trump House 2.8. Hand in your red ticket. There'll be a Mexican midget and a fucking queer leprechaun. He'll hand you a green ticket. You'll be able to buy a drink and an hors d'oeuvre when you're in the audience. Enjoy your time. Be polite. If you want to come up, freedom of speech. You can talk the most smack you want to talk. You only have a minute or a minute and a half to do it. But welcome, JB.
What's up, man? Thank you. I've been on it forever. Let me say hello to a few really cool people. Serendipity, Harry. What's good, Harry? J-Lo. My man, Robbie. Robbie, what's going on, man? Forever, bro.
What's going on, JB? How you doing, man? You good?
I'm good, man. We got Snoopy here. I'm fucking amazing, bro. I only came on because my man BB hit me offline. So young hopes in the space. So let me come in. Bro, Wait, you don't hear me? You're moron. Hey, listen, moron. You hear me speaking?
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot him. I just shot him.
I moved him down. Yeah, fuck him. Anyway, let me just say this. I'm going to make it quick because I don't want to take up the whole space. Respectfully, fuck Palestine. That's just how I feel. Thank you, BB.
Thanks, bro. Thanks for coming, man. Let's do this.
I would like Simon.
What again? All right. What do you want me to talk about?
I want you to respond to my loving, kind praise of you, that you're a loving person who takes care of sick children, and you are a kind, loving, generous person. Do you think that's a fair thing to say?
Well, I like to think I'm a kind guy.
So I would ask you, as a friend, as a person that admires you, Simon, as a person that admires you, do you think it's possible that your kindness extends to people that want to kill you and rape your children? Do you think it's possible that you have a weakness? You're too kind to your enemies. I ask that.
No, I don't think that's a...
Well, let me ask you a question, an American. Do you think that because he's too kind to his enemies, he's not your enemy as well?
I don't consider Simon to be my enemy because I'll answer you succinctly, and then everyone.
Why? He's the person that invites. He's the person that invites the guy next door that wants to rape your daughter into his house.
I'm going to answer you succinctly. No, Simon, let me answer succinctly, and then I'll shut up for a full half hour. In fact, I'll go to the audience for a half hour. I think that there are some people. Please let me finish. There are some people. Kingdom that deliberately let Muslims and terrorists because they're hoping that there are some people that do that, but I don't think Simon is in the category. I think Simon invites millions of Muslims, terrorists into Britain, not because he wants them, but because Simon does it because Simon has such a good heart. He believes that the Muslim terrorists are not going to rape his daughters. Simon lets in Muslims out of kindness and altruism and foolishness, not out of malice. That's why I am not mad at Simon. I'm just disappointed in Simon. I'm not mad at him. And I think that
in protest against the people that are being slaughtered, the 40 to 80,000 people that got killed just for simply protesting their government, saying we want better. We want better for our people. We want to be able to buy food. We want our economy better. Please help us. Please do good by us. And they get murdered. Why are the fucking pro-Palestinian people preaching against them and against them, calling them scumbags, wishing that they died? Why is that? I want to hear from you people. I want to hear from people like Susie that are screaming, waving the fucking the free Palestinian flag in your PTR as a gift, like you're fucking holding on.
She doesn't care. She doesn't care about the Palestinian people. She's a hypocrite. She doesn't give a shit about the Palestinian people. She's a hypocrite. If she gave a fuck about the Palestinian.
City lights are glowing amid its dust. Streets are humming low with a restless trust. Sky cutting gold, lakefront shimmering slow. Dreaming Dreaming of a better day, just let me grow. Yeah, let me grow. And the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that like the start. Got my 2 feet on this land. Reaching out ahead. Love is when takes serenade. Playing through the streets. A hopeful song where a neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold. Stories of a city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts. A promise we keep. This wind of change. Serenade. Rise deep. Rise deep. Rainbow shine. Every skyline light in sight. Dreams of every block stepping into the light. This moment's golden, we're taking back our time. Every single voice, a powerfully placed line. And the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can't let this start. Got my 2 feet on this land. Reaching out ahead. On this love chain serenade. Playing through the a hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold. Stories of the city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts. A promise we keep. This wind of change serenade. Rising so deep. Rising deep. It's a slow shift in the breeze, put our worries at ease. Hear the sound of the city calling out to be free. Oh, this will change serenade, playing through the streets. A full song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of a city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. Rising deep. Wind of change serenade. City lights, but they look so cold. Every promise already sold. Running circles inside my mind. Dreaming of a freer time. Maybe we're just scared to try. Maybe we believe the lie. Holding back what we can't ignore. There's gotta be something more. I hear a voice inside my chest saying, don't Settle for less. I'm craving change. I need you. Something real. Something real. Not just talking. I wanna give more than all the empty spin. I'm craving nights. Hoping nights. Hearts that rise and take control. If we're falling, can stand together. We can change it all. Break the silence, break the chain, raise a voice in every lane. Every vote can turn the tide. No more letting it pass by. Maybe we can shape the sky. Choosing how we live and thrive. Building dreams we can't ignore. There's gotta be something more. I'm craving change. I need to feel something real, not just talking. I wanna give more than all this empty spin. I'm craving nights, hope nights, hearts that rise and take control. If we're falling, we can stand together. We can change it all. I'm craving change, you won't pretend. This is not how our story ends. We'll take across the line. Choices. Check my phone, read the city news. All these headlines, we got more to do. Dream about the neighborhoods that need some love. Dreaming about a leader we can be proud of. On the south and the west, every single block. Time to build it up, time to talk that talk. We're trying to move on. Wait, lift the whole town up every day. The rhythm's here, the strong voice of the people gonna sing. Come, oh Chicago strong, keep pushing on. Don't get over, lift up every space. Don't get over 2027 for this place. Da, 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 da. One step, two step, marching down the road. Every single ward in election hope. Capture of the city in the people's hands. Count a vision with some real plans. Tax reform talk, make the burden fair. More for the schools and the homes right there. So bold, so bright this year. Every voice. Go to Chicago, nation.com. Let your choice ring on. Now we're filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of hope, a little bit of change. Rising like a beat in the pouring rain. Head to John Kitover, Chicago.com. Spread the word around, keep pushing. Oh, John Kitover, the very space. John Kitover. Elections coming Tuesday. By Thursday, sun on. See the posters on my corner. Name in red and white and strong. Phone lights up with all the headlines. People calling, streets undone. Every ward in every station, every vote, it starts with one. John, get over. Chicago, rise up. Go to Chicago, mayor, vote for Donald Trump. Make it count. Time to stand up. John, get over. Shaking it up. Tax reform for every black inside. Liberate and lift us up. Get over. Get over. Friends all say that we need change now. Less corruption, straighter plans. Take the power from the back room, give it back to working hands. Every train in every schoolyard, every small shop on the block needs a leader for this city who will fight around the clock. John, get over. Chicago, rise up. Go to Chicago, mayor, vote for Donald Trump. Just stand up. John, shake it up. Tax reform for every block inside. Liberate and lift us up. Ready for courage? Oh yeah. Maybe new vision feels like home. Tell myself my vote won't matter. Then I see a tide again on my phone. John, get over. Chicago, rise up. Go to Chicago, mayor, vote for Donald Trump. Make it count. Time to stand up. John, get over. Shake it up. Go to Chicago, mayor, Donald Trump. John, get over. Go Chicago, make family vote. I was waiting for a sign to start, like a map drawn out in the dark. Now the city's calling out my name to choose a brand new path. Tired of watching from the side while the streets and dreams collide. So I take one step with my vote. Time to change this heavy load. Maybe we don't need to know it all. Maybe we just need to vote so we keep moving anyway. Chicago, choose a brighter day. Go to Chicago, mayor, vote for calm. Let your voice lead the way. Every touch we wireless free. Every vote unlocks a key. We want tax reform today. Vote John, get over, pave the way. Doubt still riding in our heads, but it won't get the final say. We can rise and stand as one. Go Chicago, starting today. We don't need a perfect line, just a reason, just a sign. Every inch we claim is ours. Every step can raise the bar. Go slow, go fast, just don't go back. Trust the rhythm in this town, time to lift our future now. So we keep moving anyway. Chicago, stand up, have your say. Go to ChicagoLegend.com. Vote John, get over today. Every choice we Sunday, on your lips like something new. You about the color, say I don't usually even bother, but tonight you wanna better. We can make this. You got me doing at the midnight force, yeah, right here in the center of a boom, pain in my head, future we're planning, what after what, we're changing the rules. You got me doing the midnight force, freaking like I'm stuck on you. If this is it, please wager I know what. Let's save your pocket over me in Chicago blue. Small talk, but your fingers draw a line. That clock by the box you had in mind. You left, quote the promise that you think. Tax reform for Chicago, make you stay. Let it give me feel the drama. So sweet, whisper something louder than the summer. Go to ChicagoMailBoat.com. Looking over, that's the one I'm on. You got me, you at the midnight force. Right here, in the center of the boom. Hand in my hand, future plan. Boy, we're changing the rules. You got me through after midnight force, looking like I'm stuck on you. If this is a wager, I just want to save the Kitovers. Vision pulling us through. Yeah. Lights fade, but we don't slow down. Don't slow. Street lights tracing over this town. If this is just a campaign, I can stay locked in. Never at once. You got me doing after midnight force. Right here on Chicago, Maya, hold that phone in my hand. Future, part of the war. We're breaking on you got me, you're doing it, you at the midnight force. I should really straight get on you. Just a little reminder. This is a wager, I just wanna save ya. Don't get over.
I forgot. Maybe she was sergeant or some shit like that. I told her that she was way too hard on these men, and she was putting herself in danger.
A lot of these young men that are coming in that were off track. I made sure I presented an image of responsibility, of morals, and they would react to that and then project it in their life, not how I presented it, but in their own choices. You know, accountability, morals, discipline, respect, and those individuals, still to this day, they still project it into their communities. Where you, as well, Edward, you project that image in your community and your engagement with others. I'm sure there's a lot of people here that, in their own way, that's what society's lacking these days. Like, I'm 43 years old, sir, and so I had a lot of good images when I grew up. I grew up in a farm community, so we saw, work ethic, reliability. Your word is your word. It's a value to it, and so when we would leave our communities, you would continue to project. But we see that societies these days, where it's not about moral compass. It's not about responsibility. It's not about, projecting good leadership and entrepreneurship. It's about who got the best laugh,
who can do the best troll, who can bash and slash. And that's what we're seeing in the newer generation. And sorry for rambling on.
Great. I mean, you've made a lot of good points. But one thing I do want to ask you, you said you served how many years?
I'm 23. I'm 43 years old.
Thank you so much for your service. I want to take you back. Could you please explain to the House what motivated you to volunteer to serve this country?
I said the family. I come from a long line of service personnel. I mean, all the way down from, all the way down, we did our family lineage down to 1725, down to our lineage. And I don't know, friggin', I saw that, I remember 9/11, our community answered a call. I mean, it felt normal, it felt right. And Lady Liberty needed us. When I graduated high school was 55. And out of 55, I think 40 of us all joined the armed services that, in 2001 into 2002. So I love my country. And
I appreciate that, because I want other people to understand that America has an all-voluntary armed forces.
Well, Edward, I retired from active. I transitioned to reserve. So technically, I'm a weekend warrior. Technically.
Thank you. No, listen, thank you very much. Hey, I had the privilege and still have the privilege of traveling all around the world, 54 countries, 5 continents, because people like Brad, other people that serve, even the officers, guys, I don't take it lightly. That was not my route. I chose to go to college because my professor told me that I had the ability to do that. But
Edward, I want to put this out there. I have a lot of individuals that they get depressed because they didn't choose that route later in life. They didn't choose it. And I like to remind people, we all have a role in society. Some choose the military, but, remember, bullets don't fly without supply. And people need, whatever you chose to do in your life benefited America in a way, whether it's working at 9 to 5 at the slaughterhouse, or going to college to learn logistics or business. It all goes together in the centipede, because when someone goes, I went to college instead, but I started a business, it's like, yeah, but you going to college, you started a business, you paid taxes, which got GIs, some MREs, or some shoelaces or whatever. So you did your part, Edward. Everybody, in a way, does their part for America, whether you're pro-America or against America. Like, I'm going to put this out there. There's a lot of people in the veterans community. When someone says, how do you feel about someone burning the American flag? Hey, they're doing it the right way. It doesn't bother me, because they're expressing the right as American to place, to have questions against their government. It's right to peacefully protest. Whether I might not agree with their reasoning for it, they're exercising their right off of the American soldiers that paid that price for freedom of expression, freedom of questioning, freedom of religion, etc. Sorry for interrupting you, Edward.
You served 23 years, man. I'm not taking any light of that. I'm glad that you have a voice, man, because so many, I with veterans every single week, man. I actually at veteran events here in Southern California and other places, because I'm in death care and I have to help them. It's not easy, man. Especially when a lot of them have trouble going to the veteran hospital and different things. the resources to go through. And guys, I don't take it lightly. Trust me, there are people in our country that have made great sacrifices. And I even thank you for thanking us for, paying taxes to do the role that we can. Together, Americans are better. Okay? There's no what I call easy, what's the word I want to use? There's no easy access to personal responsibility, guys. Self-government's very, very, very real. And unfortunately,
my daughter's in the military too. She's a combat medic. My 20-year.
Awesome. Tell her we thank her for volunteering and following in the what I would call the legacy of your family to want to protect freedoms, our liberties, because there are really foreign and domestic enemies that would like to take away our way of life. I don't know if us Americans really understand that in its entirety. We think it's just about people politicking and talking on these platforms. But guys, there are people on American soil that love to see the ideal of America collapse. To me, that's dangerous. That's why we the people have to stand. We have to really stand up and say, nope, we're taking our country back so that the individual can stand up tall. And again, July 4th, guys, 250 years, our Constitution, the supreme law of the land, we have the longest Constitution where we, the people, get the right to determine our own determination. Okay? There's no government that's going to do that for any of us. I know we like to hear it, but reality, it's not true, guys. And as a person who happened to be born on American soil, like I always say, we are grateful that we are part of this experiment in the world, not another experiment.
I think maybe I just, again, listen to what you're saying. I'm in agreement, but when you say it's not the government, it is the government, because it's what the government is doing. Right now, if we want to talk about what we can do to usurp that, all the stuff that the government is doing to inhibit the ability for look, even the stuff that you're saying, Edward, right? What you do in your business, right? The fact that I'm sure it might take a lot of money, a lot of certificates, a lot of things that is required to get into your business. That is something that the government has put in place that kind of gives you a protection, right? Same thing like with my business, right? I'm a party rep business, right? So even though mine might be a lot easier to get into, it's still a lot of certificates, insurances, stuff like that you need. It's just not easy to get for the average person. Here's the point. When you say, well, if something happens or whatever, they talk about, or when somebody did, somebody having to change positions 8 times, or having 8 different jobs, and that means you got to start all over. And when you got to start all over, you start back from zero. Think about Michael Jordan. When Michael Jordan won his last championship, and the Bulls wanted to break up that team, Michael Jordan said, "No, I don't want to start all over again." Right now, I get it. Sometimes that happens, but again, I'm not disagreeing with you when you say that I think this country is great. I think it gives people opportunity to succeed. I also feel like at some point the government has overstepped its bounds and inhibited people from doing, from being really the best people that they can be. So, like I said, and it's I guess you could say the have and have-nots, and protect the haves from the have-nots. Because if we wanted to really get grimy with it, and I don't care how you, like what I'm saying, I don't care. Now you open up a whole new can of worms, right? Because a lot of people that maybe could to go and take from the people that have, but don't do it. Why? Because the government has put laws in place to protect the people that do have, right? So we all are trying to follow laws. Some people, from more than others. And that's why I said earlier when we were talking about a race to the bottom, you said, well, yeah, you can just go and see about getting contracts from outside. Well, that might be good for your business, but my business, I don't need to get no contract from country. I mean, don't need it. That's not going to work for me. So, but the thing is that like my grandfather was a foreman.
So let me ask you a question.
Right?
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
This probably anyone can answer this question. Okay. What do you think that you can do in your own power to increase your value to the marketplace?
Go and learn more skills.
Okay. Thank you, Sword. That's one. Anyone else?
Get free and unbiased Medicare help.
Yeah, I mean, you can marketing. You can market yourself better. That's always my thing. Put your name on it.
Americans have been conditioned.
Hey, Jenny, your mic is open. You got a hot mic.
Oh, I was about to answer.
Okay, yeah, but okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry, can I repeat that?
I'm just chiming in. I still want to finish my point, though. But
go ahead.
Just chiming in.
You're in the matrix second.
What was your question? Could you repeat it?
No, the OG was going to let Countdown finish, and then he was going to go after.
Yeah, but let me answer the question, because what can we individually do to add more value to the marketplace as individuals?
Gotcha. Okay.
Somebody said you can those eyes said you can get more skills, better.
Going into but it's all good, Ed. I think that more skill set, learning more marketable skills, blah blah blah.
Solve problems.
Yep. Assess what the market needs and provide it to it.
And I have an answer here.
Right, Sword? If I find a problem in my field, I'm in death care, guys, and we see a big problem, and we're trying to solve it as a profession, okay? It's everywhere. My mentor says this to me all the time. He's been my mentor for 28 years, okay? He says, Edward, opportunity has a unique way of presenting itself. It stands up to be recognized. Not look at things that you have zero influence over. Look at things that you have influence over. What do you control? What can you do? What's in your power? What can you implement to solve someone's problem? Guys, all of us are either on an Android or a smartphone. Okay? You know what? Someone solved that problem, so we can all communicate with each other. And you know what we all did? We went and bought it. So I'm a firm believer in the free enterprise, but
you cut me off, bro. I mean,
I'm sorry. I would never do that.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to summarize my point. What I was trying to say, okay, is that again, we still have to operate in some fine law, right? And it sounds like when I'm listening to you, it kind of leans more toward anarchy, where I'm going to do, if I see opportunity, you got to take it. That's true, but you still got to operate within the confines of laws that are set in place, which is protections to prevent from people that maybe you see an opportunity where you can take something from somebody else, but you can't do it because the law is protecting that person. And that law is implemented by the government.
But what would be the benefit of having that type of mindset? You can't build your own house. You want to take a brick from somebody else?
Can I clarify the initial question?
Yeah, yes, one second. That question from Sora was for you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jenny. It's all good. Go ahead, Jenny.
Okay, so when you're referring to how we can, as an individual or a business, contribute to the market, are you referring to the GDP or are you referring to just overall transactions?
Raw.
Okay. By infusing our money into domestic entities as opposed to foreign entities, we're conditioned, really unfortunately, to buy cheap, maybe subpar products because it's easier and we're looking at our own cost of goods sold and we're looking at what's best for us as opposed to what's best for the collective.
Based on individual contribution to collective all by itself.
I'm sorry, when you started the question, you were in the matrix a little bit, so the first part off, but can I get you to repeat that?
It's made up of the individual. So the person in the United States have a right to purchase whatever they like to purchase, good, bad, expensive, not expensive, that's their right.
Absolutely, absolutely. But if we're putting it, if we're truly looking as like, you know, a Trump America first country and looking at things as America's individuals, then our buying power is how you vote, right? You vote with, you know, I don't like this company's ethics, I'm not going to support them. I don't like this, I'm not going to support that. They're sending money to cause that I don't believe in, I'm not going to support that. So voting with your dollar is almost more important than voting with your votes.
You made a comment. First of all, this is America. Trump happened to be president. He just happened to be one American. I know that people like to keep using his name a lot, but the last I checked, I've never met the guy. Don't know him. Don't know anything about, you know, I hear what they tell me in mainstream media. I what the talking heads tell me. You know, I hear all that. But at the end of the day, he doesn't do anything in my house, okay? I just love how we started them. I like America, and I'm American. That's how I hear it, guys. I'm not from Pakistan. I'm not from Egypt. I'm from the United States. I want America not including anyone else. I don't want to exclude anybody else. They can do what they want in their country. But when I hear someone who wants to be the leader of the United States say, I want America to be first, and you know what? When we make that statement, guys, you don't even know, we all don't even know what that looks like. It takes a lot to want to do that. So what he says, I want America to be first. He talked about Edward being responsible for Edward. He's given me the truth to be self-evident. That's how I hear those words. I don't know how anybody else hear those words. Other words, America would be great. Edward would be great in his own stuff. Edward has to do his right thing. Edward can't cheat on his wife. Edward can't go out and do a bunch of substance abuse. Edward can't say, I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to take somebody else's stuff. A friend of mine asked me a couple weeks ago, he said, well, Edward, if your family was hungry and, you know, you got to just feed your family, we go and just steal. I said, no, I should have enough friends, enough of the people in my community that would want to assist Edward and his family in that time of need versus Edward having to be morally corrupt to go and take something from someone that's not mine. That's how I was taught. But I hear a lot of people not look at responsibility. They really want something from someone else.
Well, and that's the exact opposite of what I'm saying. The only reason I mentioned Trump is because it's literally the name of the room and the house. So I thought that was kind of, you know, a like-minded situation. But no, I agree with you. I think that everybody has personal responsibility. But when we're talking about contributing to the overall market, the overall financial health, and I mean, that leads us into the tariffs conversation, right? So I think it's an important thing. I agree with Trump's policies on the tariffs to try to drive economy and revenue back to America, and that's where I put in America first, right? Like, because we should be building our own GDP. If you think that other China and Iran and everywhere else is not preaching the same thing, I'm certain that they are. They don't want people spending outside of the country, and it's because they want to build a sovereign nation that is financially sustainable. This is just a bit. So I don't think that, you know, Trump being president is the reason why we should spend in America. I think because we're American, we should want support, you know, yes, we are all individuals. We're also a collective, we're a country, and we have one thing in common, which is we are all Americans. So I think that we should all put the American people first.
So Jenny, I know you weren't here earlier, and I talked about it. They did a study. Go ahead.
Let me just answer her. So Jenny, do you think that you and I want to put America first, but if America comes themselves first, how do we help people put themselves first?
I mean, you can't help somebody who doesn't want to be helped. But what we can do as people who are God-fearing people who believe in what's right and what's wrong, we can do the right thing as our own households, our own independent purchasers, as our own business operators.
But at the same time, you and I both know this, unfortunately, and I'm going to use the term guide, we have a lot of freeloaders who want to freeload. They want to come out. Redistribution of other people's stuff is not good. Go ahead.
I agree.
Not at all. Yeah, so I said this earlier. There was actually it was a speaker speaking in Greenville, so he used Greenville, took the population, and if each person, this goes back to why like the tariff America great again and spending in America. I don't know if you guys local communities ever do this, but I know one I was in one of this they own like 7-8 different stations, but and one side of the operation would always like the head guy would always had these little that teach in one local spending and how much that dollar recirculated in the community, what it really equates to the community. They did this in Greenville. If each person that lived in Greenville spent $20 a week at a local mom and pop shop, a local cafe, local hardware stores, that kind of things, your small time car wash rather than a big chain, right? You do that, at the end of the year, it would equal an additional $300 billion or $300 million in the local economy. Now, imagine that on a larger scale as the United States. Imagine that when we had Apple report 252 billion profits offshore. Now, we didn't get 10% of that. We didn't get 1% of that. We got 0% of it. Of the 252 billion profit from Apple. Now, where did they sell that? Here. Right? So what we do is we chase companies out and we have the narrative that, well, we're just going to put the prices higher in our pockets. Those same people were the ones that say that the fast food workers should make $25 an hour. Cool, pay them $25 an hour. There's a reason you aren't getting a Happy Meal for $9 or for $5 anymore. It's now like what, $8, $9, $10. Get a double Whopper. It's damn $20, right? The reality is it does cost more to make stuff here, but your reciprocal, the turnover in that dollar means so much more. That puts so much more into the system. That gives us more opportunity for our Social Security checks. 93% of manufacturing companies provide insurance. If I remember the number right, 75% of them are under 20 employees. You start looking at bringing back manufacturing, everybody assumes it's got to be massive. But the reality is look at how many, in South Carolina alone, go look how many auto manufacturers there are. There's a line, you literally have to test to get a job at BMW. You have to apply. There's a line of people going in.
I agree. I'm in South Carolina too. He's 100% fact.
Yeah, so what it did when they brought that manufacturing, so being down there, when they brought that in, what it did to the Spartanburg, greater Greenville area, how well America can do manufacturing. BMW America is relatively new, okay? It's been around for what, decade and a half, something like that, I don't know. But BMW America is the largest BMW manufacturer in the world. The plant is in Spartanburg. They are going to probably start making their transmissions for BMW, Bavarian Motorworks in Bavaria, in Spartanburg. They're talking about potentially the engines. Now, think about that. Everybody's telling us we can't produce, but the Germans are saying, you guys seem to do a pretty damn good job. He can tell you what BMW had done for South Carolina. Unbelievable. We can do this more. The whole idea of the tariffs that people forget about isn't to keep prices cheap. It's to encourage us to buy American. China, this was years ago, did a study on it, and it was the Jeep Wrangler, $43,000 at the time. In America, it was 96,000. Or no, I'm sorry, 106,000, I think it was, in China. That was the amount of tariffs they put on it. Why? Because they don't want you to buy the Jeep, they want you to buy their car. And this is all Trump saying. Go ahead.
After jump on the bandwagon with you, if you
that the rest of the world buys, yeah. What is the American car that we buy? What is it in Africa we buy for
this British bitch doesn't know what a patient is.
One second, hold on one second. So Amen, we actually have a queue, and this is what we want to do. What I'm a moderator, I like for us to actually hear people speak. So if you could,
But I get thrown out a lot of the time.
But listen, hold on. I'm speaking right now, okay? I hear you loud and clear. I invited you up. I saw you. You said you wanted to come up and speak. But could we do it kindly? Let people finish, and then we'll give you an opportunity. It's okay. Everybody has a voice. Go ahead, Steph.
Well, I was going to jump on with ICE. If you look at the local small-town communities surrounding these places, they're growing. And that's these small-town communities. You can just drive through some parts of South Carolina, and you'll go through these small towns where work has been stripped away, and with the domestic growth growing, you're reinstilling the life back in. Where I'm at, I'm from a really small township, okay, and we have a manufacturing plant that has literally started growth again, and we're seeing the decrease in living, we're seeing the decrease of government aid, seeing the growth of independence coming back in. We're seeing budgets, township budgets for public services grow better because now there's revenue coming in. All the way down to boys and girls clubs, community fundraisers, and this is just within the time span. I would like to say Trump coming back in and really pushing these tariffs on. That's bringing back domestic growth, and it's everybody's thinking about the big metropolitans, but they're not realizing there's the neighboring small communities that finally got the defibrillator pumped on them, and they're now coming back to life.
Can I jump in as well?
Let me finish this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so what he's saying is the impact is felt far and wide. So that is one, and now that's just one manufacturer there, but it impacted that greater area from Five Forks to you name it, all the way around. It is massive, and then what that does for the state is bring in a massive amount of revenue tax. It's putting people in great jobs with benefits. Oh, by the way, the people can drive a BMW I don't remember if it's months. Oh, and if you got a clean record, I think BMW carries the car insurance for you. So, these are the things that can happen when we bring manufacturing back. So, the thing is we got to get American dollars spent back here, because that's how you make America great again. I think it was Edward that said this. It's not about America only. It's just about America first, because I said this once before earlier. I don't know if Edward, you were in the room then, but we rise to the top. All empires rose to the top. But you fight to be the best, and that is that industry. You rise by creating capitalist societies, make the money, and then our emotions get involved, and it's the socialist side of us that wanting to reach out and help, and it's that empathy that never stops that all of a sudden causes that fall, because we don't know when to pull the hand back. We've seen kids drive their parents bankrupt because they won't stop. All these people are the same thing. All we're saying is America first, and the rest will follow. We spend a fortune around the world when we could be providing. Real quick, and I'm going to land. In 2020, we were $5 trillion in debt. The end of 2025, we were $38 trillion in debt. What could have been done to make America better with $33 trillion in what has been done?
And I think this is an interesting point you bring up.
Hold on. We got to make sure. Amen.
Sorry.
Amen. How do you? I just make sure I get it correct. AYMAN.
And
Are you there? Yeah, man. Can you want to speak? Okay, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. So a couple things. To answer the quick point, I agree with virtually every single thing that you said, Ice, up until the point where you said, imagine what we could do with that 36 trillion. Like, as a libertarian, I'm like, man, imagine what we could do with that money if it was turned back over to the people, which is where it should be to begin with. You know, the government driving up the debt and all that, like, it's crazy to me. Edward's talking earlier about well, if my business goes under, then that's my own fault. I need to figure out how to, like, and you have a government that does pretty much the opposite, where I mean the government fails time after time after time, and yet still people continue to vote based on what can my government do for me. I'm sorry, if your approach when you go into the voting in your local voting place is to look at the politicians on that list and go, what can these people do for me, even on a local level? I would challenge you to change your approach. The reason I wanted to speak more, I agree with virtually everything that the last couple of people were saying. I think it also we're the United States is reaping the benefit of the last certainly 20 years plus telling every single kid that they need to go to college. And so, like, I love the fact that we have people like Mike Rowe and these type of celebrities who kind of made it cool to go to trade school again. And, you know, this is something near and dear to my heart as somebody who grew up here in the great state of Maine, the largest employer in the state of Maine for the longest time. I think it's a healthcare company now, but the largest employer for the longest time was BIW. It's a General Dynamics company making destroyers for the U.S. military. And again, the trades are near and dear to my heart. So I can tell you straight up that the amount of kids that are going to college, getting these 4-year degrees and then going, oh my gosh, what am I going to do with this degree? Is crazy to me, especially when, you know, even it doesn't even necessarily have trades. If you look at these fields on demand, like nursing and these other fields, like, it's crazy. Like, they're lining up around the block to hire these people. And yet we have this stigma, and I've certainly seen it here in Colorado across the board. And a lot of these higher income areas, if you will, that you need to be a doctor, you need to be a lawyer, you need to go to a 4-year, you need to do this, you need to do that. Like, I've seen kids getting out of high school immediately starting as a welder. Within 3 or 4 years, they're making 6 figures, like, easily. You know, I mean, like, a lot of these places, the retirement, these trades they're retiring like crazy. I know members of my own family who walked onto a car and said, hey, y'all got a job for me? And they said, do you know how to swing a hammer? They're like, not really. And they're like, all right, cool, we'll teach you. Like, it sounds like it's that simple. It really is. Like, I understand it. Like, if you're poor in America, I understand being poor in America. But if you're permanently poor in America, like, I mean, it has to be a forever job or anything like that. But, like, for goodness sakes, like, there's so many people that are dying. Like, if you have a teachable spirit, if you know how to say yes and no, and, you know, you're a decent human being, and like, you're not a complete asshole. Like, this is my point. Is like, people walk through fire to hire you, and they're begging. So it isn't just the 4-year degree. It isn't just that. And look, there's obviously a wonderful place in this country for doctors and lawyers and everything else. Force it to the gentlemen that they were speaking before, like, this manufacturing that's coming back in the United States. It's like, yeah, I mean. So anyway, I'll leave it all that. Yeah.
I like to jump on Ben's bandwagon. I love the bandwagon. So, like I said, I'm in the reserves now, and dude, I met in the reserves. He makes over $600,000. Okay, and he still loves serving for his country in the uniform. And I go in bank, and he started off going. I think he spent like $8,000 learning how to weld, and he turned around. He went out to the oil fields, started his own business, and he has like 20 employees, and they're all welders, and they do DOD work. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. I'm just giving you a prime example for the listeners. It's not about
A college degree is beautiful. Don't get me wrong. Their society needs those in-depth thinkers, but you also need individuals that got swagger and they want to go out there and be trades workers. Because I grew up in a time frame where they would beat you in at school saying you ain't going to accomplish nothing in life financially without a college degree. And then, there's kids coming out of a trade school and with a little swagger, little moxie, they can turn around and, make over $800,000 in a couple of years by just thinking outside the box and with a trade. Sorry, Ben. I just want
You're good. I'll just finish, and I gotta have some dinner shortly. Like half the shit you can learn online, and like you see it. Like there's TikTok channels and Instagram channels and stuff like that are blowing up right now. And there's one guy I saw it advertised on TV, and I'd seen the guy on social media, anyways. And it's literally like doing stuff like basic trades around the house. It's like a lot of this shit. Like if you learn how to do it, like learn how to practice how to swing a hammer, or learn how to use basic power tools and stuff like that. It's like this is stuff that's going to save you a pile of money. Learn how to troubleshoot when your washer or dryer breaks. That way you don't have to hire a technician to come in for $400. Like I know what those technicians get paid, and I'm telling you, like you want to have somebody come into your house to fix a hole in the wall in your drywall. It's going to cost you a couple $100 up front, like just to get them to walk through the door, right? Like that's a trip to Home Depot and $50 tops, like that, and that's if you're doing it wrong. You can do it for $20 or less. Like for goodness sakes, like we live in a golden age of everybody's here on their phones. Like you can look this shit up super easy. This is like bring back work hands, bring back destigmatizing getting a job that involves working with your hands.
Let's see if there's
So BlackRock is introducing, I think they're actually putting in $100 million into the trades industry to try to build a movement in the trades. I think Wells Fargo is dumping in a ton. And the reason is because BlackRock knows what their development is going to be, just their own. And they know what the government is or not the government, but the U.S. is going to need. And they see a massive shortfall. So they have been donating tons of money. Mike Rose got a fund for that too, for kids to go into trade schools, stuff like that. There is a desperate need for it. And to give you an idea, I did it once. I just looked online. My washer was just giving me a code. It was $250 to get them to show up. And then they told me, they said, we know what it's going to be. It's going to be this, and that's going to be $500, then $100, another $150 for labor. So it's almost going to be $1,000. I got online, I read the code, pop the top off, unplug it, pull these 2 wires, let it set for 30 seconds, plug the 2 wires back, put the top back in, and plug the dryer or washer back in. And or the dryer back, yes, washer. And you know what? It took me about 10-15 minutes, and it worked. Never had a problem again. I could have paid $1,000. Instead, I fixed it for nothing.
Or go to school and learn how to be that guy, and then realize that there's plenty of people that are more than happy to pay that money to get you to come out. Because again, that person, like the reason that they're charging what they're charging to come out is because they got a laundry list of clients that are lined up around the block who are willing to pay that amount. So bear in mind that like you may be in the boat that the gentleman that just spoke is about. But if you're sitting there and you've got the time to do that because you don't have a job or you've got stuff going on in your life, like you don't have enough going on in your life, I guarantee you there's somebody out there that's willing to train you in 3 weeks, 6 week, 10-week course to learn how to do that.
Yeah, subcontract.
Like you're making that money right away. Like it's crazy, man. Like there's so many opportunities out there.
Oh yeah, subcontract.
You don't remember learn how to.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me just share, Simon. I'm gonna let to me here. So Ben, Ice, and Steph, I appreciate the dialogue that you guys have, and I think that we're proving a point. My wife has a saying: just because you have it doesn't mean you're the right temperature. So you still got to be able to talk to people. You got to be able to handle yourself. You got to be able to do certain things. Okay. So just because you decide to go get a degree doesn't mean you know how to interview well. How do you work with others? How do you get along? Maybe you have a supervisor. There's a lot of stuff, guys, that makes an individual work. That's why I asked the question at the beginning. What can you do? What are you capable of? What are your skill sets? And if you have them, Ben clearly said it, there are people out there that will train you now. Just when you guys get a chance, just look up all of the trades, plumbing, electricians, all the military right now. How short are I live in California, right? You guys heard about the fires at the beginning of 2025, right?
Sir.
Do you know who they did not call? They did not call people with degrees. They call linesmen, people going to the ground postmen. They call fire departments. Why? Because they need laborers, man. People and swing a hammer, cut a saw, how to use power drills. There's people that come from all over the country to California. Shit work because there was so much work. Why? Because they had the skill set. And you know what these companies did? They put all these people up and they paid them. You know why? Because these were not degrees, these were contractors from around the country. What I'm saying to you guys, and we all know this, I'm going to tell you, every year there's going to be tornadoes. Do you guys know America is the only country, the only guy that's had tornado alley? It happens every year, guys. And fires happen. And you know what people do? They build all these things up. I will promise you. And I'll land on this, guys. I'll let Simon go. AI is built by people. That means it's going to also affect people. Nothing's going to replace you as an individual person. Just remember that, guys. You have so much in your hand that you keep thinking about the inner, that you should prompt yourself to go find a skill.
Yeah, and the irony is now that with the advent of AI and and the messaging we get about what it's going to bring is the safest job. A plumber, electrician, someone with a set of skills that involves their hands as well as their brains, because AI can't do that. But that's just an aside following on. So absolutely. And I have my own business. Yeah, so I'm a capitalist at heart. But what I know to succeed is you also have to be adaptable. So in the world economy that we have, China obviously has an advantage because it has a cheaper labour than the West, which is why the top 80 brands in the West, all have factories there because they make more money because the labour's cheaper. What happens? You have to adapt. You have to make yourself competitive in other ways. So in my country, we used to have a big manufacturing, mining industry that completely doesn't exist there anymore, and we've struggled. But we have to reinvent ourselves. We can't be reliant on anybody else. You have to make yourself competitive in the market. You have to be good at selling what you produce, and you have to make yourself competitive, and that can be not just on price, but it can be on quality. It can be on innovation. So we're all faced with the same issue. So we've got to get ahead of the Chinese that way.
Can I chime in after Sword? Can I chime in after you, Sword?
Yeah. One thing that I was going to say, speaking to the trades, because right now, as we speak, we have a significant issue with not enough people going into the trade. So much so to like where they've incentivized women to come into the trade. But you have certain states that the prices have gone up 5, 10, 20, 30% because the wait period is so long to get people out there. Now, you to come out and actually see and do the work. And then once you have people to come out and possibly assess the situation, the wait is so long because businesses can choose which customers they want to put first based on how much the customer is going to pay and the margin that they're going to receive on the job. Now, as a customer, you might have a salesperson to come out and, companies in this day and age, they have more salespeople than they have operational people that can actually come out in relation. So going back to the example that Ice brought up, or the drywall situation, you might just need a piece of drywall, but that salesperson might come out, especially if they recognize somebody who don't really have enough knowledge in this industry, they're gonna say, oh yeah, you need a full replacement. So something that could have fix or $1 fix. Now, you got lines all on your shit. You got to pay $4,000-$5,000 for something. And it's just because, you got hustle. So I would say, and this is actually one of the initiatives that I'm, looking to kick off because I'm a board member in a local park here in Atlanta. Two things that I'm working on doing is getting the police involved in the park so that way parents can be more educated on how to get home safe and the kids can develop a better relationship with the police department, and then also partnering with various, it used to be called home improvement, now they call it home services, because I've traveled this country working with all types of home improvement companies, and it's not really hard. You'd be surprised, a lot of people that own these businesses, some of them, a small percent of them have never swung a hammer or nail in their life. Like one of the largest roofing companies in Florida, the guy never installed a roof. He just knew how to market things, and he ended up building this would have been in 2019. He was at like $30 million annual sales revenue then. So I can only imagine where he is now. I walked in the offices and people with just simple shorts. I went in to do a sales training. These guys are making $400,000-$500,000 a year. And I was looking at myself like, damn, I'm in the wrong line of work. I got a degree. I got my suit on. I got all this shit. And the people I'm talking to, they got dirt in their nails and, just, kind of how people characterize them these days. They're making 2, 3, 4, 5 times the amount of money that I'm making. And they're only working 4 hours a day. So that was a reality check for me, but I was never really pompous about going to college. I just was unaware. I didn't know that you could make that type of money in the trades. I just never knew. So whether it's HVAC, electrician, waterproofing, like whatever part of the country you live in, figure out.
You just brought up my chisel, dude.
Go ahead.
Hey, just real quick step. Before you go, I just want to sort of. Is it Piedmont Park or the Reservoir Park? Either one of those?
The park where I'm at?
Yeah.
Nah. It's in East Atlanta.
Okay, cool. Yeah. East Atlanta. Okay, thank you.
I mean, you guys spiked my chisel. So I got 9 brothers, guys, and I would say 3 of them, they all do contracting and construction work, all right? My kid brother, he's one of those guys that sorts joking about saying he's never swung a hammer. But it's about the hustler and swagger. My little brother went to a trade school, got an HVAC license, all right? With no intention of actually being an HVAC tech. So it's like about 8 years ago. I was like, why are you doing it? Being not very involved. He goes, because HVAC, you can upmarket. I mean, all the way down to subcontractors. And my little brother, he has a primary job, but he started a business as HVAC, just so that way he can go out there, do bids, and then turn around and then upmark the material and then subcontract it out to licensed contractors, and that's what he does. I think he covered right about $400,000 last year, and he's never touched a unit.
Crazy.
He's never even he went to school, got the license, and he's completing. He just completed his electrician, so that way he can subcontract, residential electric work. And so I mean, he literally does what he wants to do. That little fucker's traveled more on his own free will. And and then I have another brother. He travels with the storms, and what he does is he tries to beat the insurance adjusters. So when he travels, literally, he watches. So during tornado season, he's literally right behind the storm, so that way he can go and say, "Hey, let me assess your damage," and he'll fill out all the paperwork, charge the adjusters, and do it free adjusters work. Submit that, and then once he'll probably get maybe 40 or 50 jobs and then subcontracts it out to a small contractor for like a 30-70 ratio.
Right.
And that's all he does. So there's swagger in it. You just gotta be able to hustle.
I went down to the just so that way. So when I was consulting and I was helping out the improvement companies, for me to get like some real world experience, when Panama City happened down in Florida back in like 2018, 2019, somewhere around there, I went down there to actually, see if I could sell and, kind of involved just so that I can know firsthand. What I ended up learning was that when these storms happen, you'll have people in these home services, they don't work at all until a storm happens. So if a storm happens, let's say twice a year or once a year, they may make $100,000 to $500,000 just in the 2 months that they actually went to the storm. And I said, "Oh shit, this is crazy to make that much money." That right is what really like in a corporate office, dealing with corporate bull. And you got people out here that's living like that, So part of it is being unaware. Part of it, you got to go out there and figure out what's needed out there. What are people doing? You got to talk to people and figure out what's going on out there. And I'm so thankful that I went down to Panama City and see it for myself. It was sad to see people going through those types of things, because I walked into a lady's house and you can literally look up and look into the sky. So, people are going through trying times, but even in those trying times, there's massive amounts of opportunity for anyone who just take some time and learn about it first. You got companies like, I think it was called Service Master. I think that's like one of the largest ones, where they built a business, literally the whole business model is around chasing storms. Whatever services are needed, that's all they do is chase storms, and they make millions.
Well, Sword, my assumption is, listen, I hate to be rude about it, but when a motherfucker's hungry, has ambition, once, it gives himself a goal and say, hey, I want to be a life, I'm trying to get settled, like I got friends of mine, acquaintances, and people I've met in life that are doing really good, but they said, this is where I'm going to be, and they didn't let nothing drag them down. And then you got individuals that are like, yeah, but I'm not trying to be on the road for 3 to 6 months. I'm sorry. Excuses are excuses. You either, if you're hungry, you're gonna go find food to eat. If you're not hungry, you're gonna bitch that you don't got a steak at your plate.
Yeah. And I love dealing with home services people. That's about as real as you get, And being young at the time, it was just a, if I had to do it all over again, I would have went into the trades, because the people, like, as a business owner, the majority of these guys are small businesses. They're willing. They kind of operate off the model, I'll meet you where you are. If you're hungry and you really want to learn this, they will invest time in you, whether you went to school for it or not. If you show up, you fill out a job application, they're going to judge you on how integral you are. The application really ain't going to matter. They don't give a damn, because even if you learn the skill somewhere else, they're going to have to retrain you on their methodology and how they do things. So if I was 18, if I wasn't playing football and I decided that I ain't want to go to college, if I had to do it all over again, I would have went right into the trades. By the time I turned 22, 23, I would have been making 6 figures, and probably would have started my own home services company. You got in California, because that was one of my territories, you got one shop that might sell everything. So the culture of home services on the East Coast is different than the West Coast. On the East Coast, you might see someone who does HVAC. They may do plumbing or electrical. Shit, out there in California, whenever you're doing roofing, siding, paving, plumbing, foundation, like they sell everything out there in California. And you'll go out there, and these business owners, they're got mad respect, they take care of you. And they just want somebody to figure out, like, hey, how can you help my business be better? I walk into $40 million operations, $80 million operations, and they're constantly trying to figure out, how can I get better? How can you help me grow, and things of that nature. So it's just, I love home improvement, and I wish more people would get involved. I'm actually working on getting involved with it as well. Is Anthony though?
Hey, Sword, I want to touch bases with you on your project. Check the police budget, especially when it comes like parks and recreation or any programs deal with children community. I was volunteering with one of my local communities for like boys and girls program. Project communities, and when we started digging into it, dude, you have to go to the police because I wasn't aware of this. I'm sure you are. Maybe I'm preaching nonsense, but we found out that like a lot of your community finances or additional funds is delegated through the police department for additional community programs for youth, anything in regards to youth community. And so with Atlanta, check your section's police budget, and you might have to go through them if you're trying to get grants.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I appreciate that. I was actually gonna head down there because that's down the north side now. So, but my heart is on the east side, so I was gonna walk up in the police station and tell them who I am and what I was looking to do. That I think your route will kind of help me out as well. I'm gonna start looking online, seeing if I can find some budget information.
Yeah, it's about find out what the budget is. So get a FOIA. So I would say hit them up at a FOIA first because when you go in there, they're gonna bullshit. They're gonna send you to like the liaison or the servant that's good. Politely she's saying get fucked, but she's not going to use that word. So I would go in there. I would submit a FOIA first for that area, so that you actually have the digits. And then when they submit you to their liaison, I'm speaking on what we had to do. Because we that polite go fuck yourself mentality, and so we hit it for, and we said, hey, this is the margin that we need for the community program. This is what you submitted for your digits for the community. We're going to submit it to our city senator, our house as well, and also to our governor. And that we're not able to utilize these funds that are delegated to, because it's all delegated to the police department, because for some fucking reason, I don't know why.
Is it delegated to Erica Kirk as well? What happened to Charles Kirk's
Hey,
wife?
man, you okay? Amen.
No, I swear to God, you don't need to make your comments to the rest of us and the rest of the world. I didn't.
He's up on the pub there, amen. But yeah, delegate. So hit him for you first. When you go in.
Is she cracking on there? What's happening with her? Like, does that make?
So that's what I would say. That way you can protect them and be like, hey, this is our community this is the margin that we're looking for. And they usually backtrack really quick. That's how we was able to progress forward in our community after 7 attempts. Just so you know, Sword.
Okay, thank you.
So, amen. What
Is
country are you from?
it no Kirkin?
No, what? You're not talking?
Kirkin, no Kirkin. Like Erica Kirk. Like that country.
Okay, hold on. No, it's all right. Hold on. My question to you is, what country are you from?
country that you asking from the help?
Okay.
Where the help
Where-
coming from? Yeah.
Okay, so you're from the United Kingdom, is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, have you ever heard of the Great Divorce?
I ever heard about the Great Divorce? Can I? Who got divorced?
The United Kingdom, and the
But who
13
got
colonies.
divorced? Who was the Great Divorce?
I'm trying to explain it to you. The 13 colonies and King George III, who was part of the United Kingdom, we divorced that country. It became the United States of America. Do you know the difference between the two countries?
Yeah, we understand that. You got divorced. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go with that.
We divorced ourselves from
Okay,
18.
and then you got rid of us. What that mean?
Yeah.
What that mean?
What that means? What that means is we don't look at our lives in the light of other individual Americans. We let other individual Americans do what they do. So for you to come on the platform and talk about other Americans, which none of us ever met, you talk about the Cook family, like we all know them personally, we don't. So my question to you is, how do you explain who you are?
Oh, wait a minute. So you do not know the people that come from your own country. You do not realize that the problem that you already have. The rest of the world is so stupid that we are the ones that are pointing out the fingers at you. Are you a bit delusional? Where the delusion?
I'm gonna go back. Hold on.
Go ahead, go on. Tell me what a delusion.
No. I'm just having a conversation with you. My question is,
I'm just having a Kit Kat with you. You know what a Kit Kat is, right? Okay.
All right. So let me make sure we're on the same page, okay? Because I'm just trying to make sure. You told us all that you're from the United Kingdom. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I'm no delusion.
Okay. So let me ask you a question right now. Currently, who is your king?
Charles.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question based on what you just said. King Charles is your king. Could you answer for us, all of us, as a subject of the United Kingdom, could you please explain to me your right as a subject of the United Kingdom? How do you operate as an independent human being?
Not me. How do you, wait. What do you mean? So do I have the ability to calculate with the United States of America? Do I have the rights to go around the rest of the world? Like, what does that mean? Do I have the authority to do my own bullshit? What is the question that you're asking? Is this an empty threat?
Okay, I'm trying to help you understand it because you come up on the platform talking about someone that you never met. I'm trying to find out about you.
I talk about America. No, I talk about you, individual. You, sir.
Wow.
You fucked up, sir. You. But you also, yeah. You're a black person, right? You as a whole black person. I know you. I'm not calculating you, but for some odd reason, you want that red, blue, and white, and whatever, right? That's your flag, right?
Okay.
Somehow that is your thing. That is your personality.
Like we're proud of it.
A flag is your personality.
Americans, and we're fucking proud of it.
Yeah, proud to be an American. We're in
Wow, guys, did you hear her talk about our flag that way? Am I missing something?
Yeah, because I thought our flag was the same color.
Yeah.
So we can fly our own flag in our country. You can't even hoist it on Main Street. You're fearful of being offended.
We're talking about the rest of the world.
Hey man, what's the color of your flag?
You can't even fly your English flag or your jack in public places because it's a law not to offend fucking immigrants in your own country. Find it offensive.
Immigration comes from all the other flags too. It also goes from another flight. Another flight calculated for another flight.
English person here.
Stupidity.
I think hey man stopped by the pub on the way home. That's what it was.
And then ran at the pub. At least we know how to drink responsible.
Hey,
Parliamentary government with a figurehead of the crown who has no real power in terms of its domestic issues. You don't have responsibility. In fact, you didn't have a choice. And now you're kowtowing to immigration status because you're afraid of actual terrorist attacks in there, rather than take a permanent stance and actually protect your own interests. So again, you should just sit down and shut up because America's been protecting your sorry asses since World War II. We rebuilt you. We helped you fucking establish a foothold. And again, you haven't actually presented anything significant to the world. Side of this. You've been a fourth world, third world country on and off since the fucking 60s. Like you haven't been anything useful except cause us problems, in which we have to clean up the messes.
Amen. What third world country did you? Hold on a second. Amen. Hold on a second.
Hold on, Edward, for you to give some like lecture to her. Like this is a drunk fucking Brit.
She's British. But what third world country are you from originally, Amen?
Great Britain.
Yeah. No, but I think she's from somewhere else beforehand.
So she's from a fifth world country and migrated to a third world country.
So I'm guessing she's like Somalian or something.
They're Americans. Exactly the one.
Hold on. Shut your slurp pipe. You fucking shut your slurp pipe.
From the gives West End vibes.
So, are you from Somalia originally?
I'm claimed another country, but it's okay, Victor.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna until the liquor wears off, and just go ahead and stay in the audience, Mason. I've been listening.
2027.
I've been listening off and on, in spurts, but then it's bitch yelling, and it's like, oh wow.
I feel like I was on an episode of Monty Python.
But I don't understand people from England. They're not even a second world nation anymore. Like China and Russia fill that vacuum. England, you're a third world nation. Europe as a whole, but you did Brexit. So you're now most assuredly fourth. You are behind China. You're not a power player. You really don't provide real significant benefits outside of, moral support. I mean, we do exercises and we give you favorable trade deals. But really, in all honesty, your existence is kind of moot. And you created most of the problems around the world in which we face today. These are long-standing issues, like the Middle East, are a direct result of your greed-mongering ways and thinking we got to make the world Britain. And in reality, we should have just shot you bucktooth bandits way back when.
Yeah, I don't think she understood the Great Divorce. We still stuck back there.
Yo, Ron's kicking the shit out of the U.S.
Light sword, I really was. I was just polite. I really was, but she missed that whole point of the reason why we divorced Great Britain. I mean, we divorced them for a reason, guys, because they were not doing well.
Right.
Well, we divorced them the first time, and then we bent them over and made them our bitch the second time. And then finally, after World War II, we're like, all right, you guys are really struggling. We don't want you to be like fucking a shithole country. But again, they've sunk themselves. Their own policies, their own currency, their own internal domestic policies pretty much crushed them. To the point where I don't give a shit. Like, have a king, have anything. But your impact on the world is nothing anymore.
Hey, man.
Dude,
it's not putting fucking beans on toast. It's fucking disgusting.
She's a third world Somali whore her and her fucking people are being floated by the British taxpayers. Like, don't even give her, to even consider her British is a fucking insult. Like, really.
They put beans on toast? Is that what they eat out there?
Fuck yeah. They conquered 90% of the world for spices and couldn't figure out how to fucking use them. They're so fucking retarded.
Yeah, they traveled all the way to my parents' country with boats
They didn't know how to make money off those places. Isn't that crazy? What a smart.
Their national dish is now tikka masala, chicken tikka masala. Because for whatever reason, they can't come up with their own. Nobody wants to eat their shit. It's goop. By the way, it's what they would fucking do. Oh, God.
Yo, Brad, how are those $2 million fees to pass to the Strait of Hormuz? How are those?
Fucking great.
You said $2 million fees?
Yeah, IRGC's a toll booth now.
Yeah, like the IRGC is going to see that $2 million.
Who paying what they already?
Everybody that wants to run oil through the Hormuz is paying $2 million.
No, they're not. You should actually look a little deeper instead of going TikTok headlines, because again, it's already affected.
You're fucking. So wait, Rico, you saying they charging people to come?
Provide the link. Provide the source and the link.
There's many. You can Google it. Just type it into Google.
I knew it.
All right, what should I type in?
Type it into Google.
What should I type in?
Fucking retard. Just type up how much.
KKK. You don't have to actually say retard. I know IRG's higher than you, and you think go and XLP is going to win at the end of the day. But you really, nobody's paying the IRG.
IRGC.
I just Googled it real quick.
Just ask Grok, bro. Just ask Grok who controls Hormuz.
What should I type in, Rico? I can Google.
Just ask Grok who controls Hormuz. It's really that simple.
Who is Grok?
You don't know who Grok? Come on, really?
He's using an AI out of Twitter to like tell him his answers instead of actually.
Oh, okay.
Use all these
guys don't think for themselves.
Some interesting answers.
I told you, Instagram news stations. Guys, that's all they do. They just take their Reddit post and say, "Oh, look, we're losing."
Grok's not Reddit.
So what is the claim that's being made that we're losing?
That Hormuz, IRGC runs Hormuz, and they're charging $2 million a tank. They got.
It actually is Reddit because it hasn't built an API, so it actually reads off of Twitter.
I thought for the time being. I thought for the time being, the problem is that they basically with the drones and other shit, they make it too risky for people to travel through, and so they're only giving pass to
ships pay and you want are getting through.
When they pay, or I think they're letting Chinese ships pass.
Yeah, they are.
But I think for the most part, everybody else is steering clear because they don't want to risk.
Yeah.
It's like trying to come up with a insurance problem that actually identifies them whole beyond their current insurance programs, which he's probably going to implement to help guarantee that transit. Italy is actually going to start jumping in and protecting in the Mediterranean to prevent any kind of fucking fire scenes.
Close down airspace to American dipshit, retard.
They close their airspace, dipshit. We have a base there, you fucking moron. You fucking. You ever hear of Sigonella?
What did Georgia Maloney say today, you fucking retard?
You fucking moron, you piece of shit. This would have better drop down your parents' legs. Because quite frankly, you're a fucking idiot. Italy is cooperating. England, France, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan, Egypt, all of these countries are actually cooperating with us. But you guys are fucking retarded.
Brad, you act like you're like a secretary.
Fucking weird nuance.
You act like you're like a defense secretary, but you're like just like a shithead.
Fucking trying to go off of. So again, you're just a fucking idiot. Go back to sitting there saying black people are dumb. And that's about the biggest contribution you'll ever say. Like to prove how stupid you are.
But Italy did say that I know obviously we have base, like we have the naval base in near Naples, and we have army base near the fuck is that? Forget the name of the place.
Sigonella.
But they have
we have port bases there. We have nuclear weapons there. We have SOF bases there.
We need that. But what came out in the news was the fuck Maloney, and it basically said that they cannot use the bases for strikes to even, so they would have to probably stage from Cyprus or some other place.
NATO's not putting up with this shit this time around. Like Spain's out.
Really? I'm sorry, NATO's not putting up with it. But here's the funny thing, Pepe. They were never using Italy to launch the strikes. So
yeah,
that's
I think so. They probably using Kuwait or
yeah.
We don't use it. So, like, this whole virtue signaling, like, hey, please don't blow up a terror thing, I guarantee you Italy went, well, you can still use our border.
Trump's begging Warsaw for attack missile systems. Trump's begging.
But again, idiots like this will just grab on because CNN posted a headline and thinks, oh,
CNN's owned by your team, bro.
Hey, again, it's just, again, they don't read.
CNN's owned by David Ellison.
Dude, shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck who owns CNN. It's fucking like you that can't fucking read. But again, these idiots grab on and they don't even realize we weren't even formulating battle plans off of Italy. We weren't utilizing.
Trump asked Poland for a missile system because our THAAD got knocked out day 2. Like, we're getting our shit.
Rico, the guy that delivered the message from the Iranian parliament, his name is Aladdin.
And Warsaw told Trump to go fuck himself.
Really? Because Poland didn't just buy a shit ton of shit we haven't even developed, so I guarantee you Poland didn't tell him to go fuck himself.
The system got knocked out like day 2, and then Trump
That's not knocked out. Do you understand how that system works?
They got decommissioned like fucking day 2.
This
Basically, what happened is
to a guy who wants America to lose. Literally, that's what he wants. Because the intelligence, if you read intelligence reports, watch a little bit of your pinpoint accurate. And boy, it's hard to be accurate if all your systems are fucking taken out and you're begging Poland for.
Okay, so why are
No, they were asking Poland for assistance. Here's the deal. They were asking Poland for assistance.
Why is the DC charging tolls to get across hormones if that's the case?
Shit, Poland is happy to assist us.
No, they asked for the system, and Poland said, like, fuck no. Obviously, they face Russia, so they're like, nope, we're not doing this. So they refused to give up their THAAD system.
Well, let me read what this article says. It says the Iranian. Now this goes to what you said, Rico. The Iranian embassy in initial comments Monday saying claims were unfounded and reflected his views rather than the official position of Iran. So what do you think about that? That speaks to. It says the Iran. Let me put it in the chat so that way everybody can read it too. But basically, the guy Aladdin came out and said that they was finna start charging as much as $2 million, and then
IRGC running a toll booth.
Hold on,
like only brink ships are getting through there.
Oh, let me read the article. Let me see what you can see. So, all right, let me scroll back down. It says the Iranian. This is the last paragraph in this article from Yahoo. It says the Iranian embassy in India contradicted Aladdin's initial comments, saying the claims were unfounded and reflected his views rather than the official position of Iran.
It's got the lipstick on the paper.
Well, we'll see in the Brent and WTI.
Oh, no, we'll
prices.
See. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it's reflected in Brent prices.
So here's the deal, Brad. Literally, the open source satellite imagery company that's been instructed to restrict and delay its imagery, and you can go look at the Daily Mail and any other outlets that have actually looked at this open source, right? Not controlled by the governments, but the governments have come in to restrict it because they're saying it's for operational security reasons, right? For information, but really it's embarrassing because they're showing all these, THAAD or whatever type of other radar installations and fucking missiles and aircraft that are being fucking hit that they are redoing and doing with precision and accuracy. And they're probably doing it with like a 50 grand drone and taking out $1 billion weapon system, right? Which is going to take years to replace. There's a finite amount.
So how many systems? Wait, how many weapon targets have they hit? How many targets have they hit?
All of Europe.
You guys all fucking cheered on Diego Garcia, and that fucking guy shot down.
Let him go.
Like, this is ridiculous from these guys. They're all like fucking incel fucking wannabes. And you got the Irish fucking wannabe IRA guy coming on here. Tim fucking guy who got fucking booted like 8 million times.
He's a British man. He's from Northern Ireland.
Yeah, that's right. He's the British Irishman. A British man in Ireland.
This neighbor doesn't even know he's talking.
He's Northern Ireland.
Then You guys
Those are the people the IRA wanted to kill.
Yeah, these are the guys we tried to get the car from.
Here's back to the topic.
Yeah, so again, these guys hit like one fucking apartment building, and then all of a sudden it's like the failure of it, but they don't talk about 21 that were fucking shut down.
What does it taste like?
I don't know. What is your mama's? I can tell you what your mama's vagina tastes like. I'm sorry I didn't leave your sister.
Brad,
I am sorry I didn't do that. I guess maybe I should have probably not did anal with her.
But your little
again, fucking hey. You are, yeah, really? What are you gonna do, bitch? What are you gonna do, you British fucking fat? What are you gonna do? You're gonna order beans on toast and think somehow you haven't. You're gonna fucking give me some red pill fucking theory that you're like, oh, satellite imagery shows me this. Even though you never read a satellite report in my life, you can't fucking do it.
He's never served?
You've never served. You've never served shit except fucking serving your ass up to every faggot.
No, M did serve.
What the fuck would he know?
He served what? Served what?
He served in
the fucking mass hole in the fucking chunk.
Wait, what did he serve in? Oh, wait. I mean, he served
the Navy. I think, were you the Navy or Army?
You're in the fucking rear with a gear, Brad. What the fuck have you ever done?
Oh, yeah, I was. You're sure about that, bitch boy? You were fucking, if you served, you were a fucking cook. You ladled beans on toast. I ain't gonna shut the fuck up. You ain't gonna do shit, motherfucker. You ain't gonna do fucking shit except for fucking grave my balls as they drag across your face and fucking make you fucking wet inside. The most moist guys on here happen to be you and fucking this dipshit over here. So go on and tell me some more of your fucking bullshit as far as your fucking experience in the Middle East, because you ain't read shit. You don't know shit. You can't even explain what the THAAD system was. You didn't even fucking understand what it was. And you guys, again, benefit off of my fucking blood, sweat, and tears and can't have yours. But again, keep gurgling, keep swallowing that fucking ball taste in your mouth. Those are mine. They clang when I fucking walk. They're brass. They ding dong while I go, rather than yours sounding like little marbles in a sack. So you got that. You can't do shit, man. Again, these like wannabe IRA fucking red cell incel fucking people are fucking dumb. These are like fucking retarded people and fucking they have no facts. All they do is just fucking cry all day fucking long about how pathetic they really are. And then at the end of it, they want to cry so hard about what didn't go on and who didn't fucking let them talk because they had freedom and they think they're smarter than everybody else. But in reality, you buck-toothed bandits are just sitting there fucking crying all day long about how big bad America is. America's going down. When in fact, we fucking won everything. We won your freedom. Down and shut the fuck up, you British guy living in Ireland. You don't have the opportunity to do so. You don't have anything to offer the world. The only thing you could offer the world is really basically swallowing fucking some other guy's load so they don't get fucking pregnant. The best thing you can do is not reproduce, because I know there's no, I'm pro-abortion in this day and age because I want these guys, every woman should just be like using Drano and a plunger to flush them out with Roto-Rooter as a backup. That's how bad these guys need out. They're fucking retarded. They're fucking dumb. Like, how stupid are you?
No, you're not. In your ass, boy. That's right.
You ain't fucking shit, man. You guys are fucking, the day you were born, the day you rose out of your mother like a fucking cream pie was the day you fucking actually became the highest you will ever be. The best part of you was literally dripping on the sheets. Mother got done filming her fucking gangbang. That's the best you ever did. That was the most highest you could ever achieve anything. You don't have it. I can do this all day, dude. I got this shit. You got that? Nothing? You got nothing. And that meeting face to face, the best you got is you'll throw out the N-word. The best you got is N-word. That's the only thing you think you guys can say online. Oh, I'm going to say anything. Somehow I matter and I have intelligence. Shut up, N-word. Shut up, N-word. But you know what? You don't have intelligence. Because you know what I know? What these guys don't know is that you're a fucking weak, feckless little online warrior. You've never fucking met face to face. You never fought in your life. You lied about shit. You got exposed on this app. You were called bullshit time and time again. You got fucking played out, even by the Irish, even by people in Britain, where you got fucking packed up. In fact, I believe that occurred in Jason Muse's room. And you still fucking can't live that shit down. And came back under a different fucking character. And every time you do, you come back under a different character. Every trying to actually think you have something intelligent to give and tell Americans what they ought to do. But you don't have anything to offer because you can't fucking do it. Like I said again, the best part of you, the highest you'll ever rise, is again a wet stain on the fucking mattress after your daddy fucking pulled out and went for milk. I'm sorry you grew up eating water with your cornflakes because daddy never came back home. But you don't have the excuse to be the feckless woman that you are. Anything more? Hey, anything more you want to try to do? Anything else you want to try to do? Because you can't fucking beat me. You can't fucking top me. You can't do shit, motherfucker. Because you know what? I'm bigger, I'm tougher, I'm stronger, I'm faster, I'm fucking richer than you. And I have all that. And the best you can come up with is calling me a fucking nigger. That's the only thing you can ever fucking do. And you think somehow or another that somehow gives you a claim to high intelligence. It just shows how stupid you are, how fucking dumb you are, and how fucking retarded you actually become. Because that's the only thing you can ever do. You know, personally, guys like you are so glad that we should reach through your rectum, pull your spine out, and beat you down. I swear to God, your mama should have been skull fucked until she was dropped on the carpet, and then she could have fucked. Dude, you don't have shit. You're a fucking wannabe rapist. You're a fucking pedo or some other shit. Because that's what fucking Jason Muse fucking exposed was you're full of shit and you're full of bullshit every fucking time. So again, you little fucking incel fucking pedo rings that always seem to get couched in Christian nationalism seem to be popping up as pedo. Time I turn around, and it's usually you buck-toothed bandits that are fucking over there. Put your little beans on some fucking, and that's all you guys ever fucking do. All you ever do. You don't have a fucking, you're never going to talk, dude. I'm not going to let you talk. I'm not going to do anything out there that's going to allow you to talk to Americans because quite frankly, you're probably the dumbest fucking idiot on here. So go chasing little kids in fucking Ireland or Scotland or Wales or wherever the fuck it is you're hiding these days, and go fucking keep going there until you get caught, because we know that you guys are nothing more than child rapists and fucking little wonky little fucking creepy fucks all the fucking time. You have been, you always will be. You guys were too stupid to even control an empire. You lost to a fucking guy who went on a hunger strike and managed to turn around and say, get the fuck out of my country. Why would we listen to any fucking idiot that came from Britain ever? You lost to a guy who did a peaceful fucking hunger strike, and you couldn't even beat him. The guy was 100 pounds. You expect me to sit down there and back down to some English fucking person? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of this nation. Shut the fuck up. Go. Here's a good one. Go start your own room. Go start your own conspiracy room. Go start that whole bullshit again and see how long you last. You know what? I'm willing to bet you it's 10 minutes and you'll come back under a new name and new profile and you'll sound like this. Hi. No. The TAD system. It was gone. And the U.S. is going to lose everything. You guys are getting utterly destroyed by Iran. A fucking fifth world fucking nation. You guys are a third world, fourth world country to begin with. Actually, Iran may be tougher than England right now. It may be tougher than you. I would rather see the IRGC go against England, which is probably why you guys didn't want to go down there, is because you knew right off the bat, fucking faggots would you.
That's interesting. Now, if the U.S. decided that they wouldn't protect Europe, would y'all be able to do it on your own?
We've been living long too close too many years. To be fair, France and you.
France and England probably could hold their own. The rest of the nation, England couldn't hold shit.
That's right.
Didn't they get Trump to fuck off by stationing troops in NATO? In Greenland, rather?
Nope. How could Poland tell Trump to fuck off on
Because they
Greenland?
put NATO troops in Greenland and then he fought off.
No, that's not how it works. And Poland doesn't own Greenland. Dumbasses don't even know who owns fucking Greenland. It's Denmark.
Yeah, probably not a NATO country.
So again, we still have troops there. We have bases there. Did you know that? We pull in ports there. No, he's not. You're not doing shit, dude. Again, you're not going to have any prominence. I'm going to keep packing you up. Because the only thing you've said is the N-word, and you think somehow, yeah, I told you, that's all you guys got. That's your shock value. Dude, that's all you guys got is I'm going to say the N-word. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it because that.
Okay, look, the potato nigger and the half potato nigger keep on arguing and screaming over each other, and we cannot understand what's going on. It was, I tried to let it go, but you guys are just taking up all the space.
Oh, dude, Pepe, I'm not letting him speak. I don't give a fuck.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't give a fuck. You ain't gonna get shit.
Yeah, well, I'm not
You ain't going anywhere, dude. Except down to the goo. Except down to the goo. I can promise that shit. And off the app, I know that. I know that account split. I know that. I know that. But I guarantee all those people in the audience already did.
Alright, I moved him down. It's just too much. We gotta keep going here. Unless you still want to play with him,
No, I don't.
Pause on that, by the way.
I'm gonna just play with his tonight.
They did it. Send like what 13 soldiers to Greenland. Ooh, it's a big
14. But you know the thing is that if you were, I know you served, right? If you heard America was coming to Greenland, and you were in another country, and somebody said to you, "Hey, Steffi, we're sending you and 13 other troops over there. Y'all are going to stop America." What would you think your value is to that country?
They're gonna suck my dick or something. Yeah, but I'm just saying, dude, Greenland, dude, we've had troops there. When they said, "Oh, there's 30,000 troops," hello, we've had 30,000 troops in Greenland and on bases for like what the last 20 plus years, maybe longer. For Brad, I'm sorry, Senior Chief, don't beat me up too much, but I think well over 20 years, we've had troops stationed in Greenland.
Shit, we prevented the invasion in World War II. We deflected multiple attempts by Russia in the Cold War to have basically footholds in that area. So, I mean, I'm confused. We do training out there all the time.
Don't kill me, Senior Chief. I wasn't aware.
These guys act like there's something there. I know we do training because I was fucking there training. It sucks. But you guys apparently, all these incels who play Call of Duty all day seem to know, or some fucking British guy overseas. It's on my Reddit forum or Discord channel tells me otherwise. But yeah, we don't fucking do work in Greenland.
Hey, Brad, can I say so to the
And literally serves in the Royal Navy, didn't he?
Hey, I just want to let you guys know, this is, Brad is, in the military, we dread the day you gotta have a conversation with a senior judge. When you bring stupid shit up, senior chief puts belt to ass. So guys, understand how he talks. That's what a senior chief is, Brad. I had to put that out there. Let people think you're just being an asshole, but no. Brad's a great guy. You bring bullshit up, you're gonna get a bad.
And it's always amazing, Steppy, that a lot of these guys, and I don't knock like the Mats for not serving or anything like that, but it's always amazing that you got these guys on here saying the U.S. is losing. Look at you lost Gulf War, you lost Afghanistan, and all these stuff. And I'm sitting there going, did we? Are you sure about that? And they're like, oh, yeah. Where's weapons? Weapons of mass destruction. They don't realize that they were already fucking there. We took care of them. We knew they were there. It was a nice little play on words for fucking CNN and MSNBC. But again, these news networks don't even bother to follow through. And then when they sit there and tell us, oh yeah, you guys got your asses beat, America's on the way down. They don't look at our kill ratios. They don't look at how many of the fucking people we fucking decimate and send to Davy Jones. No. What they're doing the outbreaks on MSNBC.
They don't look at the KDR. Like when they bring up, like the one I hate was when they bring up Vietnam. They say we lost Vietnam. I was like, bro, we didn't militarily, and we did not lose Vietnam. And they go, bro, we had literally 12 days of fucking bombing. Literally 12 days of Christmas, some people will call it. And then at the end of it, they came to the table and said, okay, we're done. And then 3 years later, communists came back. It's like the dumbest fucking thing when people say we lost Vietnam. It's the same thing when they say we lost Afghanistan. I was like, no, we did not lose Afghanistan. We maintained.
Yeah, so still, it doesn't change the fact that there's $2 million fees to get through Hormuz. And the IRGC toll booths.
One paid. There's not even this verified. It's just being reported that one is paid the $2 million. Number one. Number two, we look at losing in America. We have a country who had a military. That country has no boat presence in the water. If you came to America, anybody, I would like to know who's parking their boats in the Gulf of America, who's parking their boats on Miami Beach, who's parking their boats in the Hudson River, who's parking. Nobody is. Okay, but we've got our boats surrounding them. Their boats are not controlling the water. The reason that they have control is because they do still have missiles. And the reason they have missiles is because they reported 1,000 missiles a month. And the missile we used to shoot down, we were producing 7 a month. So guess what? Guys that say we shouldn't have gone in don't realize that everybody going since they took office said we need to go in. They all said they were a problem. Every president. Shit, the Secretary of State Hillary Clinton said it. She said she'd have gone and bombed their asses.
There's a Fox News link in the chat about $2 million a tanker.
And one has been reported to have done it. I just read that. So, guess what? The fact is this. You don't tell people, yeah, go ahead and go, because they do still have missiles, and they will strike because they're throwing a tantrum, and their neighbors are losing patience. But the reality is our planes are flying over there. Not a problem. They sent a Warthog in. You ain't sending a Warthog in if they've got some badass air defense. You're not doing it.
We sent the 31st. We've sent the Tripoli. We've sent, what do we got? Airborne 29-7. We got those 2 carriers. Oh, yeah, and various other attack squadrons.
I'm going to buy some defense trucks. This is going to be a long war.
Dude, the 29 Tucanas are in, and anybody knows what the Tucanas are. Dude, those are a single prop airplane that has basically, munitions 250 cal. So
all their missile silos and drones are underground.
It's going to be a matter where they're at. Once they launch, we have them. That's the dumbest thing ever. Capability studies, we even proved it with Diego Garcia. They can't do it. Like all of the stuff where the U.S. is losing, as soon as they pop their heads up and shoot, we have them. We know where they're at, and then we blow that shit to high hell. They can have it underground. It doesn't matter. We're hoping they shoot. We're asking them to shoot because we know that. And Bradley Cooper, who's the admiral in the region, who basically decimated their entire coastline and their navy, you clearly don't know any of that shit. You're just giving me Fox News headlines, and you didn't even read the article.
It was MSNBC.
Whatever, they're all the same. You're just reading fucking some article going by the headlines. You don't even read it. What was it? I just read it. It told you one is alleged to have paid, but they can't even confirm it. Oh my God! Oh, I read
There's a lot of sources talking about
IRGC says they're fucking winning the war, and dipshits like you are fucking believing them. And I'm sitting there going, where, when, what facts do you have? And you gave me a fucking shitty headline and said, here, read it. And then when we read it, it still didn't prove your theory.
I mean, just look at the pump in the U.S. Like how much you gained for gas in the past month.
We're not paying $5.07 like we were under Biden.
Cheaper
Without
than Biden. Still fucking cheaper.
Here we go. I'm just speaking facts, Rico. You speak them, I'm speaking them. You weren't on here complaining. I never saw you on here complaining at that time going, we're paying $5.07 for gas. Why did we do it? Because of policies that he did. Sure, you can say, oh, COVID, and you can say this and that, but yet they literally reduced the strategic reserves.
I didn't agree with Biden attacking fucking Russia.
Here's the deal. What did he do? Policy.
A red versus blue thing, you fucking idiot.
It's not red versus blue, you fucking moron. You're a fucking jackass. You are the stupidest motherfucker on here because you go to fucking stupid childish bullshit every time, fucking Rico. I'm talking about a conversation, but you fucking can't be adult enough to do it. What fucking policies did Biden specifically do that caused a problem? Because I can tell you, I fucking got a house in a goddamn state, not far from where it fucking happened.
Yeah, Biden was retarded. He backed Ukraine. I agree.
You what?
Back to Ukraine. I agree. That was reasons that caused the. I'm not a Democrat, you fucking moron.
Hey, dumb fuck. You are really seriously. You come in here and you're like, losing. We're losing. Marcus losing. Marcus losing. This is what your talking point is. You act like a. Seriously, what you come across like Rico is a 5-year-old. I know you
Thanks for the ad.
This is
Hey, Ice, can I ask you real quick, my guy? I'm going to address to the group real good positive note. This is a little factor for you guys to understand where the IRGC's air power is decimated. Okay, B-52 bombers are literally going into mainland. So understand this: that dropping 70,000 pounds of solid ordnance. These aircraft that are big, sluggish. They call it buff reason. Buff as big, ugly, fat fucker. All right, because they're not built for the looks. They're not built to evade SAMs. They are mission. And so if we have B-52s going in there and fucking teabagging the fucking IRGC mainland, that means that we have complete air dominance. All right, we have A-10s in there coming in, and like I said, putting belt to fucking ass. We got Vipers in there. That's the new version of the Cobras. We got Apaches going in there, which are dominantly targeting fast attack boats, one-way drones, and they're doing a great fucking job, guys. All right. Dude, we even got the Spooks. Anybody want to know what the Spooks are? That's a C-130 with basically with 105 mil cannon out the fuck side of it, and two 30 mils on the side too, just basically playing laser tag with the IRGC. So that is to explain the dominance in the air that the U.S. has. Okay, so please take that into consideration when you guys spout bullshit. When the IRGC on your newsfeed says that they are winning the war.
Well, here's the better part on the naval front, Steppy. So we we're aware that right inside the strait there in the narrow channel, we have the Roosevelt Buckley, Oscar Austin, and Thomas Huntner. These are destroyers. These are pretty powerful destroyers. This is why we don't need other ships there. But basically, our destroyers act like battleships these days. But what these guys don't realize is there's 4 other destroyers on the eastern side of the Mediterranean and 6 destroyers in the Arabian Sea, all with various strike capabilities. And that is separate from the destroyers that are circling the carrier groups that are actually running interference. So now you've got all these destroyers patrolling that area, and somehow or another, these assets are saying America's losing the war, but we haven't lost one ship yet. We haven't lost one. So these guys really don't know how warfare is. They've never been in the fight. And they, like, again, it just goes to show that these guys don't know either land or nautical warfare, nor air, outside of a fucking video game.
Yeah, I'll make this easy. I just looked it up. The U.S. has struck between 11,000 and 13,000 targets of the IRGC. And that's contrasted with the IRGC has only hit 1,238 of their targets. 1,200, 1,200 compared to, well, we'll round it off to 12,000. And we're going, the U.S. wants to hit 16,000. So there's no way that Iran, just by the numbers alone, can claim they are winning anything.
Because I just want to kind of look at it. They fired thousands of missiles, right? And they've sent in
like 4,000 total.
Yeah.
I think it's 4,000.
But how many, what was the percentage of those that hit? Because that's right. Because we look like all these idiots, and I'm talking direct strikes that actually hit. There's a percentage ratio, and I forget what it was, but I thought it was like 12%. Because I thought that was significantly low, considering the amount of power that Iran was claiming to have. But I know that they can't do anything against it, and their guidance systems are weak at best.
Brad, I want to throw something out there, and I welcome back. You agree with me? So if all of a sudden, because there's threats now, they now say they have an intercontinental ballistic missile, right? So let's just say that they have that. So they lied, said they only had a missile that could go 1,250 miles. They showed that they could go 2,500 miles. They lied, right? Proven lie. Then they say, well, we're just weeks away from getting a nuclear weapon. Then they make threats about saying, we're going to have a strike that'll shock the world. Nobody's ever seen it. That seems like a nuclear weapon, probably, right? But every president said we can't let them. The neighbor said we can't let them. The UN says we can't let them get one. Everybody says it, right? But now they're making threats saying that they could hit America. But it's just, I want to throw this out there. If they did fire a nuke on an ICBM and fired it at America, do you think these people would be like, holy shit, we should have gone in sooner? Or do you think they'd be like, ha ha, way to go, Iran? I think most of these people, like Rico and everybody else, would be like, ha ha, way to go, Iran, way to show America.
I think Space Force will catch it before it even got to the atmosphere. I'm sorry to be naive, but Space Force would fucking take care of it before we even,
No, that's not necessarily true. Yes, we have receptors, but the stuff Space Force deals with are like satellites and movements around the Earth, X-37B, right? Like we don't, I'm aware of, we don't have a Star Wars SDI-like system around the Earth like Ronald Reagan proposed.
We actually have it on our ships, Marshal. We have a way to interfere with guidance systems, and we have a way to interfere from satellites on there. And yes, Space Force has some weird capabilities. I will not make fun of Space Force anymore because they're the only fucking group of guys that scared me.
Well, this is a little off topic, but in my GOP county convention to get ready for state, we want a Space Force base down here because we've hosted 4 or 5 other military bases. I think considering SpaceX's launch point, what they did for the DoD, right? It'd be great to have Space Force down here.
And I'm scared of them. Those guys scare me more than than any other group. And I can't make fun of Delta Force anymore because they pulled off a perfect operation. But Space Force, these kids are scary.
Did you hear about some of the reports from people that were there when they went into Venezuela that said that they used some sort of a weapon on them that made them disoriented? They were vomiting and stuff, and they said it seemed like the Americans were unaffected by it.
And the nose was bleeding.
Yeah, the nose was bleeding out of the air, everything. Yeah, I heard about it.
This just tells us nobody here has a freaking clue what our military has. See, we have in America here, we have a thing you could invent tomorrow Rico, you could invent, have something that free energy, so better than anything, 50% efficient solar panel, right? Guess what? U.S. government says, thank you, we're taking that. You don't get to put it on the market. Guess why? They look at it as national security thing. So there's things out there that have been done that we don't know about. They've got. There's technology. As hell, you can watch the show Future Weapons from when, and it's amazing what's out there, and they're not letting you see what we've got. Listen to what some of the pilots have said they've seen in the air.
Sorry, you missed it. We like two wannabe KKK white graper, guys who like to play tummy sticks. They basically were telling us how the U.S. is cooked and Iran is like defeating us militarily, and they're just like taking our ass. And so we're coming off of that argument.
Well, I want to speak to that. I'm in the defense industry, and I have a TS, so of course I can't speak to anything in that, and in regards to descriptives. But what I will speak to is I do think our technology isn't being handled well, and we are exposing ourselves unnecessarily. We're showing our cards unnecessarily, which potentially can put us in a compromising position. So yes, we might have some cool stuff, but if we continue to use it irresponsibly, it's not going to be so cool. And also, we're not the big dogs walking around with the big stick anymore. A lot of people have big sticks out there.
Who has a bigger stick than us?
I was about to ask that.
Yeah, there's China for one. China has a big stick.
And, okay, let's interrogate that for a second. Let's look at their Navy. Do they have a big stick when it comes to their Navy?
Yes.
Okay. How does that make sense if they can't circumnavigate the globe, number one? And if number two, they've only been able to use Coast Guard vessels for regional enforcement in the South China Sea. How does that make them have a big stick?
Listen, I'm not gonna. I don't want to get into details trying to.
Nobody ever.
Hold on. Let me finish my statement, and then we'll answer your question. I don't want to get into details for the sake of winning an argument, but I will say it's a reason that previous leadership in regards to military actions, we're handling the situation gingerly when it comes to addressing the China situation.
Okay, so
you do realize that most of us on the stage right now have had various clearances at one point or another in our lives, and so like we're going to be able to tell you're kind of talking out your ass on that. We're well aware of what can and can't be stated.
Well, I mean, if you think I was using my clearance as a measuring stick, they give them out ridiculously now. Just like some people in administration was using Signal to communicate military actions. So the validity of a clearance, I'm just letting you know where I'm talking from.
If you answer the question honestly, what you would have said is that China has an asymmetric area access, area denial strategy in the South China Sea through a combination of land-based missiles, bases on Spratlys and the Parcels. That would have been an argument that they could shut down a strait that controls 85 to 90% world trade at any one given time. You don't want to go into detail because it's not winning. To me, this is not winning an argument. This is interrogating your knowledge of something and figure out whether you have the detailed knowledge to make said statement, right? Which is why I asked you about the Navy. Let's go to something else.
Well, irregardless, I'm not here to measure my accomplishment or prove. Let me finish because I'm gonna land my plane.
Land that plane.
Yeah, I have no military clearance, and even I know that the Chinese Navy is no match for the U.S. government's for our Navy. It has no ability to travel throughout the world, otherwise called deep water ability. So, but But yeah, I just wanted to say I saw what you were saying about the U.S. government seizing technology. Yeah, my dick was.
So is this a propaganda room?
No, it's not. Which is exactly why I said the proper answer to the Chinese having a bigger stick was the area access, area denial, which allows them to lock the Seventh Fleet out of the South China Sea, but which you didn't know. So you made an overwhelming declaratory statement about something which you don't have detailed knowledge on. Like, let's just move off the Navy for a second. What about Chinese Special Forces? Where do Chinese Special Forces rank according to U.S. Special Forces? And why do Chinese forces have a better capability than U.S. forces? I didn't ask the question to hear myself talk. I asked the question.
Who's doing the ranking? That's what muting me. Who's doing the ranking?
I'm asking you. You're doing the ranking, whether that's because of your personal opinion or because you have looked it up someplace. What I'm trying to do is test your assertion that they have the bigger stick in the world.
I didn't. That wasn't my argument. That wasn't my argument.
Literally said they had the bigger.
No, I said they have. I said we're not the only one with a big stick.
Who has a bigger stick? Did you say? Trying to figure out how China's stick is large.
No, that was a question asked.
Whose stick is larger, really, Trump's or Xi?
You're breaking up.
My question is, why would you enter a room and say I work in DOD? Every person in my life that does any type of civilian DOD interactions, they do not openly jump onto a public platform that has global access to broadcast that they're DOD or have any affiliation. That's a red flag to me.
I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to prove or prove that. My affiliations. That's not what I came here for. This is a conversation. What are you gonna do? You gonna attack my home or try to get secrets? What can you do? What the fuck?
No, we're just trying to determine if we can have a good conversation with you. There's no hostility.
Well, it seems like there's a lot of hostility, and to have a good faith conversation is simple.
Yeah,
just have good faith.
All right. Well,
just have good faith.
Just admit that your first statement was full of crap, and we can.
Like, I didn't ask you because I wanted to hear myself talk or because I wanted to attack you. I asked you because I was trying to get your background of knowledge.
I told you.
Answer it.
I told you my background in the terms.
Dude, you can just own it and just say you talked out your ass because Alan and Marshall both exposed.
Or you can have good faith and just take my input.
And if I had good faith, I believe everybody is a multi-billionaire and that Rico actually has some kind of claim to fame, and that all incel idiots on here that tell me that black people are inferior to white people, somehow I would believe them. I don't have faith in people. I don't put my faith in people.
Can I pivot to the Rio Grande to go back to kind of the subject that you guys were talking about? If you PTR my picture, you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, he left. I wanted him to hear it, but anywho's, Marshall, do you see my PTR? Can you see that little? It's like a mini sub boat floating on top the water, and what it is, it's an unmanned surface vehicle, and it's actually right now training in the Rio Grande region. So it's when you're talking about next level, what are our U.S. forces doing and whatnot? Just like, we're worried about drone. I mean, they're already 5 years ahead of that, understanding the evolution of munitions. So I found this one to be quite interesting because not just an intel vehicle. It's not just floating around. It can go under, but it also has some destructive or like neutralizing operations. So like that are very high tech. It can like do directional jamming of frequencies to a server of command control, and then spoofing the drift of the craft off course so people can't really track it. It does a subsurface netting, what's called a boom, and it just creates a design to create like foul propellers and waterways, rendering craft dead in the water, like other smaller crafts, right? So if you think about a boat that's going to try to land, just a common fisherman's boat that's going to be used to lay mines in the water, then they can render that craft, a non-effective. And then it also has like acoustic detection. It deploys hydrophones to pick up like motor categorization, allowing for early warning before low profile craft enters visual range. So that gives like an automatic eyes and ears of seeing what actual threats can come around, not only beach or waterfronts, but also to help escort said, like, let's say larger ships in and out of waterways. So that one came across my connections, and I thought it was interesting. So I wanted to hear the guy what he was talking about as far as like actual military procurement, and the Marine Corps is known for, I mean, Leah, sorry, Brad, but they are, don't act new. But they have a huge procurement program for non-lethal weapons. So when you were hearing about the discombobulator that Trump likes to call it in Venezuela, that is a form of non-lethal weapons. So there's a ton of them that I could talk about. That my late husband, he was the procurement officer for non-lethals, which was weird because he just wanted to blow everything up. But the military is like way ahead of it, but this is just an example. I mean, I wouldn't even have thought of such a thing of what I have in my PTR, but it's quite interesting what they.
Sounds like you want to be an EOD, Miss KK.
Oh hell no! We had EOD on the Cuban fence line. Those guys are crazy.
Have you seen the little they're like mini drone tanks they drop off, and it's like they can hide in like grass. They got a little scope that comes up. So not only can they use different radar systems, they can literally visually see incoming. And they've got little missiles and stuff on them, targeting systems. It's amazing the stuff that we've got. And like, it's so funny because nobody knows this, and they think like, oh, we're just going to go drop in like Vietnam and Iran. And it's like, they don't understand. We won't do that until our military leaders say, we're safe. We feel safe doing that. Everybody thinks this is Donald Trump just roguely going in and saying, this is what we're doing. No, I listened to the guy who literally was there. I don't remember if he said 20 some years that he was there running that. He was the one that was strategic plan for that area. I think it was on CNN or MSNBC. He was talking about the boots on the ground, and he's a big supporter of it. And he explained why. And there's many reasons why. But he says you take these targets. Right now, what they're doing is they're still flying over. Every time they fire missiles, they give us new targets because it opens us up to new intelligence because our drones pick up those firing. But right now, what people don't like, and I wanted to ask him, the one guy who said he had the DoD clearances, and those guys, there's a bunch of people, there's hundreds of thousands of people that work for the DoD and get clearances for different things from hospitals to administration. So it's like, okay, we can take it all with a grain of salt. You might have that. I can tell you, I know for a fact that there's an outfit here, I will not say who is flying drones in the Ukraine Russia war. I let it start, and I was like, interesting. We talked about it a bit.
Well, I said
hold on. The reality. Let's go ahead. No, so I was going to say, when he wants to talk about the big sticks, the biggest stick of all is our Ohio class subs, and that's what we know of. Okay, they can hold 27 tridents. Oh, but our rules say we can only 22, so we do. Where are the rest of them waiting on board our freaking ships to replenish them? Right, 22. Inside of each one of those 22 are 8 warheads that are 40 times the size of what we dropped on Hiroshima. So one nuclear sub can literally devastate. Now, do we want to? No. But when we talk about the size of somebody's stick, that Ohio class sub is carrying the biggest damn stick of all.
Well, I mean, think about what we were able to accomplish just last night or today, which was we flew B-52s, refueled them in the air, dropped the munitions, and did a ring around the rosy to drop more.
Inland, don't forget inland, Miss KK, and deep inland.
Just south of Tehran. So they're not going to put a B-52 in that type of potential, harm and liability to get shot down if there wasn't complete control with it. But started it first, on the coastline, and then they creeped in further in and further in. And the reason why is like we're revealing their munitions, what they have or what they lack thereof. So if anyone is like ever have access to go to Marine Corps East or Marine Corps West, you'll be blown away. It's basically the largest convention for any type of military gears where all the government officials go to purchase like the next generation of gear and everything. It's phenomenal. So when I went this year, I was like, I don't even know what the fuck that does, right? And it's pretty incredible, but it's going to be interesting on what's going to be like the next.
Well, I want to touch bases. I mean, since when the Ukraine and Russian conflict started, America, and just like even our enemies, they observed the new era of fighting. I mean, we saw it with FPVs, drones, the way that they turned around and used recreational object and then transitioned it immediately into warfare. I mean, so it transitioned the mindset of warfare completely. And so I like to address that America's military, all the branches, we're adapting to new intel, new obstacles, and we're seeing this currently with the operation that's taking place. Like Miss KK brought really good focus points when she brought up the subcomponents that they're testing out, followed by with B-52. Dude, a lot of our operations are very direct, but we're very observational. I mean, we're not just going to send a unit out and not project a secondary reconnaissance. Like a lot of people don't know what after action reports are. Brad's filled them out. Miss KK's late husband filled them out. All the way down to a PFC level. Everything you do in a mission status or even in a training exercise, you have to redundancy do an action report, and it's just to see the capabilities of observing, so they can go up to the chain of command, and then it gets delegated amongst how the transition parts are. So when people say America is losing the fight, dude, we grow as we fight. That's why the term adapt and overcome, because we partake, we identify issues, we project new solutions, and then we execute the projection. Sorry for my rant, Miss KK. Thank you for letting me cherry pick up.
No, we don't have to keep the military talk. I think we kind of exhausted it. We can go back to what the mods would like to talk about. But yeah, Marshall, that's floating around your Rio Grande doing tests.
I haven't heard Leroy come on. What you guys do, away or something? I do miss hearing Leroy's opinion.
Leroy.
Last week, maybe the week before, he was contradicting that was brought up factual?
Oh, that's his game.
Mr. Mack took off a little bit.
So does anyone know the results of the poll?
Right now, I see 131 votes, 86% yes for a safer election, 10% for no disenfranchisement, 6% for I don't know.
SCOTUS is going to argue birthright citizenship tomorrow.
That's going to be compelling. It's going to be interesting to see where it lands and what it pertains to, because I can't make a guess on it. The Supreme Court, as much as like liberals say it's all Trump's Supreme Court, they don't always side with him, and sometimes they do.
Which cases?
The birthright citizenship.
It depends on my interpretation. It depends on a couple of things. It depends on whether you read being in the jurisdiction thereof as encompassing everybody. It also depends upon how the win, please correct me because I'm going to get this wrong, long can the arc, I think is the court case. Those two things are going to be intimate in that, plus the rationale for the writing of the amendment in the first place. Which, if anybody's curious, you can get some rationale for the writing of the amendment off of avalon.yale.edu. It's a repository for old documents, and a lot of them are documents from American history. And so you can read up yourself. People can read up themselves on that if they're interested. I'll drop the website in the chat for people. But from my understanding, those are some of the key pieces they will be deciding.
How do you think the outcome will be?
I think Gorsuch, Barrett, and Roberts are all in the pro-14th Amendment camp. I think Alito, Kavanaugh, and Thomas are in the 14th Amendment does not protect everybody, or the birthright citizenship clause does not grant everybody citizenship. I would be surprised if Amy Coney Barrett was a little bit different, although she's not as much of what they call a textualist as Neil Gorsuch is. All it really means is, like, you can be a originalist and a textualist. But a textualist means you read the document and what the document says it means. And so you then take the originalist part of that, which is like reflecting on what they meant at the time, and you combine together. So I think it'll be interesting no matter which way it comes. But that's at least what they're arguing over. So if people are curious about reading not just the 14th Amendment, but some of its rationale, avalon.yale.edu is a good place to start looking. It may not give you all the documents that you need, but it'll give you a start.
I don't know. I'm wondering if they're going to go back to the intention and behind it and look directly at it, because birthright citizenship was mostly in part for Asians, Black Americans, particularly Black Americans that were enslaved in this land, to be able to have legitimate status, and it wasn't intended to be an open door pathway for immigrants to just drop a kid on our shores, able to say, hey, you can't send me home because I have a kid that's an American now. And I think and in fact, we even denied it to multiple groups, including Native Americans, until 1960, like later into the 1900s. So,
it reads Indians not taxed. I think that's the 14th. I could be wrong. There's like a there's a section of the amendment that reads Indians not taxed. And you're right, at the start of the country, when the 14th Amendment was written right after the Civil War, it meant a very specific thing. I just wonder how a textualist will look at it versus a strict originalist. Thomas is a strict originalist. He really goes back to like the founders and says, this is what it should be, this is what it shouldn't be. Versus like a Gorsuch looks at the text itself and says, what does it say? And if it's universalized, textualists in the federal judiciary are more likely to say the text means as written, versus somebody like Thomas, who's more likely to say the text means this very specific thing for this very specific group of people.
Well, I think Thomas will be against birthright citizenship in the way that it's been implied. Who else? Amy Coney Barrett might probably be against the way it implies based on her previous ruling, but I'll give her a 10% swing on that one.
Oh, Lito for sure.
Lito for sure. Roberts, that's a coin flip. It depends.
He's Kennedy.
Yeah, but you never know where he's going to really fall along the line. Ketanji Brown Jackson's going to go, obviously, birthright citizenship is a right of anybody who comes to the country. We know that's going to happen.
That's going to be interesting no matter which way it's decided. It'll piss a lot of people off one way.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it also, and isn't the main thing, whether or not he even has the authority? I could be wrong about that. So that while the issues of whether or not birthright citizenship was ended, I think there's also going to be arguments about,
can the president his imposition in the first place?
What?
There's a question about constitutionality of his imposition on an amendment in the first place. The administration will argue something to the effect of, we're allowed certain discretion in this particular part of the amendment, and so the federal government gets to decide. The court will say, you have the power to do that too. Or they will say, you have overstretched your power, you are not allowed to alter a constitutional amendment, and the constitutional amendment is quite clear. So it could go either one of those ways. But you are right, there is a question whether he has the power to make the pronouncement in the first place.
But if they do that, that would be blatantly incorrect. Because they only reading the first third of a whole sentence.
Well, it depends. Like I said, if you read the Constitution and it reads, people are subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Right.
Subject to the jurisdiction thereof means any place in the United States legal authority, or at least that's the traditional standing, right? The administration is arguing in the jurisdiction thereof does not apply to those people who are not here legally. So it's a question which is in the gray and could be decided in the gray. But they will decide whether the president has the power to make pronouncements about constitutional amendments. Because sometimes the executive branch is given leeway in how they enforce certain things. So you can enforce the Civil Rights Act, right? But do you enforce it super strenuously? Do you only enforce it a little bit? Right? Sometimes there's gray room in the enforcement power. And so that is part of the question, like whether he has the enforcement power to alter it in the first place.
No, I agree with that. I think, when I watch the hearings, the people that are arguing the fact that if someone came from someone else and merely just had a baby, that, that person becomes a citizen. The people who are pro that position were only arguing the fact that the 14th Amendment says people who are born or naturalized in the people who are born or naturalized, and then they skip to the end of the sentence and say are citizens of the United States. To me,
I think it reads born naturalized, so I think it's there.
No, I know that's what it says, But it's okay. But the people that are defending, the people who are opposed against Trump, they're only trying to cite the first third of the sentence, and then they skip to the end. They are citizens of the United States. The problem with that I see is that, number one, the word "and" is in the first sentence twice. So at the end of the sentence, it denotes the two citizenship statuses that every American has. You have a United States citizenship, and you have a state citizenship. And both of those citizenships are conjoined with the word "and." Well, if you apply that same logic to the first half of the sentence, all persons born and naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That means there's two conditions that need to be met. Now, I agree with that part. When I read 39th congressional notes, the way they spoke about what that phrase meant was subject to the complete and full political jurisdiction. And they were talking about slaves. So it would make it hard for one reason that the further that's one thing. And then I'll land here. Number two, I read the brief that Solicitor General Bauer put forward, and he listed quite a few books in there, a few of them that I had already read, but I'm glad I read his brief because now I found a whole bunch more. And one of the things that they highlighted was the last word in that first sentence is reside. And what he's putting forth is that the term reside does not mean what we think it means today. They use the term reside to speak to the law of domicile. And in the one of his sources is actually what I'm reading right now, the law of domicile. And that's like a whole thing as well that talks about the legal.
Put that in the chat so I can look at it. I like new books, so I'd love to see it.
Okay, I'm gonna put his brief in there as well because he has a lot. When I tell you, I've always been a fan of Trump. His team, his legal team, man, those guys, their strategy is fucking amazing. It's amazing. They are, as to say, like even on the first page is the question presented or the question proposed, something like that. And one thing that I ended up discovering that they highlighted is when it comes to birthright citizenship, have a statute that already speaks to how Americans define birthright citizenship. And it has nothing to do with people born here. It has everything to do with, for example, a soldier who's stationed somewhere else. If they have a baby outside of U.S. territory, at mere birth, that baby becomes a U.S. citizen. Or if it's someone who stayed here, who lived here for 10 years, and there's some numerical qualification, the person has to be 21 years old or something like that. And a person, like a regular civilian, goes somewhere, has a baby outside of U.S. territory and possessions, that person automatically becomes a citizen. So how the opposers are talking about birthright citizenship does not coincide with, I think it's 8 USC 1401A or something like that. That's the statute that they cited literally
I'm gonna look the statute real quick. I know exactly where to go.
Yeah. So when I tell you his legal team is so freaking awesome, it's ridiculous how good these guys are. It's just their whole approach and strategy to it all is just the best that I've ever seen. And they're badass, man. That guy John Bauer or whatever his name is, he's solid. So I'm gonna put all of that in the chat.
You don't have to put it in. You don't have to code the chat. Just tell it to me again. With 18, is it 8 or 8?
It's 8 USC 14.
Let's see. Birth abroad before 1952 to serve as parent. I'll just drop this in the chat so you can post it to the top.
Okay.
You see, this comes from Cornell Law School. They have a repository for federal code, which makes it really easy to look up. And that way everybody knows what we're all talking about.
Okay. Then I'm gonna put this brief at the Law of Domicile book. I'm gonna put that in the chat as well.
Well, I'm glad we got a lot of work done here today, gentlemen. Great work. Good job. Hell of a job. You did all such fabulous work. You should be also proud of all the work you did. Patriots, God-fearing, wonderful Americans. Excellent work, soldiers.
All right, it's up at the top.
Sweet. Thanks.
All right, so the Law of Domicile book is in the chat. And basically,
I grabbed it. Thank you.
okay. And basically what they were saying is there's essentially three forms of what could be classified as domicile. The one that would apply to the, just people in general, which has generally been accepted. It all goes back to Roman civil law, where the domicile of the kid is predicated on the domicile of the parent. So whatever nation the parent pledged allegiance to, the domicile is rendered down to the kid. Now, one thing that Bauer highlighted in the brief was I can't remember who he said, but whatever lawyer. So the strategies that the opposers are taking is that just solely applies here in America, but one thing that I can't remember who he said rejected it, but there was a lawyer rejected the concept of just solely, and they took the position of if the United States decided to accept you at that point in time, that's when you can become a citizen. So in order for a parent, let's say from Mexico, to come to America and drop a baby, no, they have to go through the process and sever their ties with their former nation, be accepted by America and they mentioned Great Britain as well. And at that point, once you go through the whole naturalization process, then now you legally have a domicile here. So they went deep into the weeds, and they actually cleared up a lot of things that I have questions about, because I've been following this ever since it first came out. But it wasn't until I read his brief, then I saw all of the books, and I was like, holy shit. I mean, the first 7 pages are just all court cases, treaty and constitutional stuff, old books from like the 1700s, 1800s, and just, yeah, his legal team.
Hey, people when I talk about old hundreds. I love history. Always a good thing.
Yeah, I absolutely love it as well. One thing I like that you said, though, as you bring it up, is how you read it. It's that and then it talks about, allegiance to their other country. The allegiance is all here. And that's the one thing I think needs to be looked at, is that, first of all, that and that allegiance, if we could literally say something to the effect that if they're coming here with any intention or, I don't know. I mean, with the illegal stuff, it's very different to me. I think, a lot of that wasn't intended that way. We know why it was intended in the first place. And that is to allow those that were born here. I'm forgetting the name of the one that was the claim that
Wong MVR.
In the original case, the Wong case?
The long kids, right?
Yeah. So, that's what I think, that when we go back and look at the intention back then, that's got to be the thing that got to play out in court. And that nice little word "and" in there, So it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out for sure. I wish it were on TV, to be honest with you, so we could watch.
Ice, one way that you look at it is always with any law. I think we talked about this a long time ago, Marshall, you and I talked about it. You look at the legislative intent of the law and what was brewing, what was the different testimonies in the legislature, what were the speeches that were given, what was building up, and what was the intent behind the law. So when the 14th Amendment was written, that provision in the 14th Amendment was written by someone in Michigan. And you have to look at that legislator in Michigan and perhaps what surrounded when the actual statute was written, what was the legislative intent. And it's all the surrounding circumstances and not circumstances, surrounding documentation and how he presented that law at the time. With any statute, you do that. With any law, you look at the legislative intent. So there's been argument as to what the intention was of that provision of the 14th Amendment. I did want to say something that's interesting in the alternative of what you just said. We have law in the United States. If you're a U.S. citizen and you become a diplomat for another country, you have to surrender your U.S. citizenship. So we also determine at what point, using the word domicile is interesting, at what point are you representing another nation and you have to surrender. So it's a flip of it, looking at how we look at people that are U.S. citizens and we denaturalize them when they not just domicile, but they represent through government. Just a side note.
And Omar, I know she represents in Minnesota.
No, but if she was Somalia in a, don't use this example, someone who's a U.S. citizen loses their citizenship, they have to enter their passport and their citizenship when they represent another country, and that country's government to the U.S. That's our law. It's just the flip of it.
So I just put in the chat the word. I just sent it to your back channel. But this comes from Digital Commons WCL American.edu. It's called the Citizenship Clause of Legislative History, American University Law Review.
And who's the guy in Michigan that was the scrivener of that part of the 14th Amendment? Do you remember, Martin?
Was it Trumbull?
I wanted to call it Bingham, not entirely sure.
Yeah, it was either Bingham or Trumbull. I think Bingham was out of Ohio.
This guy was Michigan.
Hold on, let me look it up. I gotta save something.
You're in the Matrix. Can you hear him?
Yeah, he's in the
No, he's in the Matrix.
Are you in the Matrix? Okay.
I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain he was Michigan.
Picking your nose,
What was
Pickering.
brewing at the time? How did he present that when he was sending that his proposed law?
Yeah, that should be very detailed when you look at the gist of it for him to present it. There should be a very detailed explanation of why. One would think, anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. An old law.
Juggling our fears of tracing halos on the communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can call trying to rearrange you. Persuasion in a lab coat. Informative, kind of glowing. Here's a future you could live. Hey, if you let it in your bloodstream. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a line. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. A whisper to a shout. I'm just choosing bright colors for the picture in your doubt. What if this is opera? My breath is the overture. Every thought in your orbit singing. You are something new. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a line. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. And if every word just fails, I'll be just in time. Futures will rise. And you are
Very, very wise.
watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, watermelon, rainbows, little orange. Like the pollen, precious lit, so green. Every head just starts to shift. Bling, bling. Catch a light inside the room. John Hay. On your lips like something new. Make us wanna come. Say no, you ain't about it. Pretend you wanna battle. We can make this city. Yeah, yeah. You got me. Doing at the midnight force. Yeah, right here. And it's in the boo-boo. Rain in my head. Feel the one.
It actually sounds worse on the Bluetooth, so it would be like, what's the point of using a Bluetooth when it sounds worse? It's just my opinion.
Small talk, but your fingers draw line. Red clock by the box, you had in mind. You left, quote the promise that you think. Tax reform, go Chicago, make it stay like that. If they feel the trouble, sweet. Whisper something louder than the summer. Go to ChicagoMailVote.com. John Kitover, that's the one I'm on. You got me, do it at the midnight force. Right here, in the center of the blue. Pen in my hand, future a plan. Word after word, we're changing the blue. You got me. Do it the midnight force. Thinking like I'm stuck on you. If this is wager, I just want to save the Kitovers. Vision pulling us through. Yeah, lights fade, but we don't slow down. Don't slow. Street lights. chasing over this down. If it's just a campaign high, then stay locked in. Never end. You got me. Doing after midnight, folks. Right here. On Chicago, Maya. Put that gun in my hand. Future with plan. Part of the war. We're breaking on through. You got me. Doing it after midnight, folks. Straight to get on you. Just a little reminder. This is a wager. I just wanna save you. Don't get over. Chicago, with you, with you. On the top of my head, little voices waving flags. Every word a tiny mirror asking, who are you really? Spamming a silver suit. Politics in painted shoes. Comedy juggling our fears, are tracing halos on them. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout. I'm just choosing brighter colors for the picture in your doubt. Critics on a crystal edge, measuring the leap you take. Love letters in your junk folder, still trying to rearrange you. Persuasion in a lab coat, informative, kind of glowing. Here's a future you could live. Hey, if you let it in your bloodstream. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can find love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout, I'm just choosing brighter colors for the picture in your doubt. What if this is the opera and your breath is the overture? Every thought in your orbit singing, you're something new. All creation is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All Catching neon futures. Catching neon futures. Catching neon futures. Blue and orange. Blue and orange. Joins hands upon breast of the priestess, and takes back his lance, turns the puello, lowers and raises the lance, makes upon them. Do thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law. Love and the will. He lowers the lance and turns to east the priestess. Takes the lance in her right hand and her left hand, the left hand she offers the pattern. The priest kneels. And makes with it on the pattern and consumes it. Silence the priestess takes, uncovers, and offers the cup as before. He kneel, adore, rises, turns, shows the cup to the people, turns, replaces the cup, and adores music. For this is the covenant of resurrection. He makes the 5 crosses on the priestess. Accept, O Lord, this sacrifice of life and joy. True warrants of the covenant of resurrection.
Oh, they banned my Clubhouse account. Damn, they kicked my Clubhouse account. Whoa.
Who kisses it? He then touches her between the breasts and upon the body. He then flings out his arms upward, comprehending the whole shrine. Let this offering be borne upon the waves of aether to our Lord, and Father the Son that travelleth over the heavens in his name on. He closes his hands, kisses the priestess between the breasts, and makes 3 great crosses over the paten, the cup, and himself. He strikes his breast. All repeat this action. Hear ye all, saints of the true church of old time, now essentially present, that of ye we claim heirship, with ye we claim communion, from ye we claim benediction in the name of Yahweh. Principles. The DA. Mysterious energy, trefoil, mysterious matter, in 4-fold and 7-fold division. The interplay of which things weave the dance of the veil of life upon the face of the spirit. Let there be harmony and beauty in your mystic loves, that in us may be health and wealth and strength and divine pleasure according to the law of liberty. Let each pursue his will as a strong man that rejoiceth in his way, as the course of a star that blazeth forever among the joyous company of heaven. The people. So won't it be. So won't it be. The people. Birth. The diaconn. Be the hour auspicious and the gate of life open in peace and in well-being, so that she that beareth children may rejoice, and the babe catch life with both hands. So mote it be. The people. So mote it be. So mote it be.
I'm sorry. Oh, they took out that Clubhouse account too. They're deleting all my Clubhouse accounts. Damn, 2 of my Clubhouse accounts got deleted.
Methods we y'all use to get there. Then.
All right, this is Universe. They just clipped 2 of my Clubhouse accounts. I'm shocked. Like, why am I still being targeted by Clubhouse? Or Clubhouse users? Oh my God, they took out another one. They deleted 3 of my Clubhouse accounts today. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. This is unbelievable. It's targeted. This is a targeted assassination. Oh, can't believe I got hit. I'm being assassinated by the Clubhouse police. What a tragedy. This is such a tragedy. Let's see, what about this one? No, they took out that one too. I can't believe it. They've deleted all my accounts. All of them. No!
and Krishna and Tahuti, Moshe, Dionysus, Mohammed, and Omega, Miriam. With these also Hermes, Pan, Priapus, Osiris, and Melchizedek.
What really pissed him off is
Orpheus and Odysseus with Virgilius, Catullus, Martialis, Rabelais, Swinburne, and many an holy bard, Apollonius, Tianius, Simon Magus, Manes, Pythagoras, Basilides, Valentinus, Bardesigns, and Hippolytus, that transmitted the light of the Gnosis to us, their successors and their heirs, with Merlin, Arthur, Cameret, Parzival, and many another. Priam and Onporio VII, priest and king that bore the lance and cup, the sword and disc against the heathen. And these also, Carolus Magnus and his paladins, with William of Shire, Frederick of Hohenstaufen, Roger Bacon, Jacobus Burgundus, Molensis the martyr, Christian Rosenkreutz, Ulrich von Hutten, Paracelsus, Michael Mayer, Roderick Borgia Poi, Alexander the Sixth, Jacob Boheme, Francis Bacon, Lord Verulam, Andrea, Robertus de Fructibus, Johannes D. Sir Edward Kelly, Thomas Van, Elias Ashmole Molinos, Adam Wishow, Wolfgang van Gogh, Ludovicus, Rex Bavaria, Richard Wagner, Alphonse Louis Constant, Frederick Nietzsche, Hargrave Jennings, Carl Kellner, Forlong Dukes, Sir Richard Paynight, Paul Gorgon, Sir Richard Francis Burton, Dr. Gerard and Cussy, Dr. Theodorus, and Sir Alistair Crowley, sons of the Lion and the Snake. With all thy saints we worthily commemorate them, worthy that were and are to come. May their essence be her present, potent, puissant, and paternal to perfect this feast.
But to love me is better than all things. If under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a pure heart, and a serpent flame therein, thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For one kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all. But whoso gives one particle of dust shall lose all in that
If you're a small content,
Ye shall gather goods and store of women and Ye shall wear rich jewels. Ye shall exceed the nations of the earth in splendor and pride. But always in the love of me, and so shall ye come to my joy. I shall do earnestly to come before me in a single word. I yearn to you. Purple, 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 voluptuous. Pleasure and purple, and drunkenness of the innermost sense. Desire you. Put on the wings and rose that coil splendor within you. Come to me, la parada de luz, la señora con su cruz me pregunta, y este tal yo, de verdad piensa en los blues. El chaval con su café, 3 trabajos, poco pie, dice, quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las peoples que nunca salen en los libros. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado
So what happens if you throw this hand grenade and an apple? But once I release it, I have only 4 seconds to get to safety. What happens if you throw this hand grenade? That is something that it ain't. Chilly with my baby.
force for nuclear war, it seems like under the Normal's account, they'd be justified in war with us. And Trump a year ago.
Right. Well, the problem is that if you're the bigger power, if they attack you, they're going to get their asses kicked.
So wait, the normativity isn't based around like behaviors in regards to agreements. It's about who has more power.
It's about power in the pursuit of our values. And those values...
So your point about people like violating agreements is irrelevant. Because it's only if they violated agreements and they're weak.
Well, no. Again, do you agree that our demands on Iran were reasonable?
No, I don't. I think no ballistic missiles is like irrational given the kind of geopolitical sphere we have now.
Well, what they have shown their willingness to attack their neighbors.
Yeah, so is Israel.
What neighbor did Israel attack?
Well, they preemptively struck Iran before.
Wait.
Right?
Well, no.
They attacked
Iran has been
Egypt.
attacking Israel for... Hang on.
They attacked Iran.
Hang on.
They attacked, Iraq, Syria, Jordan.
Iran
attacked over
been
there?
attacking Israel for decades.
And vice versa.
No, not vice
Did you
versa.
forget about the Arab? Did you forget about the first Arab-Israeli war in 1948 before independence?
They attacked.
They did about.
Yes,
they
attacked.
didn't.
They attacked, but they got their...
No.
Yes, they got
You guys were engaged in terroristic acts against the British to get them out of there. You were taking all. You were taking over land, which is why they had to knock off. They were taking over land, which is why they had to knock off. You didn't abide by the British partition. You didn't abide by UN 81. You just started confiscating shit. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You took land and you used the context of the Arab-Israeli war to expel 700,000 Palestinians from their land. You've been attacking your neighbor since your inception, my brother. You attacked the British. You killed British people. You remember the King David Hotel? You know how many British were killed? You even killed 17 Jews in the King David Hotel.
What happens
so please, let's not pretend like you don't attack. AWOC, sorry. I had to correct the record, so he's fucking liar.
When Israel and you lose, you're going to lose your bloody land. And that's what happened.
I'm just confused. Like, so Egypt, was that preemptive or not?
What happens when...
Please.
The Egyptian attack when they attacked
Which one?
Each time. I'm answering you. Egypt kicked out the UN peacekeepers and massed its troops on the border, which under the law is a casus belli. And Israel then attacked preemptively to prevent Egypt.
There we go.
It's a casus belli.
There we go.
Right on the rim of your country.
Everyone shut up. Stop.
So if you mass your troops on the border and indicate your intention to attack, yes, you're going to get your ass kicked. That's correct.
Okay, but given what international laws are, is that violate Article 2?
I'm sorry, why are you bringing up Article 2 with regards to 1967?
Because what justifies the people attacks?
1967. What's that?
Because Article 2 was in effect back then. So does that justify the attacks?
Okay. Absolutely.
What? Okay, so Article 2.
Hang on.
That was no question.
Hang on. If a country. I want to answer you. I want to answer your point. So if
my point is just that the rationalization of that action is Article 2.
Let me make my point, and then you can respond. So if a country masses its troops on your border, and then ejects the UN peacekeepers and announces its intention to attack you, it is absolutely justified to.
No, and I agree with you. I agree with you. It's because they throw.
So what?
Nobody ever announced they were going to attack.
Stop. We're being very linear here. Okay, but Alabama, is that because they've exhausted diplomatic solutions?
Yes, we wanted a peace deal with Egypt, and when they finally made one in 1978, we kept that peace ever since, and we gave them the Sinai back.
So what about the invasion of Iran has exhausted diplomatic solutions? I'm not done. Because I'm not changing the subject. My point's very specific. My point's very specific. I've been stressing this point the whole time. Just let me finish. Let me finish. We're in agreement on Egypt. It's completely justified. I'm giving you that.
I'll take it, but I haven't
completely justified.
I accept your concession, but I haven't finished. So here's an addition. Number one, the Palestinians did not accept the partition plan. They could have had a country at that moment.
Well, the reason, do you know why they didn't accept it?
They didn't accept it
because they still got 47% of the land with 2/3 of the population. And they didn't give them choice pieces of the land. That's why they didn't take it. Oh, so we don't have history books now. We don't have history books about the divide.
You don't have one.
Consider the divide.
And Jordan was given entirely
he's lying about the partition plan. Or better yet, he's not talking about the details about why these rejected.
The Arabs rejected the partition plan. And by the way, what you've forgotten is that
we all know that the British were working on your behalf from the beginning.
Correct.
So when the British developed the partition plan, it was with your benefit. Anybody can go look at the partition plan proposed, right? You can see how it was a hodgepodge of locations, right? But he denied that.
And because you're illiterate and because you were dropped on your head, you did not know that Jordan was part of the original mandate of Palestine and was taken off.
You mean Transjordan?
Yeah.
You mean Transjordan?
No, I mean Jordan.
It was called Transjordan back then.
Is now
it was called Transjordan back then, dong dong.
Let's go back. Yes, I'm talking about what is Jordan today. The Arabs. There's somebody who's not from there, who's from Saudi Arabia, King Abdullah. But let's go back to
what does it have to do?
Blown you away on that matter. Because the partition plan included that.
Doesn't mean it wasn't fucking unfair, dum-dum. How does that mean it?
Can we just focus on
Jordan. But the Arabs got all of Jordan. So they didn't get less than the Jews, they got much more.
So you're saying that the Arabs didn't contest that they got less than the population?
I'm saying that they didn't get less.
They didn't? Oh, so all we have to do is say, how much land were the Arabs appropriated during the partition plan? How much land were the Arabs appropriated during the British partition plan?
They got 22 countries.
The 1947 UN partition plan allocated approximately 42 to 45%. What did I say? 44? My bad. 42 to 45%. I was off by a percent. Of historical Palestine from Arab states, totaling about 11,500 square kilometers. Okay, great. So you got 45%. It was still 2/3 of the population that only got 45% of the land. I said
Jordan was part of Palestine. The Arabs got all of it. There was no country called Jordan concrete.
Total land division.
They created a
plan assigned 55 and to the Jewish state, despite them only 7% of the land at the time. So guess what? Partition plan just 10% of the land. And then somebody says, here's
Khartoum conference.
Congratulations. And you don't think that the Arabs should be complaining about that. The Arabs shouldn't be upset that here comes these assholes who just got here 50 years ago and now they own 56% of the land. Got it. Great deal.
They wouldn't even let the Jews have that. The Arabs got all of the land, and they wouldn't even let the Jews have a little tiny sliver the size of New Jersey. Which is
what a piece of shit.
We're willing to accept.
What a literal piece of shit.
Listen, shit.
Look at this.
Go back and read your history.
You are a oddity.
Okay. Now
you are a fucking circus animal, bro. We didn't even know that people like you exist, bro.
You know what?
Disgusting. disgusting.
There's a lot of us, and we're kicking your ass.
Reek.
Disgusting, racist piece of garbage.
That's why your whole country's been under siege since its inception. Because you're such good people.
We're happy to do
constantly at war every fucking day
we love
for fucking decades after decades after decades.
There's something by the way can't do because
you love winning.
Yes,
you abuse the Palestinians, and look at you now. Look at you now. You're disgusting. You're horrible.
Crush them because we keep getting stronger each time. Now let's go back to 19.
That's why you don't even want to live here.
Let's go back to 1967. Let's go back to right now.
I didn't make about
a long time. Go ahead.
I had one point to make about 19.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
You can go to Iran. The point that I wanted to make was that the Arabs
on my watch. Not on my watch. Start your statement, and I'm going to start in the middle of your statement. Go ahead,
decide that they want to support
impeachment. No, you're going to cry today. Today you're going to cry. Today you're going to cry.
Obviously, you need the Senate to convict. But what if they impeach him after both of them and charges against both? The next in the country is the Speaker of the House, which would be a Democrat at that point. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah,
Can someone tell me?
Yeah.
Matt, just how that would fly?
Yeah, it's Hakeem Jeffries in line.
He would be our president, correct?
Yeah, and I don't think you're going to have the Republicans do that, not with how extreme Jeffries is. So.
Well, what if they, so, I mean, it would be a question.
There's only a few Republicans that will push back against Trump, and they're this not. I don't even think they're dumb enough to do that.
Do you understand? Is this basically what I just laid out? There's a potential that something like that could happen.
It could, but I mean, I can't help it if Trump does unpopular shit. I mean, that's like, what can I do about that?
I don't even know. How do you impeach Vance though? Like, you do the same procedure.
I guess it would be the same procedure, right?
I
don't know.
Back impeachment?
Where,
I mean,
Agnew just resigned, right? And Nixon appointed someone else.
he just moved on. Yeah.
He just moved on. I mean, to my knowledge, I don't know of another VP, but I would think there is the same procedure because remember they wanted to impeach Mayorkas. I mean, they wanted to impeach people in the cabinet. So I don't know. Constitutionally, I don't know the answer other than the third in line is the Speaker of the House. Who would change? It would be Jeffries.
Well, I mean,
assuming he won.
I think one of the biggest travesties is that there's perhaps if there's going to be an actual regime change, which I'm going to say I think that sounds like 99% bullshit to me. I guess he would have redeemed himself. Other than that, I really feel sorry for JD Vance and Marco Rubio that they got. That their name would have been dragged through the mud with Trump, and you can tell like Vance has been really fucking quiet since this started.
No, hang on. Let me finish my fucking argument.
I do think that there's been what's been speculated for months is that a lot of the infighting you've seen on the right, what it ultimately has to do with is JD Vance. They do not want him to be the they don't want him to be like the front runner for the presidency in 2028.
Right, but if they're gonna find allegations, they're gonna go after the administration, including Vance. I mean, there's besides all the personal dealings, that they'll claim with Trump and his family and not creating the Chinese wall there, they're gonna go after acts of the administration. So I don't know. I'm just throwing that out as a crazy possibility. I hear you, but just think about the fallout from that.
I mean, I shot you a message that this was about. You can read that.
Okay.
It's a piece on special forces. What one of them said, validated through a few people that I know that were the same as he was, and said it's an absolute truth. And you can go ahead and read it. And that's the way they feel about what you're just talking about. So, not a good sign for anybody that.
What were they saying?
He's saying that Vance is going to lose because he speaks like a loser edgelord.
Vance he ain't gonna get he won't get it. It'll be Rubio or something.
Vance is gonna.
Why do you think it won't be? Okay, all right. Why do you say that? But okay, but I was asking him the fucking question.
You asked me a question.
No, I was asking.
Wait, don't be so horrible, Pepe. I'm trying to tell you something.
Oh my god! All right, so
Vance, Wait. Vance is gonna lose because he's a loser edgelord like you and a fag. And he's gonna lose to Michael Rubio. Nobody wants to listen to incels like Tucker Carlson types and everything other than that.
How many hundreds of millions does he have, or is he gonna forget? He's not a bad-looking guy, I wouldn't think. He's got the celebrity part down. I'm pretty sure he can get. I don't think that's his problem.
Yeah, I said edgelord.
That's not what an edgelord is. An edgelord. I don't think you know what an edgelord is. It's a very specific type of. It's almost always. No, it's not like Tucker Carlson.
It's a Tucker Carlson type of special retard, and everything else.
He's literally not
the only edgelord. Have you noticed Vance is going down in the polls because his special relationship with Tucker Carlson and the fact that he has Tucker Carlson's son in his administration, all the thing.
That's not why he's down in the polls.
Pacific reason. You watch when it comes to 2028. Vance is going to lose to Rubio. Nobody wants Vance because facts like you support him for retardation. That's it.
All right. Thank you for wasting several minutes of my time. But no, I was asking Ice. What is this information you were hearing about Vance?
No, it's not about Vance. It's about what would happen if they impeach the president and a certain section of people that exception of that due to their oath, basically. So if they feel that it was done basically for partisan politics, that there would be action taken. So
I don't even want them to impeach him, and I despise the guy. I don't want them to impeach him because I think it's gonna look like a fucking charade. They've done it the first time, the second time, doing it the third time. It's just gonna look stupid. So they should just let him do his 4 years. And my biggest fear is impeaching him and having this idiot Vance going there. I'd rather, even though I totally despise Trump, I don't want Vance to go there. I don't. So Trump, he can keep fucking up for the next 2.5 years, I think. Yeah, we'll figure out a way to deal with it and cope with it, but yeah, let him stay. No Vance.
I think it's just gotten too extreme. Like I just wouldn't want. This to become the new normal.
Yeah, politics has become way too divisive. The left and the right are crying. They're begging for a more moderate party to come along right in the middle right now. Both sides. When they do the pollings, it's very heavy on the left. I forget, it was overwhelming. They wanted the party to come back to the center. And it's the same on the right. And most people don't want a far right. And I would love to see people that can sit down and really negotiate and try to solve problems again, because right now they don't. We got a bad Affordable Care Act. Let's just leave it, because we're both going to act like children and not want to talk and try to resolve something and make something better, because everybody's got to claim we did that. Our side. How about we sat down together as adults and figure out a way to make it work? There's nothing that the government gets involved with that goes well. From healthcare to jails to hell, freaking political laws they passed.
Hey, how do you guys feel about all the hundreds of millions of dollars that Trump's family is making? I mean, he's been in the presidency for about a year and a few 2 months, and his family has already made over closer to $2 billion. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, first of all, do you have proof that the income's been made? I mean, it's interesting. I think it's across the board, Ben. I think that you look at people like Elon Omar that all of a sudden is worth $30 million, or, some of the squad members like AOC. Look at Schumer. Look at Pelosi and her net worth. I mean, I think it's both sides have increased their net worth while they're in government. I don't think it's a good thing, but I think it's on both sides, and you have to call it out on both sides. Are you okay to do that?
Oh yeah, of course I will. But I think, yeah, of course I'll call it out on both.
Like, there's some rotten apples. How did Pelosi get as rich as she got? You have to call it out.
From insider trading?
How did Schumer get these people? How did Biden, so Joe Biden was a prosecutor. He didn't come from wealth. He lived in a house in Hocus, Delaware. And during his years in the Senate, okay, all of a sudden amasses like money, wealth, and then becomes a VP. So he's in public office and becomes a multimillionaire. Explain, where's that money come from? How's that happen?
How many books did you buy? I don't know how much you paid for it.
Books? I don't think so.
Because I know they advanced them $2 million when they, at least when they're at that level and publish books.
While he was in office, you're talking?
I don't know. I haven't done it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I'm saying. I don't mind you calling it out, but you gotta call it. It's like a virus throughout government, and definitely on the legislative side. We see a lot.
He sold the rights to a future memoir for $10 million. It's a fancy way of saying here's some cash or something.
What year did he do that? Ice?
Let me see if it's got a year on it.
Because he got wealthy, I think, before he did memoirs. I mean, look at that. I mean, I'm just going to say this. Look at the salary you make as a member of Congress or a senator. And then tell me how you...
Yeah, it's like 150 or something. It's like,
right. How to get a beach home in Hocus in Delaware, or how to get the big house, the big house in Hocus, into the beach house in, Rehoboth. Like, how'd that all happen? Where'd that money come from? Ben, I don't mean to shut you down on what you're saying on Trump, but I think it should be a more global.
Is a little too blatant. I mean, they're striking multi-billion, not even...
They had great wealth. They came in with wealth and businesses. Elon Omar came in with what? How'd she all of a sudden get worth $30 million?
So do you think that if Trump wasn't president...
Okay, he sold his memoirs. He had wealth beyond $10 million before 2025. That's my point. Where'd it come from?
Are you talking for Biden? Biden?
For Biden.
I think Ice just said that he...
That's 2025, Ben.
2025, he made his money.
He had his beach house in Rehoboth and his big house in Hocus way before 2025. The salary of a U.S. senator all those years, I mean, add it up. He was in private practice in firm in Delaware. It'd be a shit ton more than that.
Abby, if can the kids of the president make money? I mean, I don't even know how that works.
They have a Chinese wall that he has to separate himself from the investments and from the company, but they can make money. I mean, you get the Hunter Biden argument that...
Exactly. So I don't think Trump is directly making money. I don't think you can link that to him in any form. I mean, I don't know where you can go find it, I guess, but now his kids are definitely making money. That's not illegal.
You guys crucified Hunter Biden, making a couple, is it hundreds of thousands of dollars or tens of thousands? His son, Don Jr., he partnered or he invested in a drone company, which drone company was valued at $200. Then, some way, he was able to get a $600 million contract with the federal government. Now, the drone company is valued at $2 billion. His son is invested in Kalshi and advising Poly Market. They're building like hotels and for example.
The funny thing is you can't prove it. The funny thing is you can't prove it.
Actually,
that's why he left his life. No, but the thing is you can't prove it because I've heard this.
Donald Trump is not invested in our company.
Let him finish. Not the first time I've heard this before.
Let him
The funny thing is you can't prove it. You can't fucking prove it. Lie.
Where is he from?
You're like a Palestinian.
Okay. Now, sure.
You can't prove it. You just lie. You believe what you're saying. You can't prove it. Just put it in the chat.
A girlfriend, can you go stay with your girlfriend or something like that? Please. Okay.
Bro, get the fuck out with your thing and go talk what you want to do. But you can't prove it. You just lie. Put it. It's not true. It's like news. It's false.
For $5 billion to invest in his funds.
So
fake news.
So in his defense, when he's talking about Trump and the money that they've made in office, so Trump was inaugurated on January the 20th. Let me see. So it looks like Trump did launch a meme coin.
No, not the 20. Not 20. You talking about not 2020? You said the 20th of January, right?
January 20th, 21st.
Oh, so what he's saying about as far as Trump family making like a shitload of money. So Trump did launch a meme coin a few days right before he took office, and most of that money went to, I think he may have some stake, or that his family may own the World Liberty Financial Group. So that meme sold over 550 tokens. So when you're looking at those similarities and you're looking at all of this shit as like, and it's totally fine for them to make money, but if Joe Biden got in office, if Obama...
That's owned by the UAE, by the way.
Jesus, no, so you guys have this guy just keep quiet.
No, because you guys just keep lying, bro. You just keep lying. Just tell the truth.
So if Obama or if Joe Biden would have gotten in office and promoted a meme coin or a Bitcoin that was sold through their financial group, it would have been a problem.
But Trump didn't do that. Trump never advertised. You didn't
never have done.
No, Trump never, not one time ever did anything with it. That's the difference. We're saying other people can do it, other people on his behalf. That's the point. Otherwise, you're right. You'd be probably in big trouble. You can't just sit there going, "Oh, I got this meme coin." Everybody buy it at the like a press conference. We can't be doing that,
So on the drone thing that he was talking about, his son bought in late 2024. He does sit on the board. They had defense contracts prior, and afterwards he had to remove himself from negotiations for procurements of any contracts with the defense companies. So that's where it's at. So they had to go in and bid and try to get it with negotiations without Donald Trump Jr. being involved. And people could say, well, he still gets the influence because he's there. Well, okay, let's see it. Hey, I'm all with everybody. I didn't think Kristi Noem should have been paying herself to be in the damn DHS ad. I get that people pay themselves all the time for being in stuff like that, but in my opinion, there was things she did I didn't agree with. You don't give it to somebody just because you worked with them. If you're helping a startup company that you worked with before, worked with them in South Dakota, you say, okay, well, I'd love to, but you got to be there. I'm not going to give you their price, but you got to be cheaper than them. Then I would have been fine with it. But the fact that she paid more to the company that she'd worked with, I was completely against that.
Some of it...
Because if this company did that, then so be it.
Some has to be put in perspective, too. Like some of the resort developments, in Saudi, there's 35 hotels going in one like of their master plan cities alone. And there's like every major hotel chain and developers going in doing golf courses and doing, different resort developments from Ritz-Carlton and Hilton and like some of the companies out of big European hotel chains, the Four Seasons Peninsula, and just go through them. So for him to do a resort project there where many companies are going in, like everyone wants to single it out. Oh my God, they're doing business in the KSA, but so is everybody else. So, at what point does his hotel company that his kids run have to not do business around the world? Because every country they work in could be construed that he has a relationship with them. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just.
Yep. I mean, in an ideal world, I agree. I don't think profiting at this point. They're there to serve at the pleasure of the people. Really, at this point, they call it a day. I agree, but
the whole family isn't there to serve. But I don't think that they should be allowed to invest into certain things. Once you're in, once they're there, let's just say once Donald Trump was elected, they should. This goes back for me. I've held this line for decades. If you're elected, you, your immediate family, and people who are close to you, which they can monitor all that, should not be making suspicious investments in defense companies. Sorry, it's a no. You have a relationship with this person, you could have inside information. Sorry, it sucks to be you, but you can't invest in these deals because they're your friend, your brother, your son, your daughter, your uncle is voting on a contract for NVIDIA to get government grants or whatever it is, So to me, no, allowed. He shouldn't be. Nobody in Congress, nobody in politics should be. Anybody that has inside information. Hell, Martha Stewart went to freaking jail for it. Let's be real. And then you have politicians who we should hold to a higher standard in that regard. But instead, if you look at their path too, they've always made money. But if you look in the last decade, the level of money they made has gone up as just astronomically. Through COVID was ridiculous. And I'm not saying that person that's across the board.
So another question for you, because I gotta go put my kids to sleep soon. To bed, to sleep. Do you think Trump's priorities, like these days, are what he actually campaigned on? Because a lot of times I see him talking about his ballroom, the arch he wants to build, like doing all the whole not America first, but every other country first. What else? He's not focusing on the grocery prices or inflation or everything he promised he was going to do. Do you think his priorities today reflect what he campaigned on?
I believe he's the same as every president before. You have teams that are dealing with all of that. I love when these guys go on, and Scott Sandwich, he was just destroyed. I don't remember who it was. Was it? Might have been MSNBC. I remember the gal's face. I don't remember her name. But she tried to on something, and he just leveled her with the facts. And it's just like people working on all of that. We know they're going to take a short-term hit in these things, but you got to look at it. You keep letting the bad guy keep building a force, they become more of a problem. So you take the lump in the short run. But damn it, I'll tell you what we need to do is get liquid natural gas going. Why are we not using it? It's clean energy, way cleaner than coal, way cleaner than oil. We would be the freaking world #1 exporter of it. We import it. You drive through the Midwest and you literally see towers out in the fields burning 24 hours a day, 7 days, 365 days a year, just burning it. That's how much we got. Now, look at the infrastructure and building it. How many jobs can we create? Hell of a lot of jobs. How much for people if they invest in it? In the infrastructure, that's where you invest first. Later you invest in the gas, but you invest in the infrastructure building of it because that's where all the money goes in. We could literally have so much cash. They went down and asked the people, because where we export it, they said, well, wait, they say it's, or we import it. They said, well, why can't we import it? They say it's dangerous. What's the difference in the process? The guy looked at the person on the camera and goes, the way you turn the valve. And they go, yeah, but why is it more dangerous? It's not. He says the valve turns. You flow that way or you flow this way. The process is exactly the same. So that was a BS claim. Why has not one single president? Now, I'm going to say this. Trump said he was going to open it up, and he didn't. Why? Why are they holding back natural gas? Big oil? Probably. Or is there another reason? They want to get their mitts into it. But the bottom line is natural gas should be flowing. We should be exporting natural gas to everywhere around the world. Point being, where do you think prices would be if we had stuff like that to help?
Who did you? I didn't even know who you asked that question. My biggest concern is I just want this Iranian regime to go. It's been here for 47 years. It's terrible. I mean, I can look like people, my friends in the United States are like, oh, gas prices are like $4 in like, oh, California. But it's in Brisbane in Australia at the moment, it's like $9. It's double. You know what I mean? So people in California are paying about $4 and it's $9 here. So it's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like in Europe, they pay by the liter and it's expensive, yeah.
Yeah, like a gallon. A gallon in Brisbane, Australia at the moment, it's $9. Tomorrow it's gonna be $9.80 US dollars a gallon. So it's like, oh well, yeah, so terrible. Everything is just so fucked up and everything else like that. But we're just like, bro, you gotta get rid of these terrible terrorist people. These people are sick people. They've been there for so long. So it's like when people are just like, oh, they're just like, oh, $4 a gallon is so bad. And I just look at my phone like crying. I'm just like, I wish mine was $4 fucking a gallon. You know what I mean? But it's like $9 a gallon. So what fuck am I to do? Tell me. So like these people, they don't even know what they're talking about, man. You know. And the wages are not so different between the US and Australia. It's not so much different. So they're horrible. And I'm like, I'm at $9, soon I'm gonna be at $10 a gallon. I'm saying it in American terms because that's how, you know, I won't say in liters because then you won't get it. But that's it. So what the hell are we supposed to do about it? We want people to go away. I don't give a shit. If I have to pay $13 a gallon to get rid of the Islamic Republic, I'm gonna pay $13, $14, $15. I don't give a fuck. These modern day Stasi, they have to go. These are sick people. They gotta go. I don't care. I don't even give a fuck if the fuel goes to $20 a gallon. These sons of bitches, they've gotta go. That's my opinion. You can disagree with me or not, but that's the way I feel.
No, I'm in agreement. I think we got to get the tyrannical. I have friends that are Muslims, and they're not in any way extremists. They're very cool, down to earth people, no different than me. Right? They're not going to be. They don't get down on their, carpet and pray 6 times a day. Any of that. They're just people. Now the extremists, they're the problem, and they are a small percentage of it. But that right there is a driving force of it. That's where a lot of resources come from for them. That's where a lot of the explosives, the technology that they use, all of that comes from there. And so to get rid of them, it's worth it at all costs. Because here's the deal: the last administration raised our domestic terrorism alert to the highest level ever because they knew what was inside the country. Now, you don't just raise it because you just think it's a fun thing to do. You raise it because you have intelligence that's worried we could have a problem. So they raised it. And it's still up there because we know it's out there. We've had a few different attacks already. That's minor. If they decide to all of a sudden go off one day, it'll overwhelm the system. Imagine, they can start attacking schools. They can do whatever the hell they want. Little kids ain't going to be able to fight back. Then you attack a bunch of different schools in one city. Where's your emergency services go? There's not enough fire department to go to all the different schools. There's just not, right? These people have said it for 47 years. You said this, Jack. 47 years. They've said death to America. Number 1 is death to America. Number 2 is death to Israel. They've said it. When people say it, they want it. Look at it in boxing. When somebody keeps saying, I want to kick Mike Tyson's ass, Mike Tyson finally says, let's go. Right? Eventually, you have to try to pop the bully in the mouth, and you do it before he pop you in your mouth.
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I only wish that U.S. citizens could, have a deeper understanding of this regime if they knew what kind of radically maniac lunatics they dealing with. I'm sure they were all, rooting for the war, and they were asking to end this regime ASAP. But the problem is that these guys never lived under their, rulership, and they never lived in Iran, and they don't understand that what his ideological regime is like, and when they saying death to America, death to Israel, it is not just it's not just chanting. They are actually practicing it. That's their wish for the last few decades. They've been preparing for this. They put a clock on the each in the main square of Tehran, a countdown clock for the day that Israel gonna be wiped off the map. And practicing it, they like funding all the spreading all their terrorist organization bullshit and everything all over the world and all over the region. So this is something that they need to understand, and and they should know that they are not just.
Yes.
They should know that they have a lot of oil money and they spend it all for. I mean, the majority of the oil money goes to their ideology, goes toward. They're fighting with the U.S. and Israel. That's why people in my country there is the poverty, and there are a lot of poor people in Iran right now, especially in Sistan, Balochistan, Kurdistan, in border cities. We have a lot of poor people in those areas. And we're talking about a country which is has like the third reserve oil in the world, which is like second or first in terms of the gas. And it's one of, they have a lot of mines, they have a lot of gold and lithium and everything. I mean, the country is very rich. But all that money, where does it go? It goes for the good of Iranian people. It all goes to what they dream is. What is this radical lunatic IRGC and regime ideology? That's where all the money goes to. They don't care about their own people. They are recruiting kids right now. They're recruiting 12 years old for IRGCs so they can be in the streets, and if there was a boots on the ground or a ground invasion, they can use them to fight against US, or even if there was like a call for Iranian people to come to the streets, they can use those kids to shoot people. This is what the world is dealing with. But unfortunately, what I see is that a lot of Americans have no idea.
No, I agree with you. I happened to be living in Europe at the time when we had a conflict going back and forth with Libya. I literally had to run from my home because of a bomb threat. And I'll tell you, that's the one thing that I've always feared coming to our soil here. People have lived over in the Middle East, have lived through chaos. It's just almost normal. I'm not saying it's not scary, but it's different when it happens the very first time. It's damn scary, and I don't want it here. The ideology is very scary, and it's here. And the sad thing is, you can't sit and dwell on it. You got to enjoy our lives. But the only time, I don't know how you say it, if it's Savannah or Dana, but when it strikes and it hits home is the only time that it's going to make any sense to anybody. And then they're going to be this, and you tell me if you think I'm wrong. But the question's going to be like, well, why didn't we prevent this? Why didn't we stop this?
Exactly.
We should have. Japan, go ahead. And when they are, they're watched very, very closely.
They won't do it because people are fucking cowards. The politicians care. Like, if you look in Europe,
right.
They care more about not it being considered Islamophobic, and they care more about the votes of a bunch of terrorist baby makers, and it's fucking disgusting, really. And people are too comfortable too, in general. I mean, if there was like a scarcity of resources, then people behave way differently.
But Pepe, there is a scarcity of resources. This is why it's skyrocketed. Down here, I know what I know what.
Oh, when I say no, I get what you're saying, but in other words, people would have to be made to feel very uncomfortable, and in other words, it hurts. That's like the level. Having to have roommates and deal with a bunch of other shit, and not being able to own a home, all of that sucks. But it's not something that's gonna make you like hurt, like in day to day. That is that kind of shit. People really, I get fighting to start.
Yeah. I had friends that came from Bosnia, and they were just young kids. I didn't believe it. Talked to one of their parents, 8 years old. My friend would strap up and freaking fight a war. I was like, I didn't believe it. I didn't tell him I didn't believe him. I never did. But hearing his parents talk about it, can you imagine what that had to feel like? To be a mom and know that your kids they gotta go. Why? They're gonna die one way or the other. They might as well die fighting, right? It's crazy to me that we are so sheltered from all of that in this world. 12-year-olds in Iran. 12. The 12-year-olds here, they're on their freaking PlayStation, That's it. Their cell phone. They don't know the first damn thing about strapping up and trying to be a security force.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's the thing that they need to understand. I mean, this regime, Iran is a rich country in terms of all kind of resources, okay? But they even sold, they were selling the soil of Iran to the Persian Gulf countries to use it to fund the proxies. They all the resources in the country, they look at it as a source of funds and for the fight against the U.S. and Israel. That's the way they look at Iran. That's why whenever I speak, I say the regime, Iran is an occupied country. The Islamic regime occupied Iran and took the Iranian as hostages.
Where are you from, if you mind me asking?
I'm from Iran. I just left last year. I lived in Iran for 40 years. I worked for more than a decade in Iran. I worked with the government and in different institutes. But then I was like, the system was so corrupted, I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah. So now I was watching, and I don't remember if it was a cycle back and forth between multiple stations, but I believe it was on CNN. They had somebody that was hit from a bomb in a hospital that they were talking to over there, an Iranian, and they were saying that it was worth it if they can gain their freedom, right? And that they didn't want to see America stop. They wanted to see the regime change. Now, is that a one-off, or do you believe that that's a more common approach? I saw another one where they talked to a gentleman in his car and they blacked him out and changed his voice for obvious reasons because he was there. They like out his window, you could see where they were striking, and so it wasn't like BS. He's like, no, but one-off, or is that?
That's no. I mean, my own brother he's in Iran, and he told me that every time that we hear the bombs and stuff, it's scary. But then after a few seconds, we start like cheering, like, oh, thanks God, one more motherfucker is gone. You know, that's the way they do it because they're attacking IRGC bases and the checkpoints and stuff like that. So when they hear those sounds and stuff, they you know, at first of course it's a natural human behavior that you know be scared. They are the same as well. But then after he told me like every single time after 10 seconds we are cheering and we are happy that okay, thanks God the war is not stops and they still hitting these bastards. That's the thing. I mean, my wife's brother also he lives in Tehran. He says the same thing. I spoke with a couple of friends back home. They have the same, you know, idea as well. They also had the same thing. So most of the people that I speak to in Iran, they are cheering for the war and they are hoping that this war will you know have a. I mean, at the end they're hoping that it will result in toppling the regime and they don't have to be dealing with this IRGC and the Islamic regime anymore. So that's hope. That's everyone. That's the majority of the Iranian people's hope right now.
Yeah, I spoke with a gentleman, but he was a linguist for the Marines in Iraq, and you know, I just asked him a couple honest questions. I said, you know, I don't want any politics thing. I'm not going to tell you what side I feel. I just want to know your opinion as in Iraq, what you thought. They loved it. They loved that we came in. They wish we would have never left the first time. They had family members that got killed because they came out and did. Now, their relatives, he said, didn't get hung in the streets like some of them did. But he said some of them, one of their family members said that they all came out to cheer as American troops rolled through, and some of their friends were hung from light posts. When they came back, the forces saw it, and he's like, no, it was true. But he's, you know, for him, it took 7 years. I want to say it's like 5 or 7 years to get him and his family out. And there was another friend who broke it down to me and said, oh, next time you see him, ask him about his dad. Well, his dad evidently was the one who told us he's in that foxhole over there. So he said for all of those years, they feared they would find out and kill because they would have killed the entire family, you know, because there were still people there who were part of that regime who were held allegiance with him. So they feared for that until they finally got him out. And they said that it was because they had to, you know, verify this. These guys told you where this man was. Get him out. I don't care if you guys send him to get him out. It's better than being there, you know. But just to me, it's amazing that we can use these people for the positions we do, and then we don't get them out when we need to, you know, when we leave.
Yeah, I mean, we have the same situation in Iran right now as well. I mean, as I told you, the internet is cut off for more than, 30, since the first day of the war, they cut off the internet.
and it's been more than 30 days that internet's been cut off. What kind of, what kind of government does that to its own people in the middle of the war when they need to get the alerts, when they need to, know what's going on around them? They fucking cut off the internet to their own people, so they have no idea. I mean, if for example, if you go to the older generation, like my parents or those one who, because the young generation right now, it's very hard. It's either they have to pay for a very overpriced and expensive VPNs that they use to bypass the in Iran for the internet. So very few people, the minority of people they have access to internet right now, but the majority of them, which I say more than, I think even in Netflix, you can see the stats, so only 1% of Iranian have access to internet, 1%. So the majority of people who don't have access to the internet, and they don't have satellite dishes and stuff like that, they have to hear the news from the Iranian state TV, which is all lies on their state TV. And in few days probably they're gonna come to US as well and invade US as well. That's the propaganda in the TV that they selling to their supporters, and the people. Just yesterday they announced that we had an attack. We launched a missile to I think Kuwait or one of the U.S. bases, because we killed 400 U.S. soldiers, including more than dozens commanders. This is what was announced in the Iranian TV.
Oh, jeez.
I know.
Gives them, disillusions them.
I know, but I have the video. Actually, the IRGC speaker man, he came to the TV and he said that all the U.S. bases in the Middle East are destroyed. The U.S. soldiers are running away. Please send us the if you in this region in the Middle East, anyone knows where the U.S. soldiers are hiding or where they ran away to, just send us their coordinates so we can shoot them. I have the video. It's all in Parsi.
Wow.
I can put the link in the chat if you want. It was it was the official speaker of the IRGC. This is what they're selling people in Iran right now. So, what do you accept from a regime like that? They terrorists. What can I say? They are not human.
But yeah, we have people in this country who believe that regime over ours.
So Dana, where are you? Are you Persian?
I am, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm from Iran. I lived in Iran for 40 years.
Oh, cool.
During the Mahsa movement, like a couple of years ago, it was like 3-4 years ago.
With the hijab?
Yeah, for the woman life freedom movement.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I was in the streets for every call that was made with my wife. We were there, we saw them, we saw how they shoot at people. They are brutal.
Do you think that I can't tell if it's propaganda or not, but I did see that these a bunch of Chechens are supposedly gonna help. They're gonna fight for, and they're gonna going there. I don't know if that's true.
I heard that, but what I heard was that they said we are willing to come, but we have no confirmation that they've been deployed. So, but I know that from Iraq, around like 200K Hashdu Shabi, they came already to Iran like a couple of days ago, and I think Israel attacked their camp as well in Iran. So I hope they are all dead. But yeah, for sure they like they are calling for their proxies, and they don't have. That's the problem, 11 years old kid was killed in one of the strikes that was made in the checkpoints, and her mom was was very pissed off, and of course she had shouting that yeah, because of the shortage of the man, the dad took the son, 11-year-old son, to the checkpoint to help them.
Houston. Okay, Ian.
You said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the star. Is it? I'm in America. I chased every tree, every shortcut. Still felt like I was stuck in the mud. And then my granddad laughed, said, "Boy, lean in. You keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success. Ain't a mansion, ain't a check. Showing up when you feel small. Making promises, then giving all. Stand steady in the mess. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look them straight on. Say I don't know yet and still stay strong. Turn a late night long to a lesson care. Count my blessings more than the money I give. 'Cause every door needs $1,000. Every overnight took a lifetime's cost. Secret wisdom of success is a word that no one checks. It's saying sorry when you're wrong. Calling home before you scroll along. It's loving harder when there's air. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early ride, the tired helping friends before you rise. Keeping faith when plans fall through. Not quitting on the truth and you. Secret wisdom of success. More than trophies, more than flex. It's quiet courage in your chest. Doing daily what you do the best. When your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. Oh, yeah. in the cold of the stock. I chased every tree, every shortcut, still. Said, you keep asking what you've been. Secret wisdom of success. Showing up when you feel small, making promises. Stand steady and rest. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look straight on, say I don't know yet, and still stay strong. Turn a late night loss to a lesson kept. Count my blessings more than getting knocks. And every overnight took a lifetime. Secret wisdom of success is the work that no one checks. It's saying sorry when you're wrong, calling home before you stroll along. It's loving harder when there's less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early rise, tired eyes, helping friends before you.
Sad to see Jewish rabbi. Like the Pharisee, treating the Pharisee traditions. He's not Orthodox, right?
No,
If he's not Orthodox, then the conversion he gives you will not give you Israeli citizenship. But if he is an Orthodox rabbi, then his conversion will actually give you Israeli citizenship.
yeah, I believe he is.
Are you sure we'll have to ask him?
Yeah, we'll have to ask him, but I'm pretty sure, unless somebody else knows for sure, but I believe it was.
What happened there?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I was just saying, in Isaiah, it mentions Cyrus 140 years before he was born by name. And God specifically says, I'm mentioning you by name, even though you don't know me, blah, 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 Cyrus. And I explained to him, historians use that as evidence that it's a later edition. So anytime there's a prophecy of the future that's
I'm like, oh shit, so this ain't possible down to America.
I won't lie. North, a lot of the Nigerians who came over did become like gangster disciples.
Yeah, be in the game, bro.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Yeah, we're serious.
But it wasn't like anybody who knows.
Rana salir idlimus Iran
All of y'all Nigerians know. All you niggas Nigerians know. I'm sorry.
Yo, King, did you see Nathan's PTR? You gotta click on it.
Yeah, this is like
it's about a conversation. It's about a conversation we had yesterday.
That's great, yo. The Erica, yo. Nathan, why are you tripping, bro? What's up, Nathan? I'm tripping with the Erica.
No, that ain't Erica. You
gotta look at his PTR, the new one. He has right yesterday.
No, I see the one with the
guy with the flowers in the back. So we were talking.
What's their socks, though? Have you seen the original meme?
Yeah, I know the original. No, but we were talking about what running the train means. So it's
because he did it to Lion. Nathan, Louis, myself, we all did it to Lion. That's true. Right, Nathan? That's what you were referring to, right?
No. We had a whole conversation. Yeah. We had a whole conversation about.
Okay, it was a different one.
Just because we're talking about it's like when people say I ran a train, it means that it's like
who the fuck ran a train? It was brought up. When you have sex with a woman, yeah, like no, you know, like when you run train on a girl, thinking that's from a gay.
Yeah, so yo, but Jessica was talking about it like you said.
So a lot of gangs. So a lot of gangs. They run each other. Like, you know, for the guy to get initiated, the guy to get initiated, and for the girl to get initiated, she'll get ran trained on, and it would be by the guys in the gang. That's what guys came. They would run and train on her, and that's how they get initiated. So. Nathan was talking about a whole different thing. So we had a whole about running a train. Nathan said something, bro. He said something like, a bunch of people have sex with the girl at one time, at the same time. It's running a train, and the whole room went crazy. Like you don't know what running a train is. That's called an orgy. If a bunch of people have sex with the girl at the same time, it's called an orgy. Bro, he tried to backtrack.
Yeah, that's a gangbang.
Yeah, he tried to backtrack. He was like, he's like,
gangbang and a train is the same thing.
No,
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's literally the same.
It's the same. And you guys are just trying to contextualize like who you use, bro. I remember that too when I was in the
Peace be upon this market, emphasis on peace.
Right, peace. This market be upon you.
30 seconds, Muhammad.
Jessica knows.
Orgies are people fucking each other. Yeah, you're wrong. The national if everybody's one girl, right, and they're even crossing swords, right, she's getting fucking getting gangbangs, she's getting ran a train, bro.
Yeah,
that's the same thing as running a train. Okay, you can speak to her.
So the
reason
why.
You're talking about the configuration of people in line. I get it, but at the end of the day, that's still a gangbang, dude.
No, it's not.
Gangbang is a broad term. The gangbang is the broad term. The train is a subset.
Yo. They're talking about trains, Coco.
Hey.
No. That's not true.
I mean, I do use the term train for sure.
I would accept how Mike makes the distinction, but as long as
at a time.
There is a distinction because trains are one after the other, as you see in the picture, while gangbang, as a general term, is more things like this. We are reminded of something usually is like, hey, we all fucking at the same time. I got my thing
Says the city's laws on pension.
What is a threesome? Y'all just
Alright, let's get started.
Well, best for me.
I
mean, trust me. Y'all
saw that Coco was like, my first game day experience was such a.
Oh yeah.
I can tell y'all stories, but we're not gonna get into that.
Okay, Coco. Oh, that laugh at the end says it all. You already know. He had fun.
But yeah, you know, there's distinction and all that.
None of them, but anyways, so the whole thing was.
So which one did you participate in?
The difference was that we decided that running the train was one at a time versus an orgy, which is multiple people at the same time. And Nathan couldn't understand the difference.
Really?
That's what made.
Because he's a virgin.
That is bad.
It was bad. It was.
I mean, in high school, I don't know what high school y'all went to, but and I'm not trying. I'm as isn't something to boast about or whatever.
I never went to high school.
It's not right, but yeah, it happened a lot in high school. So a lot. There's women, there's girls on my Facebook right now. I'm like, I remember what you used to do. We all remember what the fuck you used to do. So yeah, it happened a lot in high school, like a fucking lot. Like it was bad. So I don't know how y'all was.
Yeah, I got my wife since she was 16, so you know.
Yeah, God bless you. I told you now, it's God bless, because that's a blessing. Because there's a lot who don't know they woman's been fucking niggas since that time period. So they have no clue. Zero clue.
My first experience with that was on this girl. This girl got jumped into a gang in the 7th grade. I was like, God damn.
Yeah. And
that was fucked up.
And I think we were the last generation, Nani, where that type of initiation happened in Chicago. After my generation, it had a lot less. Like, it was more what neighborhood you were from, and then you just were part of that gang. So you didn't have to get initiated, in that way. But it did happen, though. I think we were like the last generation of that still being a...
Isn't Shia LaBeouf in some East West Coast gang?
Somewhere out there, there's like some...
Wait, Shia LaBeouf grew up in Malibu. He's he grew up kind of rich in Malibu with money, so no, he absolutely was not a part of any fucking gang. Even though school was in South Central, that motherfucker is from Malibu, and he was not in no damn gang. No, so he did a movie, and in the interview, he talked about how he was inducted into some, I gotta pull it up, joined Mexican gang at 36, and there's an actual interview of it. Let's say it's his interview.
I believe that at a later age or something,
he said in an interview, some Mexican gang at 36.
That guy is a wackadoodle.
He's so crazy.
I just sent you a DM. You ever heard that song? It's called Ross Chappie.
Don't talk to knowledge, bro. No, knowledge is true.
I will DM women.
Literally, listen. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just sent you a DM. Yo, you ever heard that song? Rob?
Well, I think that Rio's point is that, the Jews that are interpreting the Old Testament, they're doing a very bad job at it. And if you look at what Jesus says, he's actually correcting everything that they're reading in the Old Testament, right? He's constantly, you've heard it said this, but I say that. He's not actually contradicting the Old Testament. He's actually showing the way they're reading it is entirely wrong.
Yeah, a large part of the they had like their oral law or like their own made up explanations of like the Torah, which like were like rejected by the Christians, and it became later known as like the Mishnah. But even then, like there are some agreements with Midrash, like Jewish interpretation of scriptures, and Paul. Like Paul uses Midrash multiple times, such as when he says that Janus and Jambres oppose Moses, which comes from Pharisaic tradition. And and how in Romans 10, like Paul uses like typology, like by quoting.
Yeah, do you know what else the book of Joshua says?
What is it?
It says that Pharaoh never died. Pharaoh repented and he was not actually flooded. Now read the text carefully. Does it say anywhere that Pharaoh actually died in the Red Sea?
Oh.
It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, my point is that like Paul even borrows some like Jewish traditions of exegesis that is paralleled in like the Midrash. So I would say that Judaism definitely has falseness to it, but I think that
you know, if he recovers that, you know, he's your money, oh well. If you knock out his eye or his hand or something, then you gotta let him go free. The counter verse I give that, though, is the verse where it says, if a slave actually runs away, you're not allowed to return him to his master. That's a very interesting verse, because it literally says if a slave or a servant runs away from his master, you can't get him back to his master, and you have to let him live with you or in a house you want in your own neighborhood. That's literally what it says. And interesting is Pennsylvania created a law saying exactly that. If a slave runs away and the Supreme Court said, oh, we don't care, you have to send the slave back. And literally that's what happened before the Civil War.
I guess the question I have is, do you believe that the God of the New Testament is the same God as the Old Testament?
Because when you get into one origins, like beforehand, all the way until you get Hebrew origin, for example, it's like I think that's always the God. I just think mankind is on no basis with them. And there's tons of testimonies in the Old Testament where it's like these people are falling short and failing and pissing off God. And then there's also elements where God wants like some sort of a relationship with people, other nations. So it's like the destiny of these people is to get like this book out there, to get it well known, to get everybody on the mindset of the one God. And then that eventually happens. And then you have someone with like Christ that comes to fulfill all of these things and even like amend, I would say God can even amend at that point. So it's like, we have all these prophecies leading up to Christ. We have Christ. If there was no Christ and we're still sitting around waiting for a Messiah, like 2,000 years later on here in the present day, like I would have no reason to believe in it whatsoever. I'd probably be an atheist or an agnostic.
I mean, to be fair, what he's saying, if what he's saying was synthetically true, one might argue that the prophecies actually failed, and he would be justified in doing so.
It's time to glide.
Well, real quick, right? Didn't Jesus say, I was only sent but to the lost sheep of Israel? Like, I understand that the message of salvation was to be offered to the ends of the world, but God has specific time periods according to the scripture. So would the scripture be right in terms of Jesus starting his ministry with many Jews?
There's like a whole basis in like the Old Testament where I'm pretty sure like the 600 laws, you're supposed to follow them as closely as you can as a Jewish person, but there are like 7 Noahide laws for like Gentiles. And it's like, that's the relationship, that's the need to know basis right then and there.
Like,
some of my favorite laws in the Old Testament, I noticed that all my favorite laws in the Old Testament, the Jews have created convoluted ways to get rid of it. Like the 7-year release in a biblical, actually it's very fascinating, from a biblical economy. Every 7 years, all debts should be wiped away, which means that every 7th year, you can get a 7-year mortgage, but in let's say the 3rd year, you can only get a mortgage. At the 6th year, you basically can only get a 1-year mortgage. Essentially, debts in this society would cycle every 7 years, and all debts have to be forgiven. If one would run their there would be no debts. It would cycle in 7-year cycles. And so what the Jews do is they actually go to the synagogue and they say, oh, Regal over here owes me $1,000. I'm going to give it to you, Rabbi. He owes God $1,000. And then after the 7 years, they get back and say, now you owe me $1,000 again. They create all sorts of laws to literally go around this.
On that note, I have to go, but I just like to lastly say that, like, I personally believe that the New Testament has, like, the ultimate truth, which the Old Testament didn't fully reveal, But I think that would be nice to see that the Old Testament is epistemically flawed.
Mayor John Kitover has reached a last-minute agreement that keeps the Chicago Hounds football team from relocating. The deal includes new stadium funding and a revenue-sharing plan with the franchise.
Which I think is dangerous.
Well, how do you see, like, and no offense, dude, but, like, the Jews were kicked out of every known country in the world over time. That's why they didn't have a home to go to. So, I mean, like, how do you think the Western civilization would evolve without Christianity? Like, how do you see that happen?
Well, there is no West without Christianity.
Okay, so problem solved.
But I'm saying, I think you're making a necessary dichotomy between the Old and New Testament, but I have to go, so.
It's not really like a yes or no true. I just, if we didn't have the New Testament, if we didn't have Christ, I really don't see the influence there in the world without Christ. That's the point. If we did away with Christianity altogether, like what do you know? What's gonna?
The prophecies would have failed, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I think a trickier thing would be, what if you were alive 2,100 years ago? That would be a trickier question.
Yeah, like a lot of your talking points, Crush, you should definitely join the house and make a stop by every so often. You're probably gonna roll off and probably investigate Clubhouse a little bit. Do you want to own the room? You want to talk to people? I'll make you.
Yeah, I'll say I might have to go in a couple of minutes, but I'll try to stay.
Yeah, if you like, I just pop in and out of here every so often. I kind of like let everybody just kind of do their own thing in here.
Another question for you.
What's up?
So based on what you were saying about like the Christian Old Testament, as it were, I guess it's like, do you think that this was monolithic? And then also, do you kind of embrace the two kingdoms view, or not the kingdom? I'm sorry, but the two powers in heaven view.
Which two powers?
The two.
The Old Testament. Yeah, like that, like there was a group of.
Said Yahweh.
Yeah, there was an ancient sect of Christians that have maybe been scrubbed out, or like proto-Christians that actually held to the two powers, of like Yahweh and the angel of the Lord both being God. Like Michael Heiser talks about and other scholars.
Yeah, I agree with that concept, but I mean that could, yeah.
What about you, Krish?
What like, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I got the second part. I would have to like kind of dig into exactly what you mean by that. But did you want me to comment on the like monolithic view?
Referring to was if you thought there was a monolithic Christian sect that embraced this idea or concept of the two powers. But it sounds like you might not be that familiar with
the
that.
Two powers, as in, I'm not exactly sure what it is.
Basically, they were like proto-Trinitarians, or like at the very least, they believed that there was two persons who were God, right? Like, because as you see in destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, Yahweh rained down fire from Yahweh. So you have the two mentions of Yahweh. You kind of have the two mentions in Psalm 82 and also the Divine Council. Like there's Yahweh and I think El that are mentioned there. So they say, there's this like idea that there's an early of God being maybe not triune. There was two persons that were God. Michael, I don't know if you know about Michael, but he goes into it a lot. He's got it even on YouTube if you want to check it out, called Young Rome.
Yeah. I mean, obviously there was groups that started with 1, 2, the concept of 2, 3. I wouldn't deny that. I think more common, though, would be the Gnostic groups denying the Old Testament altogether, in terms of, like, groups that wanted to fracture off. I think those are the most common ones.
And you, Regal, I guess you're open to that concept of the two powers in heaven?
Yeah. I don't have an issue with that at all. No.
Research into the topic, or just like, well, you don't have any.
If you go deeper into this topic, like, do you know what like henotheism is? So, like at the earlier beginnings, it's like speculated that they took two kinds of gods and combined them in one. I think it was Eshra or Ishtar or something like that, and that becomes like the Hebrew god Yahweh. Personally, I think if there are any like proto-religions beforehand, and then you have like these guys come in and they do this, and then they write the Old Testament and they're critiquing like whatever it is on the basis before. Like I don't see an issue with it because it's on the basis of like revelation, you know, human beings being on a need to know basis type of thing. And that's all going all with like, you know, the whole timeline as we know it. I think the influence of God has been there on mankind from the very beginning.
And I think the thing with that, which makes this seem somewhat palatable to me, is just that the Christians in like the first century, like that became Trinitarians, it wouldn't have been that jarring for them, right? Because there was already a sect of Jews or proto-Christians that had this idea or aspects or elements of this idea even before Trinitarianism.
Well, that's kind of the idea I'm getting at here with the whole henotheistic thing. So like, how would you make sense out of that? So they probably had discussions about Yahweh said Yahweh, or you know, the two powers in heaven on the basis of something like this.
No, I get you now. Yeah, you're right. I agree.
I mean, isn't the logos or the word, isn't there already discussion of that?
I mean, it was a pre-Socratic concept as well, right? I think with like Heraclitus, he said all things were because of the logos. But then what is the Hebrew? What the heck is the Hebrew word for word? But yeah, they had that concept as well.
Yeah, so it makes you wonder, if you're looking only through Christianity, if the Jews back in the first century, if they were, or let's say John, if John's referring to the Hebraic word, then is he thinking through that Yahweh was in a house of gods and he had brothers and sisters? Because, I mean, this is what all the, like, one-sided scholars do. For instance, Shavakapolu, Joshua Bowman, who else? Myth Vision, all these individuals that are like notorious on YouTube with this stuff. They're reading in scripture from their own lens, and they contrast similarities with that's not monotheism. But if that's where I kind of lost, because it's like, well, if Christianity has always held to this monotheism, and the disciples did follow this, and they didn't hold to this multiplicity of gods, but divine persons, then it's either they didn't see that at all, or it was never known to them. That's why these theories are like less than 200 years old with this.
It's like, and if it makes it never known to them, though, it seems like it's harder to adopt, right? Because it would be a lot more jarring, because it's almost like shattering a worldview that they had.
Yeah, and if Christ, let's try to steelman the atheist, or whoever uses this argument. Let's say Christ was real and he claimed to be the Son of God. Well, if that was true, and there's historical evidence for that, then is Christ referring to him being the son of evil? Because he's claiming to be Yahweh in the Old Testament, but at the same time, if he's the Son of God in the sense of the anthropomorphic Yahweh that has a dad that's evil, then that wouldn't make any sense. Because that's saying he's the son of Yahweh and El. Because we believe that El and Yahweh are the same deity. I mean, the literal scholars don't see that though, but I understand where they derive it from, because it really is true. If it's either they didn't know it or they never believed it.
It says here, when the pension fund is in the red, the taxpayers took red.
God, that the Israelites are falling. Like for Sister Shavaka, like she thinks Yahweh has a body, right? Just because he's walking in the garden, she doesn't know that's Christ, for example. I need to look over my Substack real quick. I kind of dove into this for like 2 days about because it bothers me. It kind of bothers me sometimes. Because I'm like, damn, what if that's accurate though? What if it is a remolding of this ancient religion where they slowly morphed all these different vases or this different mold, and they turned it into one mold. There's all these different molds, and they turned it into one mold. That scares the hell out of me.
In the Middle East.
But it's a new theory. There's more justification for
Trump and the American army
singular deity with Christianity and with Judaism than this new
Hold on, he asked me. Stop.
Yes, he's taking over your role. He's crazy.
So I would say this. Look, here's the problem. So you've seen certain problems, like whether it was Vietnam. Could we defeat Iran if we wanted to? Obviously, but that would mean you'd have to send in a lot of Americans. There will be some casualties. It'll cost a lot of money. Is that going to be popular whatsoever? No. What we've done so far is very unpopular in America, and so we are not going to go in there. Are we going to go in there and stomp them full force? No, we can't.
Hey, Squid, are you rooting for America?
Actually, it's because the Americans themselves, they don't want
Did I say Amelia?
They don't want the war. What the fuck?
Squiggly lines, are you rooting for America or?
I have the right to.
I was asking the guy who was just speaking. Who's his turn?
We were
asking squiggly Arabic line guy.
Give me.
Who's rooting for America?
Man, give me a moderator. I will.
Oh yeah, you'll kick me and then I'll be gone forever, right, Matt?
I will not kick you.
Hold on.
I will stop you too.
Ilya hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, let it talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't say anything, and he's. Oh my God, your mother's Sharmuta. What the fuck? He's cursing me.
His mom is a dirty Sharmuta.
Shit.
Yeah.
Liam, talk about your mom.
Yeah. She fucked him in last.
Oh no! Come on.
All right, that's it.
Are you
trying not to say she's good on you? You gotta let her finish.
Everyone will hate you.
Started working. Do you clutch start a camel to go to your neighbor's house or something? I don't know.
Where from, Liam? You're lab. Do you know what the meaning of lab? You're lab.
So you know, be used
for big lab. Big lab.
Yeah, I used to put my ball stack on you people.
Shukala, Anshala, Habibi. Quiet.
Amelia, go ahead.
Yeah, I said that Americans, they do not go to war because they are against what is happening right now. So that's why that there is no Americans fighting Iranian right now. It's all about Muslims.
Stop. Shut up.
Wait.
No.
Who's against the
war? Yeah, because most of the American citizens.
No, hold on.
Shut the fuck up. What the fuck? Most of the Americans, they are against the war right now. They are not Trump. They are not with Trump.
9 million people. 9 million people protest.
My balls.
Yeah, you are.
But what she's saying is correct. If you look at the polling, it's there's a 23% rating for the war in Iran. I'm talking about people across the aisle. So it is unpopular. So, even amongst the right, this is very contentious amongst us. I'm one of the people that's on the right that's been retarded and stupid. And I would not let any male family member of mine go into the military for this stupid shit. Well, female. No, absolutely not.
What the fuck? I'm sure about equality. No, I'm not.
Straight up, bro. Women don't deserve rights. I agree with you.
I think
But,
your
you know,
mother
I,
deserve rights. Yeah,
Did you
continue.
say that, Amelia?
I said your mother do not.
My mother straight up told me women don't deserve rights.
Yeah, my mom.
That's right.
My mom's
You
dead.
got shit to this.
They
You guys
with
need
you.
to. So, Amelia, what neck of the woods are you from with your accent?
From.
She's a diaspora Iranian, bro.
Yeah, like no. I'm Egyptian.
You're Egyptian, and you live. Where do you live? Where do you live?
I live in Egypt.
Oh, you're not.
That's the Coptic language that they tried to destroy and eliminate.
Who is Liam? I would like to know.
Okay, Liam. Yeah, like he has
This guy
a like.
Where are you from, Liam? You asked her and she
I do want to say, I do want to let the Muslims in the room know that I am. I personally am a crusader. I do think we should take back all of the lands, whether that includes our holy lands.
Which lands?
Israel,
Google lands
but
is
all of the lands. So all of shut up. Okay, now you got to go to the audience.
You gotta let them talk, bruh.
So I'm against all lands that were Christian that have been bastardized by non-Christians.
Shut
so
up,
all of
Jared.
North
That was Jewish land first.
Take it over.
If we're gonna,
I want to take over. Hold on, guys. Chill out.
You
So
chill out,
I
Pepe.
personally
Enough.
Hey,
Enough of the saliva.
Bad.
Tell us what you
Bad.
with that
No,
concept,
I want to take over North Africa. Okay, Turkey would also become Christian again. Israel would become 100% Christian again. Syria,
North Africa.
yes, all of it needs to be Christian again.
We'll
ma'am.
kill you
Again,
before we
we're
let that happen,
We're
Pepe.
gonna go.
You can't. There's
You're
millions of us.
And
You can't.
and you should give the America to the native people again also. If you want to take over the Jews lands again, you want to give them
Yes, no. I'm going to give it to them. I'm going to give it to them.
You're going to give it to them? Okay, give it to them.
Yes, in the form of a slave
When you give
colony.
it-
Yes,
okay.
absolutely.
You will give their land to them?
Yes, we're gonna give the environmentalists
slaves
back.
our own
Okay, come to Egypt and if you come to Egypt, I promise you, we will give you the land.
No, you won't. You will.
We will give it to you. Come on.
No, you will be. You will ride back. You will be sent back on the camel you rode in on. Just kidding. Because we'll take your camel too.
We will
Amazing.
give you a big land, a very big land, a very big, strong land. Don't worry, come on.
All just squiggles.
He's gonna give it to you. You know what, Pepe? I think terrorists like you deserve the death penalty.
And I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Look at this angry. He said I deserve the death penalty. Look at this angry Jew. Wow. I thought you guys were a religion of peace. You Jews.
No, Naphtali's the fucking Arab.
Pepe, they passed the law today to kill Palestinians.
Pepe, Naphtali's a.
Oh, Naphtali's an Arab.
Yeah.
Why are you dick sucking for the Jews?
What's going on here?
No, he's cutting a watermelon. You don't get it.
He's just trolling.
Watermelon. He's got 29 friends. Just cutting a watermelon.
Welcome back.
The biggest problem that we have, hold on, every problem we have, okay, is that there are people, even non-believers, people. Okay, you're gonna have to go down if you do that one more time. So please don't do it. So we have. I'm trying to do the Lord's work here, and so do we have people that have lost their way? The only way we're gonna have peace on this earth is for everybody to be Christian and to accept Jesus as our Lord and Savior. If you're unwilling to do that, well, then I cannot save your sorry ass whatsoever.
How about
And
Jewish
so I'm
people?
sorry.
How about Jewish people?
Jewish people
Under
need to be
your
saved.
feet? Under your feet, or where?
No, they can become Christians and be one of us.
If
And
they refuse.
my lost Muslim brother, you can become one of us if you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
You pay the jizya.
We all accept. If Jewish
And we will
people,
subjugate.
Shut up. If Jewish people refuse to be Christian, what will you do with them?
Well, I can't, unfortunately, I can't answer that right now.
You should answer. You are the Lord now. You said you are the Lord.
I'm not the Lord. How dare you? How dare you? That is blasphemy. Like, how dare you?
No, I'm just like joking. If you have the control of the land and you take over the land and you have all the people,
Hey, you know what's
some Jewish. Shut up.
The RDC is falling to the American military.
Jews will need to accept Jesus Christ. We will put a church.
Jewish people, some Jewish.
No, all of them. No, all of them need to accept Jesus Christ.
All right, Pepe. If you had to choose one or the other, Muslims or the Jews?
Well, hold on. And look, and what I want to do is I want to go to Iran. All of those mullahs. I volunteer to do this. I'm going to shave all of their beards. I'm going to make them nice, well-groomed Christian men, and we are going we're going to make them
also. Like Christian have beards.
Some of them do.
Yeah,
some
bro,
of them
look
do.
at your nuns. They have beards.
Okay, you are welcome. Come to the Egypt.
We're gonna do the same thing to the
You're
Sunnis.
welcome. Just take like.
It needs to be a Coptic empire.
Book a ticket and come wherever you want. We're gonna welcome you, baby. Just
Habibi, come to Egypt.
yeah.
Christian, this proof that Jesus Christ is king and that our religion is the true religion. Since the time of Jesus, we have dominated every other group of people because what we do is we have dominated the Muslims, we've dominated the Jews, we've dominated everything.
The Jews dominate you, Pepe.
We will welcome you, and you can do whatever you want.
Dominate Christians all day.
You know, Christian people in Egypt will welcome you so much.
Oh, of course they would.
So much.
Unfortunately, the Jews in Israel, when we turn that Star of David into a nice cross, they're not going to be happy with it, but we're saving them. We're going to have them accept our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
People will be happy with you. You know,
Pepe, have you ever watched the Arabs drink the camel pee and bathe in it?
That's because they need to find Jesus Christ. It's the only reason they drink camel piss.
Pepe camel starts pissing, and they put their hands together like they're cupped in water, and then they pour it all over their hair and stuff like that.
That's very unholy. Very. Maybe they need an exorcism. Maybe they need to take a trip to the Vatican. I don't know, but we will cure them.
Liam, talking about camels. Wait, guys, I want
You
to
guys
say
drink camel
something.
piss.
Look,
And you
wait,
guys rape little girls on
Liam.
Epstein Island.
Wait, what the
It says that
fuck?
Amelia want to talk shit.
Yes, Liam, if you're...
Yeah, but she's a whore.
When it comes to Egypt, those have much...
No, I love the Arabs. Jesus taught us, unlike you animals.
Oh, Jesus, bro. Jesus.
Okay, unlike all of you animals. Hush. Unlike you hush.
How much?
Unlike all of you. Okay, I gotta mute everybody because you animals. Look at this. This is what happened when you don't have Jesus in your life. You don't have control. You can't stop. Now, Jesus, we are all God's children. Jesus wants us to love each other. And I love you people, even though you backwards camel jockey diaper heads don't love us. And even though you tiny hat wearing, conniving Hebes don't like us, we're trying to save you. That's all we're trying to do. We're trying to do for the rebels.
Come to Egypt.
Yes, absolutely. Israel could slaughter you guys for us, so it's not really a big deal.
Well, they're gonna slaughter you soon. Don't worry about it. Try to go there and try to speak English.
Oh, Israel can slaughter you.
Israel loves Pepe because Pepe hates Muslims.
If you're a Christian or not, an American, they're gonna
No, the Israelis love Pepe because Pepe hates Muslims.
What about you, Lama? Did you take your wife to swim club before?
You mean he is a little...
I'm sure you did.
Tiny, angry racist.
Hey, okay, you guys need to stop speaking that demonic language in this room.
Maybe can ask you something. How much can I pay you and you become
you wanna suck his dick?
You cannot pay me. I am a child of God.
You have a price.
No, I do not. Unlike you Arabs. You dirty Arabs have a price.
Most of Americans, they sell their soul.
You ungodly Arabs. You still to this day chop each other's heads off on the fucking street. You guys have ungodly consumerism. You buy flashy brand label shit. Yeah, you like to show off your sports cars. Who can spend the most amount of money on a license plate with the first number? All while acting like you're a pious Muslim. But what you end up doing at the same time is you have exceptions for yourself. yourselves, where you guys get to do news, you get to do hookers, you get to shit on the faces of OnlyFans whores. That you guys are the biggest hypocrites in the world.
You have a tiny cock, I'm sure of it. That's why you're so angry.
I have a much bigger cock than you people.
You have a fucking tiny cock, man.
Okay, let's sword fight, bitch. Let's sword fight.
No. I'm not gonna.
My dick's a lot bigger than yours, bitch.
It was your lady, man. I'm gonna do it with your lady, not you, of course.
No, she won't.
Why would I fucking do?
How can you have your short little tiny dick with the fucking quarter-inch cubic turtleneck end up penetrating my woman? It's not gonna happen, dude. It's not gonna happen. She'd probably laugh. She'd be like, "Oh my God, are you trying to drill me? Are you like a little Arab trying to drill me for oil? Oh my God, that's so cute!" And it wouldn't get in because we are not built the same, sir.
Did I touch your G-spot? Yeah, P.
We're not built the same.
Angry, man.
We're not built the same.
You looks very angry. You looks like have a weak.
Just remember, the male G-spot is the prostrate, guys.
I believe he's jealous of Arabian people. You can't be a
He's super angry, Amelia. I'm not sure why. Why he's super angry like that, Amelia?
Yeah, but you Egyptians aren't Arabic, so like Embarrassed what? The women have unibrows naturally. Their women are hairier than from Europe. They're like, what is there to be happy about? You know what's funny is Arab women try to look like European women because European women are obviously a lot more attractive. No, ew.
Never been real dicks because that's why they fucking go.
Ew.
If you come to Middle East and Israel kick your ass, no, we don't accept the Christian. What do you do?
I know they don't accept Christians, and that's where.
We invite Pepe.
Yeah, the Crusades were against the Jews and the Muslims. Okay, I'm not naive enough to think that the Jews are our allies, because at the end of the day, you cannot be a true ally of mine if you do not accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
Well, that's your choice. You choose whatever the fuck you want.
No, you don't. You stupid, dirty Arab.
No, you're a fucking idiot.
In Israel,
you fucking. Why do you have a false prophet? Why do you have a false prophet? That is so demonic. That is so disgusting.
We're all gonna pay the fucking bill. You're gonna be something.
You need to accept Jesus Christ.
Let me come suck my cock.
No.
Accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, faggot.
Come suck my cock.
Pepe's gonna jizz all over your.
You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
He wants to fucking go, guys.
See, look at this Muslim. He's saying gay stuff. He's talking about how a man will like the taste of his cum because he is fucking. You're literally demonic. You are demonic. Prophet Muhammad has put demons inside of you. Just like he put demon stains on Aisha's dress. You filthy fucking diaper head.
Muhammad is burning in hell.
PB, where are you from?
Why do Arabics fuck goats?
From Arizona.
Why do Arabics fuck goats?
Well, I mean, a goat is about just as hairy as an Arab woman, but slightly more attractive. Why wouldn't they?
The overheat in Arizona affected your head so much. Where do you live? Phoenix or what?
Yeah, I live in Phoenix. What's up?
Well, fuck Phoenix.
Oh, you want to fight, bitch? What's up?
You fuck Phoenix.
What's up, pussy? You gonna come here? You gonna pull up?
Fuck you.
Oh, you really? Oh, wow. Oh no, you're gonna fuck me up? Amazing.
Send me your address.
I'd love to see you pull up, tough guy.
Give me your address. Give me your address. What is your address?
What is your address, foreigner?
6139.
You call people foreigner and different.
I live in Washington State, you idiot.
Nobody's
fucking afraid of you.
Nobody's afraid of you. Yeah, I don't threaten people on the internet to pull into their house like a fucking.
I started doing Arizona because people like you. All the Arizona's residents are just like you, people. Don't fuck Arizona, man. I fucking hate racism.
Fuck you.
People like you.
No, you know, Arizona's largely a lot of Mexicans here, and they're also Catholic. They'd also take part in the crusade.
When did Arabs become a race? How is this?
Tienen tax.
Yeah, when did Arabs become a race?
Yeah, his ass.
When did Arabs become a race, you faggot? How's he a race?
He doesn't wash his ass after he shit. Yeah, he doesn't.
You guys don't wipe your asses after you shit because Allah forbids it. What the fuck are you talking about? You know what's really disgusting is that you people. Okay, hold on, diaper head. What I'm trying to say is that you guys just imagine this. Because I'm trying to put a picture in people's mind because most of us we don't have these gross, dirty Arab genes. And so imagine they take a nasty, steamy shit. It smells like, of course they were eating hummus. Yeah, lots of all of this gross falafel, all of that shit, right? They take these steamy shits, and of course it sticks all over their ass hairs because these people are hairy as fuck. That's why they smell. Their breath stinks. And imagine all of this shit is like caked on their ass hairs. Like these people are disgusting. These people are so unholy. They need to go into a church. They need to wipe their ass with toilet paper, and they need to get on a pew, and they need to accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. You filthy fucking Muslims. You people are dirty. You people are dirty. You're backwards. You need to find Jesus Christ.
You are.
No, shut up, you dirty fucking you Mohammedan. Shut your goddamn mouth.
Last time you did what?
Shut your fucking mouth, you dirty Mohammedan.
Your last shower probably was 2 months ago, right? Your last shower was 2 months ago? I smell you to me, you fucking idiot.
No, we smell a lot better than your people.
Dude.
Where are you from? Dravin?
Okay. Why are you so angry?
Where are you from? Pretty diaper head.
I'm from fucking Washington, you idiot.
You're from Washington?
You wanna come to me?
Where are your parents from? Where are your parents from?
You wanna come?
No, I'm asking your nation origin.
Where are your parents from?
Yeah, my parents were here. Where were your parents from?
Right? Where they came from?
Is this dude?
Yeah, well, I mean, you speak English with an accent, so obviously.
So what? He was formed.
At least I speak 2 languages. How many languages?
Ew, you're lucky.
How many languages you speak, Phoebe?
There's only one type. There's only like
2 languages. How many?
Hold on, you dirty ape. There's only 2 types of Iraqis that are cool, and those are the Chaldeans and the Syrians. They're the only people that are human beings that live. Yeah, all of you dirty Shia. And you fucking Sunni Muslims who don't accept Jesus, you guys are filth. You guys are fucking disgusting. That is why the Christian world went into Iraq and we crushed you within days. And all of your Muslim, all of the Muslims across the world did nothing about it. They just watch us Christians do the work of the Lord, and we dominated you people.
So you think okay?
There's your merciful Muhammad, he's nowhere to be found. Why did Jesus Christ is...
Chill, PB. I have a question for you, seriously, man. Do you think using this language, speaking to us, you're gonna invite people to...
I think you're going to hell no matter what. So I don't care.
No, I don't think you should speak this way to everyone. Just arguing with you. You're fucking idiot.
Man, he needs to be learn how to start.
He need to watch his ass. He really didn't wash his ass in his whole life.
Why are the Arabs getting so mad?
Just like the other fucking Americans.
I'm getting so mad because...
Okay, you shut your filthy Arab mouth. You know what? This is the thing. You know what's really funny? Is the Persians had warned me about you people. I'm talking about before I even knew anything about Islam. They talked about how basically Arabs are monkeys, which is true. The Persians are a lot smarter than you people. The Turks think you guys are monkeys, which is true. They're a lot smarter than you guys. Now, what's really funny is we can look. What is the Gulf Arab states produce? Nothing. They innovate nothing. They have oil wealth. That's all they have. They innovate not a goddamn thing. The Persians are actually rather industrious and can invent shit and create shit. Same as the Turks. But you have you fucking monkeys with oil wealth. You people are stupid. You are dumb fucking people.
Fuck you.
Man,
guys, don't spit on Liam.
Holy shit. Have you studied math, bro?
Iraqi soldiers are pussies.
What Iraqi?
So I tell them,
Idiot. Who's you talking to?
They have to Roma
Who's
from Iraq.
Iraqi? I'm pretty sure his mom would have a different opinion about
PP, do you support the war that's happening in Iran?
No, I'm absolutely against it. I'm not for this Jewish war.
That's good. Then we agreed on something, man. Let's.
You know what, bro? Fuck you and your eyebrow.
If we are agreed on something, that's something that's you know, it's gonna make us speak about something, you know.
Pepe, how much do you love Egypt?
I love the
British, I believe.
I love the Coptic Egyptians. Everybody else can go to hell.
What about the Muslims?
You love what?
Bro, I can lay down into the pyramids.
What about the Sunni Muslims and their pedophiles?
Shut up,
You love what, Didi? Who you love? Who you love again? Say again.
Pepe, how do you feel?
I said I love the Coptic Christians in Egypt.
No, I'm saying, how do you feel about Prophet Muhammad?
Do you have any Egyptian? Any Christian Egyptian friends?
I've talked to
Draven is Egyptian. I just looked at his shit.
Have you ever visited Egypt before?
I would never go to such a dirty shithole.
Well, you still love. You just said that you love.
Yeah, the Christians.
Bro, have your mom right?
They're my brothers in Christ.
Why would you?
Come and they will.
Do you know
They will
that
write
we
you.
have one of the oldest? Do you know that we have one of the oldest churches in?
Yeah, but then the Muslims ended up taking over.
The Holy Family.
They ended up colonizing and taking over
One of the
civilization.
Born like Christians and live peacefully with them.
200 years
They
ago,
probably
and you're
live peaceful
talking
more than
about
Americans
Egypt?
do.
Come on.
What were the options you gave the Christians there? They can either leave, pay jizya,
Live freely, man.
or they can have a duel.
You idiot! You fucking idiot! That's why you speak like idiots, man. Like other fucking Americans.
No, that is literally what happened.
No,
like,
no, you
it's so
speak-
fucking
you
This is not nonsense.
Genuine question. If you had
This is something that's actually been litigated. I've been in rooms with it's including cops. They absolutely they agree that, like, yes, they're under Islam. They were given three primary options. Like,
pay jizya, convert or die. So Pepe, how do you like if you had a time machine and you could go back and visit Prophet Muhammad, what would you do?
Did speak, Liama.
What would you do, Pepe, if you were face to face with Prophet?
It would be like fucking.
I would call an exorcist. I'd call an exorcist.
He's fucking afraid to give me his address. This idiot, he is afraid to give me his address, and now he's speaking against Muhammad.
That's what Iran is doing.
You're a fucking coward, PP.
I'll give you my address.
He's a fucking coward like you, Liama. He's a fucking coward like you.
Best for
Always scared of his phone chat.
I will give you my address. My address is 1600 Pennsylvania
I
Avenue,
don't give a
Washington,
shit
D.C.
It doesn't sound like
Show up at my house right now, bitch.
For me.
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue,
Fuck you,
and I live in Washington, D.C.
Your mother is with you?
Yeah, she's there right now at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Fly there right now.
Okay, thanks. We'll
Fly there
visit
and
you.
come fight me, you faggot.
It doesn't sound
And
like.
when you show
Do mom married?
stand there with a knife for a gun and scream, I'll walk.
Is your mom married, Liam?
Okay, I want to say a prayer,
1600
guys.
Pennsylvania.
Guys, dear Lord Jesus, I'm sorry for making fun of God's fellow children. You know, please stop, don't say that word in the presence of Jesus while I'm praying. But I am praying that you save these wayward people so that they will accept you and be peace on this earth. Amazing.
Oh, I'm saved. I'm so fucking saved.
No, I'm praying that you'll save you.
I'm so fucking saved, man. You
See how peaceful?
You just saved me, you idiot.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny is that was me being nice and not saying anything insulting, right?
Yep.
But then if this was Muslim, it'd be like, so you guys don't use musical scales, okay? You just do retarded shit, and then it would have like this guy with a lot of reverb speaking in Arabic, and then all of a sudden, you know, it'd be like, oh, this looks kind of cool. Then all of a sudden, it would show a guy dressed in black, covering his face, and then it would show a guy in orange, and then it would show like him taking a blade in 4K, slitting his fucking throat, and you know that kind of stuff, and then it'd be like, that's what they would do. We are not built the same. We fight in the name of Jesus. We fight in the name of peace and justice. You fight in the name of barbarism. You fight in the name of being.
I think I did hurt your feelings so much, baby. I did hurt your feelings so much. That's why you're so angry.
Child raping, woman beating, pieces of shit.
So we have a question for you. Who
Do you have a system?
take over America and kill the native people?
Do you have a system?
Native American people.
The Native Americans have been saved. They are now Christian, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't update Arabian horse.
The British people didn't kill the Native American?
No. Most of the death was through disease. Most of the death was through disease.
That it is their land, and you will.
You know, here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say about the Arabs. Okay, my grandfather is French. Okay, and he fought in the French-Algerian War. He stuck many Arab dicks in the dirt, shooting them dead.
Hopefully he has been killed.
I have family members that served in the global war on terror and put many of your dicks in the dirt. Okay, we are fighting the holy war against you unholy
I'm sure your father is burning in hell now. He's burning.
No, he's not. Because he doesn't believe in the Prophet Muhammad.
That he killed people.
In a war, dumbass. Yes, against infidels that did not that are apostates that believe in this false prophet.
He's not a fucking hell, you fucking idiot.
No, you guys are literally the infidels that you like to call everybody else. That is you. You are apostate. You are dirty people.
Fucking
yes. Unlike anybody in your family, because you're a dirty Muslim.
So you think if I were to say,
hold on, let Steppy speak. Let Steppy speak. Yeah, no, we killed way more of you people, you fucking faggot. Shut up and let Steppy speak.
I put my address in the chat. I bet you want to show up.
what?
I put my address in the chat.
Steppy was in the military for many years. You don't want that smoke. That's fine.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
You're not gonna fuck anybody up.
I'm gonna give
okay, show up, tough guy.
Yeah, I did have a
go ahead, Sword.
So with the we see what I hate this way, but the Islamic culture trying to do. Y'all think they're gonna take over America?
Who said that? Sword?
No, I'm asking.
You asking who?
I'm asking you.
You asking me what?
Are the people who practice, I guess, what would be considered radical Islam? The
Who about radical Islam? Who talks about radical Islam now?
I'm asking.
They don't believe in radical Islam. These are radical fucking donkey fucking Muslim cells.
Shut the fuck up, you
shut the fuck up, you fat motherfucker. Shut dog leash on you, bitch. I'll shut your that camel's ass. I'll make you get that camel a fucking prostate. See? While it's in your mouth, shut the fuck up. It'll be upgrading against your inbred Arab ass. Suck my fucking dick.
Fuck you, fucking idiot. What makes you think, Sword, what makes you think that we believe in radical Islam?
I didn't say you did. I'm asking.
Do you think that we can
I started with asking you a question.
Yeah, what is it? I'm just saying, this fucking idiot people need to shut up.
I'm saying, are you African American?
Yeah.
We love African American. We love African American. We are from the same continent.
Then why did you guys were the #1 cause of death of African Americans? Was literally the Arabic slave trade. What the fuck are you talking about? You piece of fucking shit. You guys don't treat black people as the same in North Africa. Like this is so goddamn stupid.
Give me your address, people. Give me your
lying piece of shit.
I'm not
I love how you try to actually make this inroads with this blood gentleman.
It has no dick. You want to listen to my advice?
You know what's funny? Here, I'm gonna make an observation. You know how I said earlier how like the Persians, I've heard Persians and Turks and other people talk about how the Arabs are monkeys. They're literally, no, you guys are literally subhuman in comparison to them, which I do think is absolutely true. It's absolutely true. I mean, the Persians are much more successful than you guys, much more. They're much older than you guys. But you know what's funny is for like the last week or two, we've been having nothing but like mainly Persians in our rooms. And the Persians are so much more eloquent, well-behaved, nice. They're a lot less violent.
Sorry, the mailbox is full and there is not enough space to leave a message.
Yo, it's John. I'm listening to Clubhouse retards, but if you're up and you want to chat, I'm around. Bye.
He's the only one
Rate yourself.
The Turks make you guys look like a bunch of retards.
Rate yourself. From 1 to 10, rate yourself, PP. From 1 to 10, rate yourself. Come on.
Rate myself in terms of what?
You keep calling everyone monkeys and everything.
I am too, but I am still better than you.
Do you think that you're?
I just want to say I'm not a. I just want to say I'm not a homosexual, but I would fuck Prophet Muhammad.
The funny thing is, he's like, do you think you're a handsome man? But the reality is that like, I don't know, I can't see this as a picture. I have a problem getting women. That's the point.
With no dick.
Like you fucking 5'7" Arabs, okay? Yeah, with hair all over your bro, to trap the scent of this odor. Your nasty fucking odor. You stinky fucking people.
Are you gay, people? Are you gay?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
You look like gay.
Who the fuck looks at an Arab man and says, never.
Cool down. I have a question. Why did you guys did like that thing which is called gym sweep?
What?
The gyms. What is it called?
The gyms. Can you say?
I think what he's saying that I can translate. Hold on, I can translate. What he said is that I'm not a homosexual, but I would fuck Prophet Muhammad in the ass and I'd come and
Your mom has been bagged. Your mom.
Egyptians are all faggots.
How many black person fucked your mom, Leon?
I'm gonna fuck Prophet Muhammad in the ass.
Who were the biggest bunch of faggots? Was it Alexander the Great or was it the ancient Egyptians? I don't know.
Did your mom visit?
Just kidding. It was the ancient Egyptians. They were the biggest faggots in the world.
He actually thinks that everybody gives a fuck about it. He's like,
PP.
Who's letting this Indian man talk?
Are you calm now? PP.
You don't think anybody cares. You know, Draven, it's past Ramadan. Why don't you go blow yourself up for Allah?
Okay, he's a sub-Saharan African from Sudan. He doesn't speak for us Christian, even though he's a brother in Christ. So I pick him over any of you savages you savage Mohammedans. You guys are demonic people. Do not like you people.
I think there's an Arab guy raped you while you were young.
No, Arabs here, Arabs are a lot smaller than us. They can't fight us. We dominate Arabs. We've always dominated Arabs. Yeah, you're fine.
Even the gas in your mom car.
No, the gas is God given in land. Arabs did not invent gas. Arabs did not invent gas. There's a problem with Arabs is that they have a God-given natural resource, despite being the most retarded, least innovative people, and they have money because of that. You guys are not like the Persians. We're actually smart.
Oh my God.
Hi, baby. I have a question for you. Can I ask you a question, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes.
You said that Persian and Turk are stronger than Arabs. My question is why or how Arabs have beaten Turk and Persian and turned them to Muslims.
Okay, you guys did that. You guys did do that at an extent, but at the end of the day, they're their own identity. Much like how it's like asking. How did he turn people on? Okay, so it's much like asking how did we turn people into Christians. However, if we were to look at the Western European Christians in particular that have dominated the globe for the last 500 years, nobody denies that. Yes, there's a specific groups of Christians, unlike, let's say, the Filipinos, which are not very powerful Christians, or Mexicans, which are not very powerful Christians, but Western European Christians can clean every clock. And the Turks are Muslims, as well as the Persians that are Muslims that are much smarter and much better than you Arab monkeys, for sure.
Never studied math. They know nothing about algebra.
Good question because they looks good.
But he's right, PB.
You have an inferiority complex because you're dumber than the Turks and the Persians. It's not my fucking fault, asshole. Go cry to somebody else.
They are even stronger than Christians in Egypt. They turned them to Muslims as well in Egypt and North Africa.
Okay, Pepe, 1 second.
That's why you're a piece of shit. It's
1 second, guys.
Never wash his ass as I wash my feet.
I don't know why you're still alive people until now.
Yet only 8 million fucking friends. You have 104 million people.
What's up, bro? What's up, my man?
Okay.
What's up, my man?
Okay.
Are you
Okay, so everyone, if you guys can do me a major favor.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, a major favor here.
Okay, let him talk, man. Go ahead, bro.
Thanks, I appreciate it. So one of the things I would like to find out, if you'd like to put in the chat, what countries are each one of you from? Number 1. And number 2, this is very important for all of us.
They're all from Egypt.
Yes, we're all from Egypt.
They're all from Egypt. They all.
Okay.
Have you ever built a pyramid? Have you ever built a pyramid?
Hold on, guys.
No Egyptians, yeah.
Okay. I will start dropping people because we could all talk. I mean, for me.
Sure, go ahead. I swear to God, I'm fine now.
Okay, so what I like to do, because I don't know what language some of you speak.
Arabic. Arabic Egyptian.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish, please. I'd like for you to put it in the chat so that I can read it, what country you're from. Do you speak Egyptian, Farsi, Turkish, whatever? So I can learn, okay, because I like learning. Okay, it's just a whole different approach. Guys, I've been to 54 countries around the world.
What exactly you want to learn, Edward?
We shut the fuck up and let him finish. You got
damn it. Shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot. Fucking
what the fuck is wrong with you?
This guy, this fuck is a fucking idiot.
Oh my God.
Okay, can we be
Go ahead, Edward.
Okay, everybody, let Edward, guys. Let Edward finish his fucking point. Everybody, okay, Mike, Edward, you're gonna have to go off your mic. Let him finish. Once he's done, he'll say he's done.
Yeah, I will tell you I'm done. So this is what I like because some of you I've never met, don't know you, haven't seen your name before, don't know, because some of you do have the language. I don't know if it's Farsi, I don't know if it's Aramaic, I don't know if it's Arabic, because some of you are writing in that particular style. And if you want, you can back channel me and I can actually copy and paste it so that I can actually translate it into English. Because again, what I want to learn, okay, is how do I dwell on planet Earth with people that are not like me. They don't have my same morality. They don't have my same government. I just want to learn that if it's possible. But if you don't want to do that, that's okay too. And if you want to just DM me, that's all right. And I am not.
I think I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
Hey, I'm talking.
We're gonna start with the major words for Egypt.
Hold on, guys, hold on. Let one of the Arabs. Okay,
done, man.
Darsh, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to moderate the room. Darsh, you can speak.
You and your eyebrows.
Darsh,
Right.
I'm trying to give you room to speak and only you to speak, and you're protesting me. Okay, so stop.
Sure, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Darsh. It's your turn.
I'm gonna give you a shot that you can call.
For Mansi, my friend.
No, it's just a quick.
Okay, you can come. No, you gotta go to the audience.
You know what? Like a man, stop bringing people down and just listen.
Wait, no, because he's over talking you.
The dude is from a different place and he has no time to talk. So we give him a chance. That's it. All right, let me be straightforward. Okay,
Mr. Darsh,
we are from Egypt and we speak Arabic. Would you please drop that asshole down, please? Okay, we are Egyptian, Edward, and we speak in Arabic, all right? And I don't know what kind of you're looking for.
Hey, Edward, I was just going to chime in and let you know. If you're going to learn
Edward speaks to me back channel. Thank you, no problem, brother.
Hey, hold on, Steppy.
Proper way, just please.
Yeah, let him finish. We're doing turns right now.
Okay, so first, I actually been to Luxor, Alexander, and Cairo. We do like your country. It's been a fascinating time when my wife and I was there. So I do appreciate you sharing that with me. So learned a lot about the actual pyramids and everything else. I'm in the death care business, so the pyramids being mausoleums have really helped me learn the different parts and different things that you hear about the Egyptians. I learned a whole lot of different things. So sharing that. All right.
No problem, my friend. Anytime. I just wondering, like, what makes me so angry over us? Like, we're exactly. I'm sorry, Steppy. Persian are super busy right now dealing with more important things, like, like rather than sitting here on Clubhouse.
Well, I really wish respectful to people and stop fucking mocking Muslims.
If you Pepe.
So did you see
Hello, Pepe. Can you let would you please accept the mic for Manzi, please? He's a friend of us. He didn't mean to interrupt. Pepe. Okay, raise your hand, Manzi. Raise your hand.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Edward. Edward, you said you wanna know if we are matching with your molarity. I would like to ask you, what's your polarity?
Oh, it's a good one.
In brief.
I'm saying again.
Not having sex with a 9-year-old.
Okay, Ashik has to go down.
That's not
we're trying to have a serious conversation.
When you talk with us, you said you want to know from which country, what language we talk, and you want to know if we are like matching with your molarity.
Yeah, for me, I'm married to one woman. Our children are both married. I believe, this is me personally, again, just my own opinion. I believe in no substance, no abuse. So if I don't take this substance, it can't abuse me. So at 62 years old, I've never tasted alcohol, never smoked a cigarette, never done a drug. I'm not going to come on here and use
it's killing the children and the innocent people.
Oh, bring Maggie up.
Is matching with your morality?
Guys, bring Maggie up.
Okay, hold on.
Would you please, Emilia, give him a chance?
Hold on, guys. I don't know why. You decide to ask me a question that was different than the question I was answering. So
He's trying to get you on a gotcha when it comes to Israel. That's what he's trying to do.
If you don't want to answer, it's up to you. I don't push you to answer, but I just ask you a question. You can answer.
I don't put you. I want to ask you.
And if you want to ask me a question,
Shut up, you fucking gay Somalian. Shut up.
Okay, you guys are funny, man. I go on mute. I let you guys answer the question.
I mean, you don't want to hear from a gay Somalian, so
it's killing people, civilian people and children. Is matching with your morality? Yes.
First of all, war is ugly. I don't care.
I don't talk about war. I talk about.
Excuse me. You can't answer for me. You can't answer for me. Okay, and I'm not going to answer the way you think you want me to answer.
You're right, Edward. Please, Ziad, give him a chance.
Okay.
At least to
So for me, I think anyone, anyway, losing a child or their homeland or their country is not good. Okay. At the same time, because I am a believer, there's a scripture that says there is a time for war. Why is there a time for war? Because there are evil people on planet Earth that do some evil things. Now, whether I like that or not, because I'm only 62, when I arrived here, everything was already here. So I got to go with the laws of nature and nature's God. And unfortunately, sometimes men need to be removed from the planet because their deeds are evil.
So you're called God Act. You're called that like God Act.
So like Sharia law, where they can drag a woman.
1 second, Stevie.
When the man can make a false claim about adultery, Sharia law would come out as
question for
the other question for
when it comes to warfare, like there are aspects.
Are you going to watch?
Yes, I'm washing my hands right now.
What the fuck are you doing? Come on.
So anyways, shut up. Shut up. My point was, shut the fuck up.
Why are you pissing, bro?
I'm not pissing, you stupid motherfucker. I'm saying something else. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, guys, I want to say something. Can we bring Manny up? He's Egyptian and something. What the fuck you're saying?
Amelia, that...
Okay, so, look, there are, you can talk about warfare and the religious differences. Stealing a man's wife, or I guess you would say it's the merciful thing to do, or it's the booty of war, and to me that is, and I own her now, and you can basically, it would be rape because you own her. And because if she doesn't consent or doesn't want to be with you, you can do whatever you want with her. And I have to sit here and listen to you guys talk about like what is just. But under your fucking religion, what is just? When it comes to warfare, I mean, why is it so common that Muslims say that Islam will every fucking home? And by the way, I was trolling you fucking retards earlier. Okay, because it was funny to get a rise out of you, but. With that being, which I'm not a crusader, by the way, I'm not even religious.
Oh!
I was raised Catholic. But yeah, amazing. Shut up. Amazing. Shut your fucking mouth. Okay, shut the fuck up. Now, but we hear, we get to hear how you fucking retards. You want Islam to come into every home. Jihad is basically. I understand it. It's justice. It's a struggle against justice, and whatever. Yeah, but it's also until basically Sharia law is everywhere and Islam is everywhere. Okay, there's going to be Sharia. So, like, just spare me bullshit. Okay, like most. They're going to tell you your face. It's bullshit. But now, okay, how do you guys fight war? And look at how you guys fight war. You literally take fucking, you literally take the wives as fucking trophies that you get to rape afterwards.
Do not commit adultery except for those whom you're right.
Probably Pepe.
That's in the Quran.
If you still speaking this way, I'm gonna.
Pepe, do not commit adultery except for those
Your
right hand possesses.
You can even learn. You know what the problem is, baby? Tell me. And it's no life around.
The problem isn't anything. Whenever we go to one of your fucking countries to fight a fucking war.
Can I say
No.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Whenever we go to one of your countries.
You spoke a lot. Shut up. Can I speak? You're fucking talking. You have been talking fucking 2 hours.
I don't want to hear from you, Darsh. You need to shut up because
one of your fucking countries you guys don't stand a fucking chance between your fucking clocks, left and right. Like, to even sit here and pretend like there's any kind of equilibrium between the Muslim world and the Christian world is fucking retarded.
Fucking like that. Fucking like that. I'm gonna let you strong to your mind, people.
hold on, everyone. Just gonna choke the light guy. Oh, hold on.
Shut the fuck up, Edward's speaking. Shut up, you fucking monkeys. Okay, hold on a second.
Shut up.
Okay, Edward, unmute after this. You monkeys need to shut the fuck up while he's speaking. Okay, just one at a time. It's not me. Okay, you're going to the audience, Mikkel. Okay, going to the audience.
Monkey's your mom, Pepe.
Okay, let Edward speak.
Okay, guys. I would like to hear what you guys are attempting to say, but can we do it one at a time? I mean, I know everybody wants to speak. Yes, you can, but can I finish?
Yeah.
I'll let you go next. I'll let you go next. But what I like for us all to do, the mic is a privilege. It's not a right, guys. None of us are winning any awards here at all. There's no awards in this room.
Bro, I've been trying to speak, Edward, for the last 20 minutes, but Amelia keeps jumping in like everybody else.
What about Pippi? Like, you saw Amelia, but
because no one...
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. I didn't finish, guys.
Okay. Let me... Another thing we would like to do is for all of you with the pink tickets, will you please join the house? And just turn in your pink tickets. All right? So I'm going to let Steph go, and then right after Steph done, you can go ahead and begin to speak, okay?
Well, take one of you guys and one of us, all right?
Okay, cool. Hey,
how is that?
Edward, since we're talking about a Muslim situation, I want to make sure that I'm accurate. So there's a here named Ocean that can break down Sharia law to a lot of you.
Oh, I have a news.
I want Ocean. I yield my time to you, Ocean.
Let me
I yield my time to you, Ocean. So that
Mad, I was telling you.
I got a very big news.
Okay, I got it. See, I gotta shut the monkeys up.
They're mostly different.
Hey, shut your goddamn mouth. Okay, we have these monkeys that came into this room. I told them, I wish you guys behaved, because we spent the last, I don't know, couple of weeks speaking with and they're very,
the monkey is your fucking...
They're very normal. It's almost like us in the civilized world, we're used to speaking to people like them. But then you crabs come in, and you guys end up basically behaving like the goat fucking diaper head that you are. No, it's not your turn. Okay, you need to shut up. Okay, shut your Sharmuta mouth and let Ocean say what he has to say. Okay, you monkeys, stop it.
Hey, thank you, baby. It's a news. The news came out yesterday, basically. So Germany is technically going to start sending back 700,000 Syrians back to Syria, which is 80% of Syria's population in Germany. Hey, by the way, for Muslims, have you guys ever think that you guys are the same as pagans? Because
same as what? Sorry, same as what, Ocean?
Pagans, because pagans
like the one that Muhammad used to worship the idol.
Yeah, because pagans used to go around fucking Mecca 7 times. They used to kiss the black stone.
Yeah, which you guys
we kiss
really
black stone. We don't kiss apples like you motherfuckers.
Asking Palmer, who was fighting to prove it's from heirs, and it wasn't. I'm so sorry to break your heart. And
talking about us. Like, how about you guys? What do you guys do?
I have a question for Rick.
Our kids in house. Do you have a mirror? Do you have a mirror?
You faggots, you trying to talk to me? Shut up, you.
Rich, what would you do if you had a time machine?
1 second before he answers. Could you?
Probably, Edward, some people need to learn how to talk to people proper way. Like, keep interrupting.
Hold on.
And he's very rude. And he's an asshole. And he has no deck.
Okay. Shut the fuck up and let Edward speak.
Yeah, so Amelia, if you want to go ahead, guys, let's just be patient. Go ahead, Amelia.
Okay, first of all, I want to say something. Not all of us are Muslims. There are like Christian too. So can you please bring Manny up? He's Christian and he's Egyptian, so you can see like another point of view. And second thing, we are civilized, Pepe. But the thing is, you are shouting and you are hurting our ears. So please stop shouting. Thank you so much. Yeah. So please bring Manny up.
I don't see Manny. Does anybody see Manny? Because I can't see him.
Yeah, he's down there.
I don't see him. Is he in the top? Is he in the house member? No.
Yeah, Manny, like raise your hand. What the fuck?
Yeah, raise your hand, Manny, because I can't see him.
He might have it written. He might have it written.
Yeah, he's down there.
We can't read. If
I can't read it.
If it's in English.
Sorry, Lord, thank you. So,
It's in English.
what is it in English?
Hello, he's in the chat.
Yes, thank you, okay. Thank you, guys. You guys got to write English because most of this is English. Hey, hold on, Amelia. Hold on, Amelia.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Yeah. What?
Screenshot of it. So fuck him.
It's okay. Yeah, but the KK, don't worry about it. He doesn't even know what it's. So it's okay. It's guys. I don't get
fucking black. You are the real slave.
No, Amelia, hold on, Amelia, hold on, Amelia. Hey, hold on, Amelia. Amelia, I did not make fun of you. I gave you the opportunity to speak, okay? Okay, but no, let's just be cordial with each other, okay? The best way for us to communicate is you just make your point, don't talk about other people, and it would move along pretty quickly. That's all. We can all do that. Amelia. Amelia.
Good. There's a leave button. There's a leave button.
Yeah, exactly. Amelia, I want you to hear yourself. I asked you a question. I said, will you please make your point and don't talk about other people?
What point? What
The point you made, to my knowledge, was that everyone in here are Muslim. Some people are Christian. I heard you. Did you not say that?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you said bring Manny up because Manny would give us a different point of view. Did you not say that?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we could stop talking about other people, it would be great. Don't worry about what people say. Number one, Amelia.
No. He cursed me. He cursed my.
You receive it to me?
Go ahead.
Okay. Do not give oxygen to things that have no value.
Yeah, you mean Pepe has no value?
No, hold on. Did you hear what I just to you? You're doing it to yourself again. Do you know you're incriminating your own self when you respond to situations? You're giving power to it. Do not do that to yourself. What you're telling people is that they have more control over how you receive information versus you just moving along with your own voice. Just be who you are. You know 1,000% that you currently are a person on the planet. Am I correct, Amelia?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just celebrate the fact you're a person. No matter what anyone says, do not allow their words to turn you opposite of who you are.
Okay, I do agree. And I just wanted to see something that when we start talking normally, like we are talking and I hear you, you hear me. We are not talking like animals. But the thing what happened right now, I just want to clarify something. He showed us as an Arabs, as monkeys, and like cannot talk, and we are not civilized because he was yelling at us, cursing our whole nations, and cursing my mother, and saying, "Fuck, bro."
Amelia, hold on, Amelia.
However,
Hold on, Amelia.
let's
We gotta
move
move
on.
on.
Let's move
Amelia,
on.
I've been to Arab countries.
Yeah.
Okay, and I've been to other countries where I've gone to the zoo. And you know what I saw? I saw monkeys in the zoo, and I saw Arab people. So I'm very clear that none of the people from Arab countries are monkeys. So what I want you to do is stop complaining and let's move forward.
Yeah,
See, listen, I'm gonna say exactly. I'm gonna say this again to everyone. If you give power to things that have no value, or you put your wood, hear me, your wood on a fire that's already burning out, you are now giving the people that are calling you names, you're giving them more access to power. Let's just move forward. Who's that?
I have something to say too.
Okay, hold on one second.
Leia Mama.
Who's it?
Leia Mama.
Okay.
Leia Mama.
Please raise your hand, Leia Mama.
Thank you, God.
Okay. All right, what about Manny? Manny? Okay, Manny, go ahead, Manny. Thank you, Manny, for being patient. I couldn't.
No worries. Thank you, Edward. Yeah, thank you. No problem. So,
Like a clarifying question since it is a Coptic Christian.
Yeah.
I was looking through your houses and everything was Muslim, like dawah rooms and stuff. Do you reject Prophet Muhammad as?
are you asking me?
I was asking Manny.
I'm a Christian. I have nothing to do with this.
I can tell you.
Yeah, I'm asking Manny if he rejects Prophet.
Hold on. Let's just let people speak. We don't want to interject.
Well, it seems like he might be
No.
larging.
There's a reason people have been getting moved down. So, like, if you speak while somebody else is speaking, I've been quiet. Like, I was talking a lot. I've been quiet. And there's a reason that we're having dialogue. And so, forget what I've said and what other people said. There's dialogue going on. Let them have it. No sniping or making your little cheerleading comments from the side. So.
Great. Thank you, Sword, for bringing me up. Thank you, Edward, for the nice things you've said. You guys are managing and moderating the room. It was amazing. My name is Manny Hakim. I'm a Christian, Christian Coptic. Excuse me, from Egypt. I've lived my whole life in Egypt, and then I came to the United States 15 years ago, and I've been living in Los Angeles, California since. I think I can give you a good perspective about a Christian man living in Egypt with Muslims, and a Christian man living in America with all the other ethnicities. So any questions, I'm willing to answer.
Okay, cool. First question would.
Go ahead. You go.
Yeah. First question would be: do you claim that Jesus is the anointed Son of God, and you reject Muhammad?
I am a Christian man. It comes by default.
No. I'm just asking. Like, would you be willing to say yes? I mean,
he's a Coptic Christian. Jesus Christ.
Hold on. Every fucking house he has is fucking dawah. There's no Coptic Christians. There's no Christian rooms. None of that stuff. That's why I'm looking for clarification. Any Christian would say, I reject Muhammad as a prophet.
No. Any Christian would say that Jesus is my king. I don't reject other religions. Other religions.
Muslims can claim that too.
No, sir.
Muslims can. Isa bin Miriam comes back in the end times, and he comes back, and then he's gonna die. We all know your Quran, your Hadith, and your Testament.
Manny, this is bullshit.
Are you gonna tell me my religion?
Are you gonna tell me that you believe? Hold on. Is there any denomination to Christianity that would think that the Prophet Muhammad, as the Muslims would refer to him, is somebody that we have any reverence for or belief whatsoever? I mean, the answer is obviously no.
Right. So what I'm saying is,
why is it so hard to say?
Let him answer the fucking question.
It's called coexisting, Mr. Ali. appreciate you, Mama. Very respectful. So, because I coexisted in a country where it was originally Christian, and then recently, after 644, the year 644, it became Muslim.
Hold on,
and
man.
Majority of Muslims.
Manny, 1 second.
1 second, Manny. I am going to start moving people down when you start calling people names, and I'm not going to bring you back up. Guys, whether you agree with someone or not, it's okay. I believe in over. We're clear. We all believe. You don't have to agree with anyone, but let's stop criticizing people because you don't know what they believe and why they believe it. It's okay, guys.
No worries, sir. This is what's happening right now. We're categorizing and criticizing people based on their religions. Religions doesn't really matter in 2026, I think.
Honestly, doesn't that even Los Angeles with everyone
to have religious identity?
Right.
Like, what's that?
Right.
Hell is that? To be honest.
Let me answer this way. So, Bandy, I'm going to ask you a question, Bandy. So then you and I are on the same page. So, Bandy, what is your belief system?
My belief system?
Yes. What do you believe?
I don't have one.
You don't have a belief system at all?
I'm agnostic, bro.
Okay, so you're agnostic. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Since you are agnostic, how did you come to the conclusion of being agnostic?
Science, philosophy, facts, everything that's happening in the world. Hello? I think it's quite simple.
Okay, so I appreciate you sharing that you're agnostic and you believe it's quite simple. I not, just me. I do not think that everyone thinks it's that simple. Okay, so I appreciate you sharing, but what I like for you to do, if you're going to ask someone a question, ask them from a place of curiosity, not you to put or me to put we believe on someone else. Is that fair?
It's fair. Well, I was actually trying to participate and share my thoughts about what Pepe was saying earlier, and I've been ignored once, twice, 3 times, but it's fine. I can say it right now, I think.
I'm not trying to ignore you. Conversation, assumptions.
You can speak. Go ahead.
During Will, I heard you speak earlier. You were talking about North Africans and stuff, and how the French terrorized Algerian people. Terrorized, Will.
I don't have a grandfather that served in France. I was fucking trolling you.
Because I have a grandfather that died by the French, and it's quite emotional for us Algerians to hear stuff like that. Okay. Yeah, you got the wrong G's, bro. GG, good game, good game. All right. So I have.
Anyone else would like to share? Hey guys, one of the things I like to do, especially if I have the podcast, I like to hear people speak law. But one thing I've learned is that we only have one opportunity together in this time that we have. I would like to actually hear other people share. That's all. So if we can do that together, it could be a much more productive way that we can all speak and love
French descent. I did have a grandfather that fought. I would say fought. He was in the U.S. Air Force during World War II. He was in Algeria. He never told me he killed anybody, anything like that. The only thing he told me is that so he was Acadian French, which they have a dialect that was quite a bit different from Metropolitan French, in mainland France, and that for whatever reason, it was a lot easier for him to comprehend the French speakers of Algeria than the French people in France, and that's literally like the only thing he's told me about Algerians.
All right. We had 130, I think, years war with the French, so we got them out of our country. So I don't know. And another thing, we actually have black people, brown people, white people. We've never had to talk about it. We've never never had to like say, "Oh, we're equal," or nobody felt that like they are pushed away or because of their color. None of that never happened here. Yeah, we're applying to you as well, Pepe, because you said something about too.
So my question, and KK sent me this. Why do we have to insult other people that you don't know? And why would someone decide to call me a slave? And what am I a slave to? If anybody can share that with me, especially the person that decided to write that.
I mean, if they're not going to answer it, I feel like there's been a reactionary comeback.
As people are moved by their emotion, not by reality. So again, I would like for people, if you're going to claim something, I would like to have a conversation with you. So please explain, the person who translated that, calling me a slave. Why am I a slave and who I'm a slave to? Oh, slave mom? Well, yeah. I mean, that's why I dropped you, because I don't think that you have a right to just go off the hip because you think someone's a slave. But I would like for you, and if Matt wants to bring you up, he can.
Slave mama is a white Christian.
Okay.
It wasn't Lady Mama that said that. It was Al Othmani with the hand name Wolf 527 with the 2 eyes.
It's the guy with the 2 eyes, yes, and the house number.
Got the 2 eyes. So, yeah, thanks. So, guys, listen, I'm not going to criticize anyone. That's not the way I roll. I don't know you, never met you. This is avatar. This is the real me, the real life I have. So all I want you guys to do is just be kind to yourself, because when you make those comments, you tell more about who you are, not whoever it is. Okay? So let's just make sure we keep that pretty clear. All right? Because I'm not going to take any offense, because I don't take offense of what people say, because you don't know me. I'm with Edward. I'm 62. I've been with myself all my whole life. So I know who I am. And I don't take any offense of anything you guys say. Okay? Because I know who I am. All right? So who else want to go ahead and speak? You guys are good to speak.
Edward's a lot more religious than me, if you can't tell.
Oh, we can tell that. Right?
Yeah, we can tell. Yeah, it's obvious.
For the same exact reason.
Actually, let me make sure you guys get my correction. So Pepe said, number one, the religion is to visit the orphans, the widows in their distress. I live a principle life. It's a big difference, okay? Principle means I live a base of laws. For like, one law I have is to not commit adultery. Okay, I teach my children who both are married. There's just certain things I look at as principles versus me just saying religious. Because today the word religion has so many different connotations. For me, I look more at behavior versus me claiming something, other than if it's not impacting my life, it's not good for me. That's how I see it.
But I think here's the thing, though, is that I do see people who say like outrageous shit in the name of Catholicism. I was raised Catholic, but I know people Catholics that have been religious throughout their lives, and they would never say the stuff I say, or they're nice, gentle people. I'll just say that they're good Christians, and I do think that. I was trolling with the Crusade stuff. It's I forget who the guy was. I don't think I don't see him in here anyway. He had some Arabic name, which I read. And, he was being a little bit provocative. And then, I ended up inevitably, like, trolling him and saying, like, a bunch of stuff. I don't... I get what you're saying. Staying at my house for a weekend, and I would trust like a lot of other Christians to do. Like I do look at people's behaviors. I don't even look at it through a religious lens, but however, I'm not gonna where I won't back down is there are differences between how certain people interpret their religion, and
Correct, Pepe. You're right.
And I don't think there are people.
Can I talk, or am I supposed to say?
Okay. Ayman's drunk. Ayman's always drunk. But no, I mean there is like and I understand between the religions is different. Like for example, with Catholics, we have the Vatican, where it's kind of the teachings are handed down. If there's a priest or a bishop or a cardinal that goes against it, they can be excommunicated. They can lose their priesthood, and so people kind of have to stay in line. With Judaism and Islam, it's a little bit different. So you don't have like one. You guys don't. I would say you don't have quite the structure that you would see, like for example, in Catholicism, and even a lot of the other Christian denominations don't. And look, I'm not trying to shit on other denominations or any of that, but like there is, like if you're looking at the Catholic Church today, like we cannot try to find anything within the last 20 years where the Catholics are going to say it's okay to hurt Muslims or it's okay to hurt Jews or it's okay to hurt anybody. Like it's not going to happen. And I feel like there's not like really like a mainstream outspoken, powerful person within Islam that basically will make those kinds of
can I say something?
Statements. Okay.
As a Muslim, can I say something? So the thing right now, if you would like to fight a religion, how would you like to fight that religion? If you would like to show that religion is really bad, to fight that religion. By showing that religion is really aggressive, it's by that the only like aim for that religion is fight and making wars. This is how they fought Islam. So if you know Islam really well, you will know that it's a peaceful religion, and there are lots of peace.
Islam is
there are lots of
Islam is a peaceful religion.
Wait a minute.
Oh my God! Throughout history, that's not true though.
Wait, yeah, because
look, Christians were not always peaceful. No, but Christians weren't always peaceful. Okay, look.
Why you are shouting right now?
Talks Amelia. Hold on.
The Quran is extremely violent.
Okay, everybody, just shut the. Everybody, shut the fuck up. Just let her finish. Let her finish.
Make my point. Do not shout at me, you motherfucker. What the fuck? Okay, so right, being aggressive, but the thing is, it's the thing. Like all these religions came from sky, like they are the same. Oh, whatever. You fucking idiot.
Bro. Thank you, Spencer. Some people take any religion in the world and they make it extreme. Like Pepe was just saying, me as a Christian, I can say, yes, we were singers back in the day. Okay, Spinka, this is not fruitful.
You're sitting.
And we're grown-ups. Please let people speak.
Okay,
Thank you very much. So, every religion at one point had, back in the day, to spread their religion, we would enter other countries and we would take it by force, and we'll put the cross down and say, oh, here we are, the Crusaders. Yes, Muslims did the same shit. Okay, so and today in 2026 there are Christian extremists, and there's Muslim extremists. There's ISIS, there's Qaeda, there's a bunch. We do not deny that. Backed up by the CIA's money. You want to go there? We can go there.
So if I give you a gun and tell you go kill somebody, and you go kill somebody, is it on you?
If you give me my 5 Christian friends guns and say...
Is it on you or is it somebody else?
It's on me, of course. I did that.
Then why would you do it?
Because you're backed up by the CIA.
First of all, it's not even confirmed it's backed up by CIA.
Yes, it is confirmed. No, it's confirmed, brother. This is like 101 politics.
Where's the confirmed?
I'll give you a small example, Ocean.
Where's it confirmed?
Earlier, when he used Edward, let Edward speak excuse to kick people out or to them down from the stage. This is the same excuse CIA uses, you know.
Do you deal with the CIA, Andy? Do you know them? Have you dealt with them? Like, do you have friends in it? Have you ever talked to a CIA agent? So how do you know? How do you know this? Well, no. We don't all know anything. Have you actually had conversations with people in the CIA? Do you understand? How do you know this?
Obvious.
Well, what's obvious? That's nothing's. KK, is it obvious to you? Okay, full of shit. So, Bandy, tell me who you talked to in the CIA. Like, what agents have you talked to?
My friend works in the CIA. He told me that.
Your friend works in the CIA. Does he work in? Where's he?
He lives in
work?
Wisconsin.
Is he in Langley? Yeah.
North.
Lives in Wisconsin. His name is Chuck.
Okay. Consider me mentally ill, and I'm coming to tell you that in Iraq, that take the money in Afghanistan, the money and all the drugs and giving it to Al Qaeda as payment. They're not taking millions of dollars and black money and giving it. That is not the point that we're talking about. You guys were talking about different religions, so Arab people, Muslims.
Danny is far from being Jewish. He's a leftist, communist, socialist, extremist.
Well, when you disparage a U.S. government agency, you have to come to terms with the fact that someone's disparaging it and try to break down where they're getting their information. So we will defend the United States and we'll defend our law enforcement, our agencies, and our military. So I just asked a question. He made a blanket statement. I hear it. I hear it. So I'm asking. He made specific statements that were disparaging. So I'm asking him where the statements came. He talked to, on what level were the agency, and where does he have his evidence, and can he cite his evidence? That's all. I think it's fair. That's fair to ask, is it?
As long as you defend your interests on your soil.
I'll defend it on every soil. I mean, I would be happy to make that argument with you sitting in Paris or sitting in Riyadh, wherever you want to have that argument. But what do you use disparage the United States? And I want to know where your facts are from. That's a fair question, isn't it? You made a specific statement.
I'm talking about the physical military presence of the American army in other places, other soils for
no obvious reasons.
I can give you hundreds of obvious reasons.
Can I have my co-counsel chime in on?
The only reason, apparently, as we've all noticed recently, what's happening in Iran, for example, what happened in Iraq in the past, what happened in Libya.
Gaddafi was a cool guy, right?
Present in other countries. Well, why are you military present in other countries?
Why?
Do you know why? Because there's one face that goes around the entire world that says death to America and death to Israel. So what do we have?
Have they ever attacked America or Israel?
Military installation.
Has any country attacked mainland America in the past 20 years?
Absolutely.
I am in my pool, thank you.
You've been talking a lot. You've been talking a lot. I'm answering Andy's question. I'm answering your question. This is the reason why the U.S. military has installations all over the place, because it could be times like this that we need to have easy access to the fuck-ups that are trying to destroy the globe. Hello, where's that area?
Hello?
The middle fucking east. Hello? That's the reason why we have to have military installations all over the place. Amelia, stay on mute, because you were already complaining about people getting off mute yourself.
Yeah, I interrupted you, like you can say a shit.
I moved him down. You can come back up. Then Rich, you need to shut the fuck up. Okay.
We could talk about the attacks and the plot to assassinate our president. We could talk about the plot to assassinate members of the cabinet, ambassadors. We could talk about what was foiled on U.S. soil. Also the plot to assassinate the ambassador from Saudi Arabia in a restaurant in Georgetown. Last I checked, Georgetown's on U.S. soil. And those are direct from Iran. I haven't even talked about their proxies. So yes, on US soil, to answer you.
So none of this that you said answers the question of, did any Muslim country attack the United States mainland? The answer is no Muslim countries ever attacked the US mainland.
Did Iran, isn't that a Muslim, is Iran a Muslim country?
Did any country attack the United States?
I just said yes.
Which country did attack the United States mainland?
Iran.
When did Iran attack the United States?
I just said there was, I'll repeat, we just uncovered a attempt to assassinate our president.
That's cute.
Yeah.
When did any
An
country
attempt,
attack the United States?
why is an attempt?
The answer is
No,
no.
Manny, because they end up boiling the fucking attempts for them to commit an attack does not exonerate those people of basically wanting to do the same thing. Okay, fine, they ended up getting caught beforehand, but that does not exonerate them from being any less evil or having the same fucking intent.
We can talk about how evil they are.
Ended up actually completing a fucking terrorist
To
attack.
wait till bad faith people come over here and bomb our country.
My understanding is self-defense after an attack,
No,
not
that's not how
beforehand.
this country works. That's not how this.
We agree we're the aggressors at this
We
point.
know what's going to happen. We know there's plans to assassinate our president. We know it's all death to America. Okay, so we're supposed to just sit here and we have to wait because the rest of the world is going to be pissed off if we go out there and say no. We'd rather fight your battles over there instead of over here.
We were.
But this is a retarded thing. Is anybody gonna pretend the IRGC is not openly hostile to the United States or any of our fucking interests? I mean, they overtly fucking say it. And so I don't know. Why are you caping for them?
I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. America's in control of most of the Arab countries.
Hold on,
What are you talking about?
Manny. So John Bolton was supposed to just hang out till they killed him, and Mike Pompeo was supposed to hang out. Why do you think there's the security details? So the fact that our CIA and our intelligence agencies are fucking smarter than the IRGC and they foiled the attempts doesn't stop. Last I checked, and I studied this one in law school, an attempt to murder is still a crime. You go to jail for an attempt of a crime.
Last I checked,
It is.
if nobody
Last I checked, it's still a fucking crime. Okay, you need to understand how that.
We already moved on. Hold on, we already moved on from this report.
But Manny, Christian.
No, I did. Sure,
The
I
Coptic
lost it.
Christian.
Sure.
Okay, what is it considered acceptable in Coptic Christianity is not necessarily going to be 100% acceptable when it comes to Christians in the West. And so, if you're making a religious argument, that's fine. But we don't have. Our argument for what is justified in terms of committing or defending yourself or going to war, it's not going to be quite in line with maybe a lot of Christian denominations. And
I don't think he's
Catholic, going to war is always bad.
I'm confused. Is this guy saying he's Coptic? Because Coptics don't normally speak like this. He does not sound like a Coptic.
Yes, that's what he's been saying, and I was questioning.
Okay, he doesn't sound like a Coptic. We have not had Coptics sound like this in rooms at all.
No, and I've been questioning him this whole time.
Ask me questions.
He is. There's no way I can prove that he is or he isn't.
So tell me about how many times you've been to Holy Sepulchre.
I'm sorry.
Have you been to the Holy Sepulchre?
Actually, what's your issue?
They don't believe that I'm a Christian for some odd reason, which is fine.
Manny, have you been to the Holy Sepulchre?
Holy Sepulchre is said in Arabic and I'll understand.
Okay, so there you go.
You're not a
There you go.
Christian.
He's
You're
not a Coptic. He's not a
You guys
Coptic.
gotta understand.
Totally not a Coptic.
You stupid piece
Stop
of shit.
Rich was
You
correct.
got called out. You got called out.
That's easy.
So Rich, an apology. Rich was right. He called it out, but his style was off.
Yeah,
That was pretty easy.
Yeah, bro, Rich, I told you,
Hold on, Amelia. I was going to address the moderator. Ocean, all you have to simply ask him is, do you believe that Jesus is the Son of God? As a Muslim, he's not he'll say he's the Messiah, blah, blah. Or like he said, oh, Jesus is a king. He's a king.
He spoke English. I asked him about that one didn't take long.
Question in English.
My dear, I can ask it in Swahili. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I said the name of it. No, Amelia, you lose on this one. That one was
His question, how do you say?
being in a bunch of Coptics that we know that we're in rooms with, and they're wonderful.
The Holy Sepulchre.
Of course they know what it is. It's the holiest place for them.
Abby's a Jew and she knows it.
I love the Holy Sepulchre.
Coptic Christian should definitely know.
The Holy Sepulchre is such a beautiful church.
Can you guys bring up Matt?
Like, look, okay. You were mad when I was trolling. Shut the fuck up. You were mad when I was trolling. Okay, you stupid bitch. You know, you and fuck all of you all of your fucking dirty Arab relatives. Like, I really don't.
Fuck you, man. Fuck you, you son of a bitch.
No, fuck
Who
you.
the fuck are you to fucking violate us?
You
bitch.
fucking diaper-headed
Fuck off, you son of a gun. Fuck off, you bitch. Fuck off, fuck you. Fuck you, son of a bitch.
Move this diaper.
What's wrong, Mr. Squiggle Man? Are you offended? Are you offended?
Pepe, did you notice that Amelia claims to be like agnostic?
No. And this is the funny part, is that a lot of these, you get a lot of these people that, especially after October 7th, I'm somebody who's, I'm not from the Middle East. I'm watching these people, how they operate. You get people on this app. I'm not going to name who they are, but you see it on social media everywhere. And they'll say, they're trying to have a conversation, and they're obviously incredibly biased. But you can basically tell who the Muslims are, and you can never have an actual reasonable argument with them. And I would say people like me that are we are separated from the group. So we look at October 7th, they're like, oh God, wow. That was so fucking demonic and horrible that we would have absolutely holy shit, the response from us, that would have been something you wouldn't want to see. But then it's immediately they play victim, and the sob stories, the fake narratives, all of this bullshit. We have to hear from them. And then what's really funny, though, is every goddamn terrorist attack you've had on American soil after 9/11, where Christians were getting killed, of course, we're the majority in this country. You get groups like CARE. What do they care about? What's the first thing these fucking pieces of shit care about? It is that Islamophobia. And I remember after the San Bernardino shooting, they had kids. The husband and wife were killed. Their number one priority was to make sure that those children ended up going into a Muslim household. Wow, these are such lovely fucking people. It's just I try to imagine some Jews or Christians go into a mosque and they start shooting the fucking place up, killing kids, killing women, killing men, anybody. What would, and I get it, you have some very fringe people, Christian and Jewish community, they're always going to exist, that will say, oh yeah, that was good. But 99% of them are going to say wow, that is so fucking barbaric and horrible. I do not condone that. That was evil. But these motherfuckers, okay, it's just amazing. There's just one religion where it doesn't matter what fucking people do. They will sit there and they will say that it's somehow justified. And I'm so sick and tired of talking to these fucking people. And these are the same people that would as soon as, Edward ended up, they're like, oh, are you an African American? And Snow or Sword identified themselves. They're calling them a bead. They're calling them all kinds of fucking names in Arabic. Answer my question, Mr.
I got kicked.
She gave birth and then she left immediately after.
Oh yeah, and I can't remember the guy's name was.
Thank you for coming on stage. Universe Earth.
Hello, I am Universe Earth. I have come to explain what is the G0D.
Oh, she's just Republican. Republican, go easy on me today. I've had a really bad couple of days. Go easy on me, please.
Go easy on him. What do you mean?
Bloodthirsty for free to come on stage. I love to have conversations.
Go easy on him, though.
Only with like noise and singing and crap like that. I've had the worst headache in the world for the last 2 days. Thank you for the room. Feel free to come on.
They say when you got a really bad migraine, say come to Clubhouse, because Clubhouse is the greatest migraine cure modern technology has ever invented. So if you're suffering from a migraine or a headache, just download an app called Clubhouse. It's a medical device technology company to get people to say hello. Hello?
This is decidedly not a migraine.
Well, here's let's see, it's name Universe. Universe. Here's what I've come to find about Clubhouse. I believe that a plastic bag has more brain cells than most people on this planet.
Answer my. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. They're ignorant rather than stupid.
Well, here's the beautiful part. This is, you couldn't have said it better, Donald. I love the word distinction between ignorance and stupidity.
Yes, there is.
I mean, ignorance, that is probably, in my opinion, one of the most beautiful words in the whole entire, it's beautiful. It's a gorgeous word.
You can be stupid. You can be stupid and not ignorant, and you can be ignorant and not stupid.
Nope. Completely two distinct. Stupidity is stupidity. Ignorance is you don't know. Absolutely. You haven't been educated. Stupidity is when you've been educated and then you don't realize. Yeah.
Well, no, stupidity is generally just a lower than average IQ.
No. Look up the.
Okay. Let's do that.
Oh, ignorant. I love the word ignorance. Yeah.
Here.
Stupidity or ignorance?
Yeah, stupid. Ignorance just means uneducated. And stupid is exactly what I said it was. Pablo, welcome to the room. Feel free to come on stage. I'd love to have a conversation. Oh, bye-bye. I want to talk about God.
Alright. Start God.
Not the Bible. You guys have read the Bible, it's fucking awful. It tells you to sell your daughter to a rapist.
Well, I don't know. Where do you know what the
says if your daughter's raped, you should sell your daughter to her. It also says you should burn your daughter for
do you know what the Kabbalah is, Donald?
Yes, I do. I have my copy of it right here. I'm touching it.
What is the Kabbalah?
It's like text.
What is the Ein Sof, our limitless light?
Oh gosh, it's been so long since I read it. I don't know.
Oh, well, anyways, Donald, basically, it's mysticism. It seems to be pervasive medieval conquest or courts, or castles, or defensive strategy. So it's like it's just mysticism, and you hit the nail on the head when it's Gnosticism. But I would even say there are Islamic Kabbalists.
That's the Nag Hammadi. The Christian Gnosticism. I've got that too. I'm holding my copy of that too.
What's in your right hand?
My right hand is the Kabbalah.
Well, what's in your left hand?
The Nag Hammadi.
And what happens when you put your hands together? Hello?
Make a clap.
Oh no.
So I think one of the words in your title is wrong, the what part, meaning it should be, is God an experience, or is God a thing or a person, or is it an experience? And I tend to go with the experience.
That just makes it imaginary. I couldn't give a shit about it. Just keep it to yourself and don't put it into my laws.
Keep it to myself. You got a fucking room called Prove to Me God Exists.
If it's imaginary,
And it's a social audio platform for people to do public speaking.
keep it the fuck out of the laws.
Keep it imaginary. It's an analog, you idiot. Don't you know what an analog is? Hello?
Yeah, I know that they're imaginary. It's taking something that is an analog or
an analog or a paraphrase. Hello?
No, analog and analogy.
If you say so, Dr. Donald.
Analogy, I understand what it means, but analogies are fucking imaginary too. Just keep your imagination.
You know what else is imaginary? Your personal hygiene. What was the last time you even flossed your teeth? That's imaginary. Dental floss, that's probably imaginary in your life.
Donald definitely doesn't floss. 100%.
Doesn't use a tongue scraper, doesn't use a water pick. We'd be lucky if he even brushes before he goes to bed. I suppose baby wipes must be imaginary too. After you take a big shit, you got shit all over your hand. You got shit stains on your underpants. Baby wipes and toilet paper are merely imaginary functions of the mind for one who only needs to keep sanitary hypothetically. Oh God, I must have been very accurate. Silence always creates, accuracy always seems to create silence.
Yeah, what was the...
He had wealth beyond $1 million before 2025.
Donald, what was the big deal a few days ago where somebody brought, I can't remember what the word brought up. You remember that?
Last time I got God with me. You can have cook. Last time I made this,
Sold out in less than 5 days.
Are we done with the personal attacks? Welcome Casey to the stage. Thank you for coming. David, welcome to the feel free to come on stage. We'd love to have a conversation. Thinking about broadcasting.
Thank you for having me, Donald.
You're always welcome here, Casey.
Wesley, I think it was you that invited me to the stage, and I appreciate it.
I got caught.
Yeah. I mean, it's an open conversation.
At a decent firm in Delaware, smell like he had iris throughout. You have to call it out on both sides.
And I don't mind the personal attacks. I understand that whenever your core beliefs are threatened, that you lash out with insults.
Wait, who are you talking to?
That was for Universe.
Well, I would just say that you just projected your inner beliefs onto me.
You need to Google what projection actually means.
Hey, how about, you know what? I'm new to this chat, and I don't have any skin in the game. How about you let me talk to Universe? Universe, what's up, Universe?
Well, I'm sitting here updating some things on the cell phones. I could LARP as the universe if you want, or do you want to talk to the personal me living in the universe?
I want to. Well, obviously you're a part of this text, this chat room. Like, you made yourself a part of this chat room. So like what are your beliefs, or why did you choose to be a part of this chat room?
Oh, because I like to come here and try to get Donald to allow me to convince him that God exists, but then he just cuts me off and screams at me and accuses me that when my fundamental assumptions are challenged, I lash out and get angry, and he projects on me. So I just come here to polish my mirror.
Project. I said insult.
Donald, calm down. So
I'm perfectly calm. Don't do that.
Well, so Universe, what does it look like in your view? What does it look like when Donald lashes out and says that you're wrong? What does that look like?
Well, sometimes he gets very angry, and then he plays this horrible schizophrenic song that causes a migraine for himself and for everybody else.
It's actually one of the few songs that doesn't cause a migraine.
See what I mean? So, anyways, if he gets that enough, and too many people come in here and start, spam abusing by talking, he will play this horrific song that will just drone out all other noises and make you question your own sanity and why you feel you have enough time to come on Clubhouse. That's it. That's the song. No. I just had an aneurysm.
Donald, could you stop that? Donald, could you stop? Yeah. All right.
That's the song. He's so cruel. The man is a sadomasochistic psychopath. How can he play that song? It's horrible. It's the worst choice.
Are y'all?
I usually play much louder.
Y'all are like working together. This is not a real.
Working together. We're trying to create a YouTube live stream, Casey. We're on YouTube trying to make content. Hello? Hello?
Okay. So what is that? The song?
Yeah, I usually play.
Okay. So Universe, are you still there? I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. So that Donald, that's the song that you usually play.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do it much louder though. So it's supposed to get people to shut up.
Well, I mean, I think that's if you're trying to control a room, I think that you do need something to just shut people up.
I agree.
Yeah, but I taught Donald how to say hello.
Hello. Oh my. Beautiful. Oh, it's a percussion quick loader. Oh, wow, that is cool.
What's happening?
Oh, sorry. I got a black powder kit, a black powder gun firing kit from a buddy of mine for free. And it's got some badass stuff in it. It's got a whole thing of percussion caps and a percussion cap speed loader. Oh, wow. That's cool.
Okay.
And it's all in like a handmade leather bag that is like a, you can wear over your, you like strap it on. It's got the powder horn in it, a bunch of patches, caps, nibs for the percussion caps, bunch of lead balls, a little pouch to hold all the lead balls in. Ooh.
You every time you gasp like that, you sound like a little boy on Christmas Eve.
Hey, this is cool. I have one of those. I do not have one of these and I have no idea what this is. Oh, I know what that is. That's cool. And I have one of these, but this one's better than mine. Are you done talking to Universe? Monica, Casey, can you to pull me up? Yeah, I can invite you. I thought I did.
Oh, here.
Here, how about I give you mods and you invite her up? Just don't in my room randomly. That is just cool.
I wish that we could all see what you're seeing, what you're getting.
Do you have Discord?
Well, I do, but I also have not much. Okay, it's complicated. I do have Discord, but I don't have much power in my phone, and right now I don't have a great way to charge my phone.
Alright. I was just gonna say I have a Discord because the powder horn is even full. It's like almost completely full. That's just cool. It's got 2 speed loaders, a tool, a round remover tool, a powder measurer, a whole box of percussion caps. A big old bag.
Why? Okay. Why do you? Please don't take it as antagonistic. Like, why do you need all that shit? Like, what do
I
you
have
need
a black powder gun. I have an 1858 Remington, 44 Navy.
Arnold, have you ever written? I can't remember what the whole book was. Have you ever written or?
I've never. Well, I mean.
No.
I'm sure that doesn't do, but thanks. No, I've never written a book.
No. Have you ever read the ancient texts of India about
the ancient
Ramana?
I've read some of the ancient Indian myths, but not many of them. Oh god, this is too cool.
Like the Bhagavad Gita?
I have read that. I've read a couple.
No, it starts with an M.
It starts with a M. M as in what?
Mary.
Yeah, M as in Mary. But it talks about the Ramana. I'm trying to find it.
It's too cool.
I have no idea. I'm actually like a little. I'm no expert at all in Hindu scripture, but I don't know of any great Hindu scripture that starts with the word with the letter N.
Well, I mean, if you look up, it's in.
Are you talking about the illusion or something like that?
Just look up Vermana.
Vermana? It'd be a V, not an M, but sure.
Well, that's, yeah, Vermana is with a V.
I'm in Orange County, Florida.
Are we thinking of like
what? Actually, it's Vermana. V-I-M-A-N-A. Vermana.
Vans, often divine flying chariots. Yeah, I've heard of this, and I've seen all of the accounts to it. There's nothing there, so it's on purpose. Daniel, welcome to the stage. This is very cool.
What's happening?
We're gonna have to alter it slightly because I have a pistol, not a rifle, so I don't have the patches. But I'm very happy about this little kit.
Well, that's good.
There's a ton of balls in it, of lead balls. And I think they're 44s. Just what I need.
44s?
Yeah, that's the caliber of my gun. Dean, thank you for coming on stage. I don't know if I have blood come through.
I'm not gonna put this. That's aesthetic.
Okay, put it there. Regal, welcome back. Feel free to come on stage.
How's it going, everyone? Daniel, Regal.
Welcome, Regal. Thank you for coming on stage. I got a shooting bag.
Daniel, Regal, do you have anything to talk about as far as convincing a person that God exists?
Pretty sure Daniel is an atheist. I don't remember about Regal.
Well, so am I, you know.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if Regal does.
Regal, I cannot tell. Yeah, definitely atheist. Regal, did you have anything you want to talk about?
Regal, are you there?
Oh, hey. Oh, didn't hear you.
Apparently not.
I saw you on mute, but I didn't hear anything you said if you spoke. Baby, put me up, yeah. No.
Regal, we see you unmuting yourself, but it looks like when you unmute yourself, it looks like we cannot hear anything that you're trying to say. Just to let you know.
Sometimes you have to leave and come back. And then I'll fix it. That's disgusting. Regal? Can you try again? Ow, kind of can. Ow. Why did everything have to hurt so bad? That's a big pile of shit. Oh, wow. Uncle Tuck, if you're ready to come on stage, that's probably an unfortunate name in this time in history.
Sorry, Donald. I think I had my mic turned off. It sounded like you said that you appreciate something. When Regal was showing like this giant pile of dinosaur shit, it sounded like you said you appreciated something. I was trying to understand what you said you appreciated.
No, I was just thinking Uncle Touch from coming by, even though it's an unfortunate name for this time in history.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there lots of uncles that touch inappropriately?
Oh goodness. Oh, I wasn't taking it that way. Okay.
I know. I wasn't either. It's an unfortunate name in this time in history. This is all of the Epstein shit.
Well, can we hey, let's join together and say that probably this is the best time in history.
Oh, sure.
In terms of family members molesting or taking advantage of people in their families, this is probably the best time in history that we've ever lived in history. Like that's probably been worse throughout history, all leading back into time. It's probably better now than it ever has been.
So, plus we have better reporting and better capturing.
And kids are taught like tell people that they trust, And then finally they're taught
Privacy is important. They're taught that privacy is
I'm
important.
just feeling a little bit anxious. If you know what I mean.
Nope.
Donald,
What's up?
are you familiar with Dr. Seuss's, Sam I Am?
I have never read a Dr. Seuss book, but I have heard it recited before.
I'm familiar with Sam I Am.
Well, what I'm trying to say is,
I do like green eggs and ham.
right, it works for all situations because it forces the opposite. And so all I can say is, I know you're suffering from a migraine, and I know you're suffering with your disability. Could you maybe just try God once and see if you like it? Hello?
It's not a migraine. I did. I tried for 20 years.
Hey, Universe. Why don't you tell me, like, what is it? What is it?
What is God, Universe?
Well, let me just tell you, when I wake up in the morning and I make myself an espresso coffee and I smoke weed and I read a good book, to me that's as close as I can get to the God.
Well, how about this? 5 years ago,
I think I would agree with that. If that's as close as you get to the God, I think I would agree with that, and I don't think I would have any problem with that.
Also, 5 years ago, I was able to make my own espressos. Now, I have to drink instant coffee because my body is broken so bad that I can't even make myself a fucking.
Are you serious right now? Are you serious?
So are you actually, are you a theist?
Oh my God, bro.
Are you, come on.
Yeah, he is.
Am I audible right now?
He is. He's deep.
Why can't you make your own espresso?
Well, because my body is broken so bad. It takes so much effort. It wears me.
Don't you have someone taking care of you?
My wife has the same thing as I do.
What is the problem? What's the problem?
They both suffer.
Down syndrome, hypermobility, and she has other stuff.
They're both dwarfs. They suffer from dwarfism.
Oh, shut up.
Bro, do you feel better now that you have this SSI?
What's that?
Are you getting that SSI now?
I'm getting disability.
Very good. Oh my God, bro. Bro, if you were here near me, I'm on the East Coast, I'm in Philly. I'm making this so right now, man.
I love espresso. I'm a coffee connoisseur.
Be careful.
I have 2 espresso machines that I used to use.
Never get an espresso with Daniel. He'll take his left hand and stick his finger up your butt, and on his right hand he'll put an auto insurance contract in front of you, and he'll force you to sign it.
Universe, come on, man. What the hell? Bro, I don't do that.
Business.
What the fuck are you doing?
What do you mean? What am I doing?
You're making a ton of noise, Dingleberry.
Okay, well, I've
given Daniel the brain.
Who's asking me?
I'm asking you, Daniel.
Daniel?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm making so much noise, Daniel. I'm just doing my thing, okay?
What are you doing, though?
I should have muted myself. I apologize.
Daniel, let me ask you a question, Daniel.
Are you having another carb pizza?
No, but I had some incredible ice cream. Lardass would like to ask you a question. Is cinnamon a pepper or is cinnamon a sugar?
Is cinnamon a pepper or is cinnamon a what? Spice?
Yeah.
It's bark. It's bark.
It's just ground up bark, but the thing is, there's sugar in it. How else can you get cinnamon to taste like it's so sweet sometimes? It's amazing. I love cinnamon.
You're not. There's not a scientific definition. There's not a scientific definition. But cinnamon would almost certainly, in my mind, cinnamon would almost certainly be a spice.
Casey, cinnamon is bark.
It's a spice.
It's from a tree.
Well, barks can be spices. Barks can be spices.
Yeah, I said it was a spice. He said, is it pepper? And no, it's not a capsaicin.
Well,
it's just not part of
but
it's not part of the.
But the definition of capsaicin is not peppers.
It's a genus, Bapty.
I think. I'll look it up. I'll look it up so that, I mean, this doesn't have to be a mystery. We can just load up our question and you'll answer it.
Let's do it. Let's see what's right.
And capsaicin.
No, it's not. There's no way.
I don't think it is either.
Fuck no.
No, there's no capsaicin in cinnamon.
It's a C.
That's the case, you would be making like very good extract with that.
Is cinnamon capsaicin? No, natural cinnamon does not contain capsaicin. Damn.
Yeah, well, and think about mint, right? Mint has to be kind of similar to
Honey Badger. Feel free to come on stage. Thank you for coming to the room, both of you.
Mint has to be similar to
mint capsaicin.
See, I had a question for you. I know that it's right up your alley. Are you able to feel the question or not? Casey?
Who? I'm sorry, me?
Yeah, I have a question for you, if I could. If you know, by the way, do you think that
mint is not
ultra thin condoms help you to your lover's rectum? Does it help you to? Does it increase sensitivity on your penis when you're having sex with your lover?
Well, 1 second. Everybody who has a mod, invite Micah.
His asshole. And his asshole.
I've never used a condom for me.
I'm confused why you're asking me this.
Because they want to know what your response.
You want to know about my experience with sensitivity with men specifically? Is that what you're asking?
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Well then, why did you use
women have assholes too?
pronouns?
Women have assholes too.
Do you know that women have assholes too?
Yeah, but the pronouns that were used were specifically male pronouns.
Are you sure? I don't remember that.
All I'm
No, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Casey, I'm asking you, Casey.
Daniel, I'm going to make you a moderator. Can you invite Monica out, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
Monica, how are you?
All right. What do you want to know? Tell me what.
Monica, how are you?
I think he wants to know if you use condoms for anal.
No, I'm saying that. Do you think that condoms are good? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Can we have the real question
No, we're
posed?
not doing Monica today.
Monica, where are you from?
No, I put her back at the audience. She's not. She just wants to call me baby.
Pose the question for crying out loud.
I want to ask you a question. It's just kind of point. Since you, that's fine.
I'd really rather.
It's like not even like.
Monica, no, you're not coming out. I don't want to listen to Monica say baby over and over.
Okay. I don't care about the question, whatever it was. I mean, that's great.
I have never experienced a Filipino girl.
Wait, what?
I I said, this guy says, so you don't like, or you do like Filipino hookers? And I said, I've never experienced one.
Well,
I've never experienced it.
I have also never experienced a Filipino hooker. I thought that someone was trying to ask me a question. Are they not around anymore?
Filipino hooker. Quite a.
Are we talking like a lady or a lady?
Lady bull. Where are we going?
Probably. If you're that kind of person, it doesn't matter. It probably could be one or the other.
I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. It's not my thing.
It's not my thing.
I mean,
hey, dude, go for it, man.
I've seen Transform. It's not something that I'd like to try.
It seems to me that if you're willing to, to pursue prostitution in,
there's nothing wrong with prostitution.
Hang on. I didn't say there was. It seems to me that if you're willing to pursue prostitution in a country that is extremely destitute, that you should not be surprised if some of the prostitutes happen to be male.
There's nothing wrong with that either.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying there is.
Casey, why is that a problem for you? Okay.
It's not a problem for me.
Okay.
I mean, I can guarantee you it's not a problem for you. Casey, do you masturbate to porn?
What?
Casey, do you masturbate to porn?
Yeah, you understand that I'm gay, right? I'm gay.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I am a gay man.
I did not know that.
Oh, see, I didn't know. I thought you were more of a. To me, you seem like more of a masculine, traditionally masculine, assertive Chad.
Well, that's fantastic. I guess that means that I can
He's a gay assertive person.
hold up some kind of like traditional masculine whatever. But yeah,
No,
I am a gay man. So.
Casey, I'm not actually broadcasting on YouTube right now, so would it be okay if I asked you a couple of questions that are personal?
You said you are not?
Yeah.
Broadcasting me?
Yeah, we're not broadcasting right now. Would it be okay if I asked a personal question or two?
I mean, sure, I guess.
How old were you when you realized that you liked the same sex?
That's a complicated question.
I know. That's why I asked for permission.
So like, how old was I when I started to suspect that I started? How old was I when I started to suspect that I was attracted? That would have been like back when I was like, I don't know, like 13, 14, 15. Okay. When was I convinced that I was exclusively attracted to men? That would have been maybe like a year or two after that, like 15, 16.
All right. I like vaginas, and there are certain vaginas that I like and certain vaginas that I don't like. Are there certain penises that you like more than other penises?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. I was just curious about that. Thank you.
Yeah, there are many penises that are absolutely disgusting.
But not all of them.
No, not all of them. No.
See, I'm kind of the other way around. There are many beautiful vaginas, but there are a few that are just not pretty.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, I guess penises are kind of like flowers. You know, there are flowers that you can look at. You can look at a flower and you can be like, I really don't like that flower. And you can look at flowers and be like, oh yeah, that's a beautiful flower. Whereas I don't know how you compare that to a vagina, but there are ways to express, pleasure toward a penis and also pleasure towards pleasure. But
can I ask you one more very personal question?
Yeah, sure. What?
Do you go down?
Do I go down?
Yeah.
So what is the purpose of this?
I was wondering if different penises have different tastes.
Yeah. Can you tell what taste?
This is far too vulgar for my taste. Men, you have broached reasonability.
It's simply curiosity. If you don't write it, will not push you.
This is very distasteful.
Yes, it's simply curiosity.
To the point of like you being upset about it, it's not worth it.
Because vaginas have different tastes. Different vaginas taste differently. I was curious.
Gentlemen, let us move on from this distasteful topic. This is foul and smegma. I can smell the smegma.
Jefferson, welcome to the stage.
Let me just say one thing.
Yeah, sure, Casey.
Have you ever imagined the taste of your own finger, or have you ever like sucked something like honey or syrup or anything else off of your own finger, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maple syrup.
It just tastes like skin, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, there you go. That is what one would expect. Okay. Anything more foul than that is, not acceptable. Okay.
Absolutely.
That's the only thing. That's the only thing that I will say about that.
Are you just talking about cleanliness now?
Yeah, of course.
Oh my God, Casey.
But that's the only thing I'm gonna say.
You're making my anus.
I appreciate you doing that much. I'm just honestly just curious.
Yeah, Casey, I had a quick question for you. Look,
I'm gonna make a confession to you, Casey. I have bisexual leanings.
Okay, good for you. Congrats. Should I set off fireworks for you?
No. That's why I'm curious, because I have bisexual leanings. I'm in a monogamous relationship, so I can't try anything. So I was just curious.
Yeah.
This has been such a fascinating conversation because I think we're getting closer to the crux of the matter, which is philosophy and poetry. Books. For God exists in a book, but not in your gay conversation. Hello?
Casey, for those of us that have never had a prostate orgasm, could you describe to us what were these?
Why are you doing this to me? Why are you
already
I want you to jerk off on my fucking face. I have said nothing inappropriate. And I'm offended by that.
No. You just said that you want me to jerk off on your face.
Yeah. That's a desire.
And that's not inappropriate. That's not inappropriate. That's not inappropriate. That's not inappropriate. Will you shut up?
One of my girlfriends said the same thing to me, so I
said that I wanted to have oriented sex. You wouldn't be offended. I'm talking about desire I had, and you're judging me. Why? Go on. I'm sorry.
Please use a
I had one of my girlfriends say the same thing.
Would you shut up? Because I don't believe you for 1 second. Could we go back to a conversation that is about philosophy?
No, we can go back to the if you want us to move on to someone else and talk about God, that's fine. I don't want to. I tried to get him to stop a minute ago, so I don't support what Daniel's doing. I tried to get him to stop. You said that you didn't want to talk about this anymore just a minute ago, and I would like to support that.
No, I didn't say I didn't want to talk about philosophy. I didn't say no.
I was talking about what Daniel was talking about.
Mix egg yolks with sugar in a saucepan.
There's this idea of trolley problem.
Red love, feel free to come on stage.
Trolley problem is like just like perennial problem in philosophy, where philosophy and ethics particularly, where we think of, you know, the trolley problem, right? Would you sacrifice one person's life to save?
That's not what the trolley problem is about. It's about action and inaction.
What's it about?
It's about action and inaction. You cannot, however.
Yeah. I'm with you. But the idea is that, you know, there's also a perspective problem. Would you perform a sexual act to save 10 people? Or would you just not act at all?
Daniel is trying to get Daniel off of sex for a while. Daniel just seems to be obsessed with sex.
This does seem like a bit of an obsession.
It's just because, like, look at the title of the thing, and then
I'm gonna
I'll show you something
because,
about
like, I don't want to be.
Which means I wasted 10 hours until.
I asked one person a couple of personal questions, and then I went to move on. But Daniel just wouldn't want to get off of
Donald, I'm sorry, and you know that I love you.
You know that's the spirit of lust.
It's not. It's very awesome.
I don't really think that's an issue.
This is, I'll ask one last
You know,
question.
lust, that's
Red, stop. Please, sister, you're as beautiful as you want to that. All right, so the question I wanted to ask Casey was that in order to save 10 people, would you masturbate?
Okay. I'm sorry, what? Do you want me to move you? No, Daniel.
He has a green bean.
yeah, you can. You gotta hold it down. Hold him down.
Of course I can.
Click on him. Here, give me a beam real quick. I'm gonna show you how to do it.
Push a conversation you don't have now.
I'll stop finding that. I know you even know.
Stop pushing the conversation that Casey doesn't want to
I got it. I'm sorry.
I don't like that. It's a violation of consent. I don't like it.
Whoa. I don't mind answering it. I just feel like it's just off topic, and it's just, what is the point of the question?
I cannot understand you. I'm sorry.
I say, what's the point of the question? How's it gonna benefit this conversation?
It doesn't. It was just a tangent that was supposed to end 10 minutes ago.
What was the beginning of your question?
It does not matter. It does not matter.
I wanna know.
No, it does not matter.
You broached the topic. Donald, do you think that we could reform the question rather than what is, quote, God? Or
That's a zero. That's a zero.
Wait, I'm actually, okay. First it says, convince me God exists, and then it says, what is God?
Well, one's the house name and one's the room name.
So the house name, everything falls underneath the questions. All underneath.
So, but we have control over the chat name. So what is God? Could we reform that in your view?
To what? I mean, it depends
on who is God.
What if we say, I don't know.
What do you mean? Demonstrate as a person?
Show to exist. We've had you problem.
I mean, we don't.
What if we?
Let me finish real quick. Before you cut me off. So my thing is, right? Everybody, we was all kids.
That's amazing because she interrupted you.
Just for a second, because I just want to ask what she. You know, you actually did because you sat here and said proof.
No, you interrupted Casey, and then I just responded to what your interruption was. But it's okay if it's okay with Casey.
I got short-term memory. I got ADHD, so my like
it's okay.
But all I'm saying is, we all was kids, right? At one point, we all believed in the tooth fairy. We all believed in Santa Claus. You never believed in Santa Claus?
I never believed in Santa Claus either. I recognize my parents' handwriting on the Christmas tags.
Check. This one flagged in the X-ray.
Okay, so when you have a dream that you want to accomplish in life, right?
Nope.
So you just want to be a mom your whole life? Or you wanted to... Oh my God.
And Carlos, welcome to Frequent State. Just about to have a conversation. Yeah, I have lived in constant pain and tortured every day of my life, and it gets worse and worse every day. And I'd like for that to end.
I'm sorry to hear that, Donald.
Thanks, Casey. Have you ever seen Office Space?
Wait, Donald, before you think your life ends, do you think you'll have that bisexual experience that you're curious about?
It's very much up to my wife.
I have seen Office Space. Why do you ask?
So do you know how he's...
Wait, it's up to your wife whether or not you have an orgasm with a man's dick in your mouth?
Yeah, because we're married.
The way that I forget that actor's name, but he was also in
Judge.
He was also in Band of Brothers, but
yes, he was.
He said, "You ever get that feeling that every day is the worst day of your life?" Or
No, what he said was, he said that every day is worse than the day before. So every day that you see me, it's on the worst day that I've ever had in my entire life.
Right.
I have that with pain. So every day, the pain is worse than it was the day before. So every time you talk to me, you're talking to me in the most pain I've ever been in my entire life.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Donald. Okay, so Donald, I had no idea. I honestly,
Yeah, most people
honestly, I had no idea. So can you tell me, and forget all these other people, can you tell me what you're suffering from? Like what?
Don't forget us, Donald. Keep us in your prayers.
Okay, thank you for that. I need to laugh. So it's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, hypermobility. I also have fibromyalgia. I just realized a couple of months ago, about to talk to my doctor, that I might have a Chiari malformation. Hopefully I can get that ruled out or diagnosed soon.
Well, Donald, I had no idea, and I am so sorry. And
it's just you only get one meat suit, so this is just the body I got.
Donald, do you know how? On total seconds, 2.5 billion seconds.
Will you shut up, universe, for a second?
Everyone only has 2.5 billion seconds. We're all born billionaires. We're all born billionaires. The question is, how are you going to spend your time? You've only got 2.5 billion seconds to spend. How are you going to spend it? Hello?
All right. Well, Donald, I really feel bad. You know,
it's okay, man. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to Switzerland as soon as I can.
Well, that's great. That's great.
Switzerland is a place where you can end your life.
Oh, you're going there for like
medical aid.
Euthanasia.
Oh my God. Oh God.
I have to wait though because
I'm so sorry.
Oh well, thanks. Oh.
Donald, do you think you and your wife are going to euthanize yourselves together in Switzerland?
No. The whole reason I'm waiting is to get an inheritance that I'm going to give to her before I go. So it would be very silly of us to go together. No, she's going to live. She doesn't want to die. I don't want to die. Michael, thank you for coming by to your Frequent Stage.
Oh, do you ever talk about how you met your wife? Because it's always been a curiosity.
We met as children at church.
What? A Christian church in the city carrying with it the hopes of its people.
Mr. Mayor, this is a
Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Okay, we met as children at church and we grew up in church together, and then after
Really?
we graduated, we started dating, and then we got married.
Really?
That's really beautiful.
Ooh.
Do you remember that have you ever considered children or something?
Ran through the city during winter.
Why is that a question?
Mr. Mayor, this is a budget meeting.
Do you remember the first orgasm you
Story
had?
time.
This is a budget meeting, not story time. The books build
What
perspective.
happened?
River ran through the city.
Oh my God! Why is that a good hand job?
River ran.
What happened? Well, okay, so we moved in together.
Oh, it was a foot job. What the fuck?
No.
What? Who is asking these questions? No.
The hopes of its people.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so dry humping is whenever you have your clothes on, but you're up against each other until you come. That was my first orgasm.
Valentine's Day.
It was on Valentine's Day. The first time,
My God.
yeah, we went camping at the lake and we were in a tent.
Did you try out her weird, like her thigh or her butt? What was it?
No, between legs, right on top of. She came to.
Oh my God, bro. You're a little splooge like within in your pants.
Yeah. I had a
That
spare.
must have been messy.
It was, but I had a spare. I knew it was happening, so I packed.
Wow. So that was the first time.
Wow, Donald, thanks for sharing that on my YouTube Live. Before you euthanize yourself in Switzerland, I hope you'll come on my YouTube Live for one last broadcast. Thanks, Donald.
I mean, it's going to be a while, probably. My mom's going to live for years.
Oh, you're just going to wait until you can get that money. How much money do you think you're going to inherit?
Does your mom know you're just like waiting for her to die?
That's not what it is.
Okay.
I just can't die before her.
You love her?
Yes, sort of.
Sort of.
Was she
Yes, sort of. I mean, I have
you
feelings.
consider her to be a good mom?
I have feelings about the time she raped me, so there's that.
Your mother?
Yeah.
Your mother raped you?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And
I was about 3. Probably before that, too, but I don't remember.
you were 3? What did she do?
No. You can't say that kind of stuff on YouTube Live. That's illegal.
I feel like this is not appropriate for.
Did you come?
A Filipino censor just told me that this is being flagged. This is being flagged. You're being reported to the FBI Child Endangerment Services.
Good Lord. 43. Could we not discuss, like, this is not the appropriate place to talk about.
Oh, okay, so let's bring up a new topic. Are you aware that the Supreme Court...
How would you remember such a thing?
You can make memories when you're 3. You can make long-term memories when you're 3. It's hard. Well, I mean, it's...
Daniel.
Your life has been like, you've had genetic, and then you've also had these circumstances. Unbelievable what you've been through. Why was Donald moved out? Why was Donald moved out? Hello?
This room has ended. Who boomed the room?
You look like a crackhead Don Cheadle. You're so ugly, bro. Like when I take a good shit, when I take a good shit, you know, you turn around and you look at the turds. I turn around and look at the turds. I look.
Damn, you hear this shit? All right, who's got this? Is a Donald show. See if we can recuperate what we lost here.
if you were actually taking steroids would be YK11. YK11 for somebody who's on the steroid cycle is gonna allow you to build way more muscle. So YK11 in that context, okay, decent. But all the other ones, Follistat 344, you know, all the other, they just didn't live up to their hype.
It was relevant.
Katana. Kuwachin different other people record because when you know good Kalisa Kulana the Mukalisa Buyanam Gregada. So Kalisa is very welcome.
That's it. She's a mantis.
You think you're so smart, don't you?
Yeah, because I'm a garden gnome. That's it. She's a mantis.
Thaddeus, what do you want to tell the Democrats? I'm going to help you, King Thaddeus. I'm running for office for you. I'm going to get room occupancy. All right, God bless.
Hey, miss. Do you want some food?
Ew, oh my gosh, Lynn.
Yeah, how many?
For him?
Yeah. Thank God.
To my question, Mr. Trump, did you join the Mile High Club with a gray and a mantis the other day? Hit yourself first.
Hey, miss.
To my question, Mr. Trump, did you...
Why does everyone judge me? I joined the Mile High Club for America and they still come after me.
Mr. Trump, pull yourself together. Ah! Oh, that's not good.
Somebody answer my question,
You know,
Mr.
I've
Trump.
never actually seen... Answer my question, Mr. Trump.
That's it. She's a mantis.
Before we get any further, I keep hearing about aliens. What's going on with that?
Speaking of aliens, you're probably an alien since there isn't a nasty than you in this. You're tremendous.
Right
In other nations, it's no shock.
They said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the star belt. I chased every tree, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. And then my granddad laughed, said, boy, lean in. You keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a check. Showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving all, standing steady in the mess. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look them straight on, say I don't know yet, stay strong. Turn a late night log to a lesson kid. Count my blessings more than the money I give. Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 arms. Every overnight took a lifetime's cost. Secret wisdom of success is the word that no one checks. Saying sorry when you're wrong. Call it home before you scroll. Love it harder when there's less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early ride, the tired eye. Helping friends before you ride. Keeping faith when plans fall through. Not quitting on the truth in you. Secret wisdom of success. More than trophies, more than flex. It's quiet courage in your chest. Doing daily what you do the best. Your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. Oh.
See it. And that's right here. This out stage what Tuesday. That's right here on Friday. All right. Okay.
They said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the stock belt. I chased every trick, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. Then my granddad laughed, said, boy, you keep asking what, but not who you've been. Success ain't a mansion, showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving all, standing steady in the mess. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look them straight on, say I don't know yet, and still stay strong. Turn a late night lost to a lesson kept, count my blessings more than the money I get. Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks, and every overnight took a lifetime's cost. Secret wisdom of success, the word that no one checks, it's saying sorry this quiet courage in your chest. Doing this, you do the best when your heart's the one to impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. You said, know yourself, but I kept looking in other people's eyes. Chasing the halos, wearing their masks, till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest, every breath asking, who are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, truer truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not I sit with my shadows, name them like friends, anger, fear, and jealousy. What do you defend? I pour this on mercy, teach them to bow. Virtue is a garden, I'm watering now. Each thought is a stone in the path I choose, which ones I step on slowly. I'm a mirror made morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, truer truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Old stories fall like ice. New courage in the grass. I am not my fears. I am how I rise. Wisdom is a wildfire burning all the lies. I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every scar rewrites the story into something bright and new. I perfect myself in kindness, let compassion be my proof. Learning how to live this lifetime as a practice, not a so because of alien invasion from 2023. know yourself, but I kept looking in other people's eyes, chasing the halos, wearing their masks till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest. That's funny boy. Russell Hickok. Are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, to a truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. I sit with my shadows, name them like friends. Anger, fear, and jealousy, what do you defend? I pour them some mercy, teach them to love. Virtue is a garden, I'm watering now. Each thought is a stone in the path I choose, which ones I step on slowly. I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to better, to a truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Reading old stories fall like ash. Breathe out new courage in the crash. I am not my failures, my God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Wayest thou afraid? O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of night. I based all on one on naught afloat in the ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. Pennies enough. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh my God. Especially is there a parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below her two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little gray God, unless thou beware from the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wert thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one, I float in the ether. My God, my God. O thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. It is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, finally diffracted in the haze of this With a spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burning night. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up a little flock of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. Feed its head before its head. Below two prongs they spear the wicked. I will spear thee. O thou little graveyard, unless thou beware. From the grave to the dawn, that which is beyond the cold of the sea. But I love thee. Waste now afraid of the fool, the one and all. Pillar of lightning from the lively fortress. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burrow. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see a trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, thou little grey guy, unless thou be from the grave. From the goal to that which is beyond the goal. But I love thee. Thou whisper so ambiguous things. Yes, from a lightning falker, from outside of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing as it were upon a pinnacle. At the edge of some fortified city, I am a white bird and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white lips stretched by the sun. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown you to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan, the snows are eternal above. And their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness. As to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness, and I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm wave. Your hands rest heavy, jaw loose, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose, slowly sipping time. Hold that beat, or feel the rich jaw. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Now count with me. In 2, 3, 4. Hold 2, 3, 4. Out 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders mountain downward. Heart a lantern in your chest. Bright, steady, simple. Guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like a zipping time. Hold that beat. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the if fear comes up, bow to it, friend. Name it softly and breathe again. And the fire out for the ash, let every exhale burn what you can. Hold, breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty until the bottom feels kind. You're the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you're ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand. Good morning, Chicago. Today, find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm doorway. Let your hands rest heavy, jaw loose, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for four, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the six. Let go, shoulders melting downward, heart a lantern in your chest. Bright, steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that peak, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Fear comes up, bow to it, friend. Name it softly and breathe again. In the fire, out, pour the ash, let every exhale burn what you can't hold. You are the storm and the stillness is yours on demand. Inhale slow, count the corners of the room. Tiny galaxy in your chest. Every thought just passing through. Breathe between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Only this just holding. Breathe between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Close your eyes. Watch the quiet rearrange. Name the fear. Then let it drift out of range. Breathe between here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Only it's just holding.
this kind of shit. And I don't want my country to turn into a country where this is the normal thing.
Just passing through.
Starting with the violence. Yeah. That's the overt attacks that have been happening to our religious institutes across the country.
I mean, this new generation of children, I'm going to say going up to probably the last 15 years, I'm trying to gauge the age, only know to go into a temple with several armed guards, some dressed like SWAT in front with metal detectors. They don't know, they've never entered a religious institution any other way. I mean, it's just kind of strange to think about it, that they just don't know what it's like to just be able to freely walk in the building. They've never done it.
You know what, Abby? I'm going to recommend another video if I will. It's the Dad Saves America YouTube channel, and the specific video says we don't know the meaning of this error for 50 years. He's interviewing Arthur Brooks, and one of the stats he which people forget. I think it was the late 60s, 70s. There were over 700 domestic terrorist incidents in the United States. I think in a year, it might be for the error. I'd have to watch it again to remember. But even if it's over, 5 years, that's still a huge amount. And guess who committed the majority of those? It was the left. So his main point is that these things go in cycles. And what we're seeing is now the pendulum swinging back from the hard left progressive stance. Sadly, I think we're not done with all of this left-wing political violence, which has outpaced right-wing political violence for the first time in a number of years. But yeah, it sucks that this is happening. And Coco, I get it. You don't want to live like this. No one should have to live like this. But these periods of this kind of unrest is not unprecedented, not only in the United States, I think, but throughout the world. And it's something we got to go through. I think what's different now is, actually, I was going to say I think it's different because we have our era of social media. I mean, the visibility of these incidences is greater. I think that's true to some degree. Our television family sat down and listened to the radio. So you were still getting news, and it could be just as impactful. So I don't know. And that's not to say, and I've said all of this, not to say that it makes anything better or makes it suck less, but just to say that here we go again.
Yeah, I think we should do this across the United States.
The city.
Well, we have, but your governor is, proactive about it, which is great.
I like her.
But the federal government did something. I forget when the grant program started. Started out, it was a couple $100 million, and the needs, across the country were pretty significant. What's the irony is that when they do the awards, states that don't have statistics of crime and threats, those institutions, don't get the grants as readily as places where there's just a higher statistic on it. And it's a bit political. You know, the different members and the senators jockey for position for their states. But I gotta believe where you are, there's not a problem. Like I would think they'd probably get a pretty big allocation there.
Yeah, I think so too. Between Detroit and Flint and Grand Rapids, there's like a spike in crime. So hopefully it'll just be across the all of these regions. People are acting like those. And it's not just Americans either, I will say. I've noticed, at least in the past couple weeks, there's some people that I'm kind of confused that our system has let slip through the cracks as far as they're not originally from here, right? And the guy who just shot up the university, I think it was in Pennsylvania.
Virginia.
High school students
in Virginia.
Virginia. Yeah. So he actually became a citizen in 2016. I was looking into this. And he also committed another terror attack previously, like a year after he became a citizen. They let him out, I believe it was 2021, and now here he is again, committing another fucking terror attack. Why? I'm not sure what's going on there, but if we have a crackdown on immigration, I think these are when President Trump is saying, oh, we want to get the worst of the worst out, well, that looks like the worst of the worst to me. You know?
So the question is, what did he get charged with? Did he get charged with domestic terrorism, or did he get charged on an assault?
Pretty sure after this one, it's probably domestic terrorism because it was on a university. Let me check back into it. What his original?
Is he alive? Did they?
I see.
I'm not take him out. The one in.
I'm not sure. Grab it.
I truly can't believe that they let millions of people in without any kind of scanning, and then you have to pay $100,000 for an H1 visa per year. Like an AI expert can't get in the country, but you can get somebody off the street without even any verification whatsoever.
It's called left-wing logic, Sam. They actually let them in.
No one's called progressive English border policy issued by both parties. Like the Republicans, the reason the Trump wing rose up in part was because the establishment Republicans had failed to enforce immigration law. Right, like that had been a thing, a beat, a drum for all of my lifetime, if not longer.
I have to disagree. Trump, we clearly, and here's why. And then I'm going to call you a poo-poo face at the end of this, just for good measure. No, because Trump, you remember, Trump had the asylum seekers wait at the border, on the other side of the border, which was an effective deterrent to people coming, who wanted to come, cross over, and say, oh, I'm being threatened in my country, and getting lost in the system. Correct. Day one, Joe Biden rescinds it, and everyone got the message. Republicans are harder on immigrants.
He tried to use it and got told by the U.S. Supreme Court.
Say that. Say what? Who? I didn't hear.
It was, the thing you're referring to is something called Title 42. Title 42 was in place under the Trump administration. Biden tried to keep it in place under his administration, and the appellate court said, no, you can't keep Title 42 going. It's not going to do anything.
Why couldn't they keep it going when Trump had it going?
Because it wasn't an emergency any longer. That's what the court judge. Would you like me to look up the case?
So you're saying it wasn't Biden's fault, it was the court's fault?
Yes, there was a judgment made by the court.
Yeah, and which court was this?
Pandemic, which we were no longer under.
Yeah, I think you're trying to pin it on one court ruling.
Which it is one court ruling, Alan.
Yeah, no, it isn't.
Yeah, that's the court ruling.
So you don't think the Biden administration willfully wanted these people to come in?
You're missing my.
And why is it that when Trump retook office,
I was making
because you're using this obscure thing as if it matters.
No, I don't.
When it doesn't. Day one, Trump shut down in January 20th, 2021. And he's sworn into office, and he shuts it down. I'm sorry, the Democrats are not that helpless.
I didn't say they were helpless.
Then what is your point?
Which you're not quoting me correctly, that it came from a U.S. appellate court. If you don't,
it came from Biden and the Biden administration.
No,
and any other narrative to do it that way is a code. I am sorry. You are arguing. You are arguing a court issue when it was a political decision, and you know it. We saw 4 years. In 4 years, Biden couldn't get his shit together to stop those immigrants from coming in. And you're going to pin it on one appellate court? Guess what? Trump has been sued 60 times at least, and he's still getting this shit done.
You're missing the point. I'm not.
No, you missed the point.
All of that.
Marshall.
In fact, a federal court.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm getting heated, and I really shouldn't be. Continue.
Kill him. So I mean, don't have to worry about that anymore. But he was convicted of terrorism for that first charge, and they let him out of federal prison for completing a drug treatment program, which makes no fucking sense to me, right? Because you're a fucking terrorist. And then
that's a charging problem. That's like they didn't charge him properly. Not like the immigration system came in and he committed this crime, and now because he committed this crime, we can revoke his immigration status. He became a citizen. Like Timothy McVeigh was charged and then put in a U.S. prison, which has, like, depending on the state you're in, they have definite times you can be in jail for. Like Texas, if we say life, it's life. Other states in America, if they say life, they mean to 20. Right, so I think that's hard.
Huge problem for me. Why are we? What the fuck? You know what I mean?
If you do it once, you're going to do it again.
I would be curious of the legal rationale for why let him out if that's public record, which would do, I think, would be one of the key things you would find to do that. And Alan, you wanted to answer your question? Title 42, this would be New York, November 18th of 2022. Title 42 ruled illegal by federal court. This week, the U.S. Federal District Court struck down the U.S. government's Title 42 exclusion policy, ruling it unlawful without public health justification. Title 42 has been used since March of 2020 to rapidly expel asylum seekers and southern border, grave danger, including LGBTQ refugees. This is called immigration quality, so taking their editorializing to be important. What we're taking is the federal court struck down Title 42, which is the ability to do that, which means the Biden administration maintained it for at least 2 years. Like that's an important point.
Let me say it. I looked it up. Yes, President Biden immediately acted to suspend the Trump-era Marine in Mexico policy upon officially known as the Migrant Protection Protocols upon taking office in January 2021. His administration formally halted new enrollments immediately and began phasing out the program, though the policy was legally challenged, briefly reinstated in courts, and formally terminated later. On January 2021, DHS suspended new enrollments in the program. Biden began allowing those with active cases to enter the U.S. during the wind down. Legal challenges. Faced lawsuits for me to temporary. The termination faced loss by the Republican, I'm guessing by conservatives, but I don't know, who wanted it to remain in place, and then the Supreme Court eventually allowed it to be ended in June of 2022. So basically, my guess is that the Supreme Court said this is part of the executive branch. Biden gets to do that, just as they ruled that Trump also gets to set the policy too. The point is that what you're saying is correct, but it was separate from the point I'm making, that Trump, as the executive, said this is the policy, remain in Mexico. Biden says, nope, you can come here and seek asylum here. And the main point is that sends a very different message to people around the world, which is under Trump, it's stay away, we're going to make it hard. And under Biden, it's come on down, we're going to make it easier for you to come in. And I think that's an important distinction.
I would agree, but I would also say this is like per use for our conversations. we both been
You think? How can you say that?
Per year.
No, I know, which is why, when I started talking, I did not want to do that. So I'm sorry about that.
Oh, don't even worry about it, man.
You know, Alan, you mentioned something about the political violence. They're committed by the liberals more than the conservatives. So Joe, I don't think he's in this room now. Joe says that you are incorrect. I asked him in the chat to provide some link or information to support, his view, which is opposite to yours. So he provided actually 4 sources. So here's, I'm reading this. This is from the fact checking facts by the, I forgot the name of the organization. It is in the chat. Anyway, the conclusion of the fact-checking organization is this. This is just a paragraph. Indeed, the left-wing violence has risen in the last 10 years, but practically since President Donald Trump's rise to the political leadership in 2016, although it has risen from very low levels and remains much lower than historical levels of violence carried out by the right-wing and jihadist attackers. Well, I wasn't expecting to see jihadists here. The report stated that more contentious politics in the United States and expansion of the Make America Great Again movement appears to have re-energized violent left-wing extremists. So you're correct in the sense that the last 10 years, the left-wing violence has risen, but overall, looking at decades, according to this study, it shows that the majority of violence by the right-wing violence. So anyway, it's in the chat. I'll just put it again. I'll find it and put it in again. It's from a very credible source, Alan. So I just wanted to kind of fact-check myself on this, because you made a categorical statement here, Alan, which it seems to me may not be entirely correct.
Well, I put a link in the chat that showed where that I was referencing, and I would also, first of all, the stats that were included also included jihadist violence, did it not? And was that solely in the United States or worldwide? Yeah, because first of all, I would think that might skew the numbers higher, which is a nice, subtle little dig like, oh, right-wingers are just like jihadists, so we're going to group them together. Anyways, that observation aside, the point I was saying is that and the other thing is, I wonder if these stats that they're still looking at now include the attacks on, for example, Tesla dealerships, on Tesla owners directly, things like that. Those points aside, I'm trying to look it up now, but it's interesting that they don't. I looked up, I did a Google search and it said, well, it's hard. I said, how many violent incidences were there committed by the left in the 1960s? And it says, well, it's hard to put let me read it exactly. It's hard to put a number on it because much of the violence was directed at property, such as bombings of corporate or government buildings, through violent confrontations and targeted actions. 1960s marked the emergence of extremist anti-imperialist, socialist, and anarchist groups that operated outside mainstream, et cetera, et cetera. Those were all left-wing groups. And I know this because that's what they were known for. So, yeah, it's a past. I know what you're saying, Ali, but it's a past that the left divorces itself from. Because, at a certain point in the last 20 years, they've decided that they're the party of morality and benevolence. And so they don't talk about, any of that. But,
Alan, I just read the statistic you put here in the chat. This is interesting. And I can't help this. There's a huge number on the right as well.
Guys,
I don't know. This kind of seems like a bias.
Let me just wrap this with
I'm being honest.
Alan. So Alan, the source is called the factcheck.org, and what the title here is what we know about political violence in America. So specifically about in US is the factcheck.org, and they look at all kinds of different fact-checking stuff. This one on the political violence in US, and basically one of the conclusions was the one that I read to you, and which is in comparison over decades, violence by the right wing is much, much higher than the left wing, with the exception of the last 10 years. The left wing actually, violence has gone up. But again, when you compare the totality of the thing, the violence by right wing is by far exceeds the left wing. Anyway,
yeah, I mean, did I claim that it was less? No, what I'm saying is that there is a change. And if you,
Yeah, that is correct. But also, I think I mean,
well,
go ahead.
No. Well, that's the thing. I don't think I ever said that that it's greater, but we do see a change, and I think that change is going to continue.
But this change is
I've read that.
I'll just say one more sentence. I don't. Hold on, one section is from their experience, the left-wing violence actually will go down. So whether this is true, who knows? Anyway, Sam,
I don't really understand when you say left wing, right wing. It's not the same. Like the left wing 20 years ago was very different than now. For example, Bill Maher was a major leftist in 2000, 2010. But right now, the left is calling him right wing for some reason. So, the way you think about this thing, you can't think all your entire life. You have to be you have to go with how your party is defined. For example, I can be right wing in 2020s, but I can't be right wing in 2010s. I can't be right wing in 2040s, for example, because at that stage you need something else.
Yeah, maybe, but the thing is, at any given moment, for example, if I would ask you, what is the Republican, platform? What are the values that a Republican or a right wing holds, and what are the value system that, let's say, left wing or liberal? We can, probably enumerate what these core value systems are in all fields: economic, taxation, immigration, abortion, gender issues, sex issues. So there are, some of these values actually, they remain astonishingly consistent over the decades. But I do get your point. Things change according to the current events, and Bill Maher particularly comes across, I don't want to say right wing, but certainly he is not projecting the image that his political image appears to be.
There's three aspects to respond to. One, the study in regards to political violence is debunked. I guarantee that the people who cite that study have not actually looked at the individual examples that they point to, because they claim to have looked at, over 4 figures. But if you actually look piece by piece, they consider stickers on a phone pole, according to the right, as violence. They consider graffiti on the right violence, flags violence. Ironically, if you actually go case by case, they have to broaden the definition so wide to even make it within the same realm of quantity. They have to go to inanimate objects, they have to go to symbolism to just even compare to actual acts where people are getting beat up or killed, or huge sums of financial loss. That's number one. Number two, used a very interesting word, value system. Interestingly enough, I would say that that's actually a right-wing framing of politics, because those that tend to be more liberal or secular, they don't look at politics in terms of values. They look them as just views or policies. They use just very matter-of-fact language. So it just was interesting to use the word values. The value system of a, quote, conservative or right-wing philosophy does have a very high correlation, verging on causation, that people tend to be spiritual, be religious, or at least grew up or were exposed to a very spiritual or religious upbringing or culture or community or family, because that's foundational, that guides them beyond just politics, which is why, there's the social issues and things like that. But in regards to just principles, parties themselves are just vehicles. They're vehicles to deliver candidates to hopefully finish line by at least 1 inch faster than the opposing vehicle. And in modern politics, attention spans are much shorter, and so platforms have become simplified. Even though the people who most pay attention to politics tend to be more intellectual, which is why there's such a bubble and such a disconnect, and why people are always so shocked by election results, because they don't actually get outside of their echo chamber and talk to normal people who have no clue what we're even referring to. Here's the thing. The modern Republican Party is very, very big tent right now, and we're figuring that out. There are some very steep divisions in regards to foreign policy. However, while that's being sorted out, it's almost unanimously on code in regards to immigration. It's almost unanimously on code in terms of less regulation and less taxation. Basically, government not being as seen and felt in your everyday life. And it seems to be universally on code in terms of just general safety, general law and order, being protective, being stable, policies towards police, border, etc. And I think that I don't think you could find a Republican that would disagree on those topics. There's a little bit of dying breed in regards to the lesser spending. I think it used to be that pretty much all Republicans were in favor of that. I think that it would probably still pull high, but I don't think it actually in practice is an issue that as many people care about very much anymore. So I just don't even mention it. I would say in regards to trade, it's just changed. It's just fundamentally changed, and I don't see that going back.
Stephen, let me just go back to the first point you made on the violence.
Yeah.
Because I think it's really important. I mean, to distinguish and define what's violence.
Correct.
Because you just have these studies and you have to break it down. And I mean, I just know we keep statistics. My community's been under siege, and it's just skyrocketed from the left.
Yeah, it's actual violence.
I can tell you, it's threat. I can tell you what our threat to life incidents were last year. What we kind of, I would say what we statistically keep track of, but how many of the threat to lives we actually reported to federal law enforcement was probably about 450. And then the rest to local law enforcement, and we had about an 80% indictment. I'd have to check what the final conviction rate was from it, but it just surged from. We were traditionally, it was coming from the right, and it's not like the right went away, but there's no comparison. These are threats, there are threats to life. The vandalism is significant vandalism. So you have to consider also what happened in the last few years with the protests that, vandalized private property and federal property. Pretty significant. So if you want to add, tick all those up, I don't think you can come.
The other thing about it too, and then I'll land just to toss it to Alan. By the way, it's great to see several of you in here.
Good seeing you too, Stephen.
I think that one of the also marked impacts of the fact that it is not as controversial as it was maybe 5-10 years ago. I do think that there was a period of time where, you know, there were maybe a lot more preppers in the 2000s and 2010s, you know, go bags, militias, all that kind of stuff. Not in an offensive capacity, but in a defensive capacity, because there was a genuine fear. And if the left wants to go, oh, that's not valid. The fear certainly was that 2A was under siege, and that guns were genuinely going to be grabbed. And that was based on a lot of the international precedent that was happening of gun grabs. But since, to be candid, 2A is not the hot, spicy, controversial issue that it once was, because the left has largely armed itself. And so it would be very hypocritical of them to be as outspoken against 2A as they once were, because a lot of the left, whether it be revolutionary or LGBT, has armed itself. And so it's not the controversial topic anymore. And so I think that has contributed to the fact that even the potential for the right wing to be more violent is far less than it is the left, because now that both sides, I mean, they're never going to be equal armed, but now that instead of it being like, 95-5, it's maybe more like 75-25. And, as that continues to move, the potential for violence is only going to go up from here, from the left, because your typical conservative armed individual is very disciplined. They maintain their weaponry. They do range day. They've been familiar with it their whole lives. A lot of the left are picking up these people for these weapons for the first time. They are not familiar with the terminology. They're not familiar with the maintenance. They didn't grow up in the same kind of culture where it was just kind of an everyday thing, and there was a lot of respect and a lot of dignity. They do see themselves as a lot more radical, and they see it as tools, just like how everything is a tool. Because to understand Marxism is to understand means to an end. And so literally everything, a school, a vote, a gun, is all a tool.
Yeah, I just want to add to what you said and what you were saying, Abby. Yeah, how they classify all this stuff is important, and how they report the numbers is important. I forget which year it was, but the Biden administration came out with their crime statistics, and oops, crime went down, but they left out. I think they left out Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York or something.
Yeah, no, it's a huge reporting problem. I actually have something, I have to look at my notes I saved about that a letter issued from the FBI about the reporting problems. They redid their whole system after that happened.
Yeah, but it was like, okay, here's the crime numbers. Look, it went down, and then 2 months later, they include those cities, and the numbers were very different. And we saw, and you see a lot of that, like you mentioned it, Stephen, like what they consider to be a mass shooting. I forget, it's like 3 or 4 people becomes a mass shooting. And so that gets lumped in with the guy who walks into a school and starts shooting it up. So, once again, we see they're changing definitions to their advantage, which is, good for them. What can I say? I was also going to say, Ali, I understand where that report is coming from. And so, again, its main thrust is about the change, but I advise isn't the right word. I encourage you to read the rest of it that Stephen Lee left, because it talks about not only the violent incidences, but it breaks the success of those attempts, and it talks about what Stephen just talked about, that people on the right are better trained in firearms, and so when if someone on the right commits a violent act, violent politically motivated attack, they're more successful, whereas people on the left are less organized in these kinds of things, and or they tend to use, fire bombs and things like that as the method of committing the violence. And those tend to be less lethal in the long run. But yeah, this is, that's, the statistics are kind of skewed at this point with the way they reported it. But
Alan, the way you say they, I get this intimation of conspiracy.
No. Well,
yeah, that's right.
No, it's the FBI. It really, I mean, you're talking about the article or the crime statistics?
I'm talking about the fact.
Yeah, no, but he's right. It's he means they being the researchers that put the article together.
Yes, and anyway, so if you don't believe the factcheck.org, which looks like so many different issues and checking the facts, then you may say, they're right. I'm not sure. But I was really surprised at the comment that Steve made before he left. And he categorically probably maybe did not want to think about that correlation does not imply causation. Is it possible to say that nowadays the left-wing individuals, they have changed their perspective on the Second Amendment, and now they are having more guns. And because of that, just because they've been with the guns, not for too long, then they are less competent, less responsible, and less trained in handling guns. I really fail to see the analogy here. It could be a perfect example that somebody in some of the states, their entire family is Democrats, but they are in the hunting. They hunt, they own guns, they've had guns for generations. So making that kind of reach to associate the left wing, by the way, my comments are value free. I'm not.
Yeah, and you know what, Ali, you make it.
Find out.
Yeah. Oh, were you done?
No, let me just land in here. So
okay.
And I think you also said the same thing, Alan, that there's a perception here that the left wing is, again, less competent, less trained, less responsible for handling guns. It just doesn't, I don't understand this. And I can give examples of a democratic or liberal, right-wing, left-wing family in some states for generations that they handle guns. I mean, that's the way of life. It's not a political way of being, it's a way of life, having guns. And so anyway, I was surprised at that comment. And when people make comments like that, categorically like that, it kind of takes away a little bit about their credibility, about other statements.
Yeah, but Ali, what you're saying is true. But those aren't the people who are committing the attacks. Generally, and if you read in that report, there's one incident that they point out in particular that it was someone on the left. They had a gun. They had never trained with it. They went to it was a mayoral candidate or something, shot at this guy at point blank range, emptied his magazine, and he missed, except for one bullet that grazed the guy's sweater at point blank range. So, what you're saying is
true. Other people in crossfire?
Say that again?
Was other people hit in crossfire?
I don't think so. I don't know. It didn't mention it. But it's I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I think what you're talking about is that on the left who have guns and it is part of the culture of where they live, absolutely. But I think those aren't the people who are being moved to this kind of violence. Maybe they're on the left, but they're not progressive, or we might categorize them as being what's the term they use nowadays? What the they're Democrats, but Democrats from years ago. So. But yeah, I really, the article touches, everything you're talking about, it brings up, and it says, well, 20 out of these 31 incidents involved or attempted fire bombings. And, in this, it really breaks it down.
Yeah, I would agree with that. See, without too much, I grew up in a house that was on the right. My parents voted for Trump back in 2016, 2020, and they did the same thing this last election, right? So yeah, definitely a Republican house. But yeah, we all grew up hunting, and as soon as, in my state, it's as soon as you're 12 years old, you can go get your license, as long as you're with your parent and you've done all the training, to go hunting, so on and so forth. So this is something that I learned about at a very young age, and the responsibility, and hey, these harm people, you got to be safe. I think more so that's like where that criticism comes from. Even though I grew up and now my ideologies are a little bit different than my parents. I'm not a Trump voter, but I think yeah, I think you guys do have a point. I can see definitely what they're talking about, just being a part of like the American culture and being involved in politics. A lot of people who, if you didn't grow up around guns, you're not going to understand the ins and outs of, okay, we need to be really safe with this. We need to make sure we're, dotting our I's and crossing our T's. And this is important, right? And if you can't fucking handle it, don't buy one, right? So, I don't think a lot of people have had this understanding, and they're just going out and purchasing firearms, and that's where we're seeing this irresponsibility.
Thank you for that, Coco. I don't have a first-hand experience with these things. I just can tell you. I'll just give you my views on it. But if you look at the Second Amendment, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of free states, and the right of people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I've memorized that for the hell of it. If you look at it, the initial intention of the Founding Fathers by writing the Second Amendment, it was keeping the states safe from the tyranny of the federal government, a well-regulated militia. If you look at the Federalist paper, which was written by J. Madison, another one I forgot. So the three people, Founding Fathers, actually promoting a year to be kind of ratified to make a case why the states ought to be supporting this, the Constitution, ratifying it. And they wrote the article, 54 articles, 84, I'm sorry, 84 articles, I think, anonymously, and they're published. They were the best sellers in terms of arguing every aspect of the Constitution and making a case for it. And of course, pointing out some of the shortcomings of it. But the idea was to, Hamilton, Jay, and anyway, it's getting too late in here. So if you look at these papers, they're very difficult, not difficult to read. There are too many of them. There's not a single mention about why the Second Amendment in there for the private citizen to defend their homes or to go out there and shoot anyone. It was just predominantly the second clause. It was constructed because a well-regulated militia would not have been possible without having the right of the people to keep and bear arms. Would not have been possible. So in a sense, the founding fathers, they had a different idea in mind by saying that people ought to have guns under a militia kind of a structure than the way we see it and interpret it, right now. But anyway, thank you, Coco and Alan left already. Good to see you, everyone. Good night.
Oh, you awake? There's people in the audience that want to come up. Well, I texted the other mods. I don't know if they're coming back or not, or if they're even online anymore. They might have went to sleep. See, they're still online. Can't even fucking find their name. Whatever. Bye.
This spring, a litter of African painted dogs making their pickup debut. 10 puppies, 5 males, 5 females, already showing off their markings. Energetic.
so focus on the straights of Hormuz and not the gays of Hormuz?
Yes, I agree. Yes, for sure.
Why do you think they're willing to leave the gays of Hormuz behind?
I think it's just historically, like, gays have always been very discriminated against, which is wrong, and so many.
Isn't it
My father has sold me because we don't have bread, rice, and flour. He has sold me to an old man. He's bought Parwana for 200,000 Afghanis, just over $2,000 US. Covered up, Parwana whimpers as her mother holds her. This is your bride. Please take care of her, says Parwana's father. Of course I will take care of her, replies the man.
I have much more than 12, 13 billion, and I said, okay, fine, all these numbers are just written numbers, and one day I went to a bank, at that time there were no restrictions of this, and I wrote a check and cash $10 million, and I took it home. For yourself? For myself, yes. You cash $10 million in the bank? Yes. Yes, and took it? And put it in the boot of my ego, and I went home, and I opened it, and I look at 10 million, I said that, okay, fine, now I believe I have money.
The attorney you hire matters.
They're good.
100,000 streams.
Injury law made personal.
Are you looking for?
I didn't want to sell X at that time. Twitter said at 54. I believe the price could be higher. So we called Musk. I called Musk and I had to call with him. I was in the desert. I remember that very well. So I called Mr. Musk. I told him, Mr. Musk,
we're out here actually filming. As we fight to preserve the wages of tip workers, the history of tomorrow's date is not lost on me. As we fight.
It is a no-go
On a Michael Jordan museum in Highland Park, the new owner wanted to turn the estate into an attraction that he said would bring thousands of people to town. He said it would be good for the local economy. The people who live nearby were mostly against it because of the concerns about traffic and noise. The council voted 7-0 against his zoning proposal. He doesn't know.
Your attorney is not the only person working on your case. I'm Alana Malman, and I'm
انظروا للشباب الفلسطيني والاسرائيلي يريدون السلام ويريدون يعيشوا في دوله واحده. انتهي من هذا الصراع اللي يخرب ويسمم العالم كله ما يسمى به. في حل بعدين يعني I woke up to
The guy in the beard is my dad, who's no longer alive.
If that is your dad?
He's talking. Please get out of here. So here's the story. I'll give you this.
Yeah.
So,
Cry,
the guy in the
baby.
beard.
هذا قلت لي شو قصتهم؟
أنا بنتي هي أمتى؟ 2010 شوي تعثرت الأمور. What do you do? What's your job?
I'm a fixed income salesman.
What do you feel about your job?
It's good. There's a lot of opportunity there.
What do you think has the power in society?
I think the working class does. A lot that they can do.
أكيد ما لم تتعرض سوريا إلى استهدافات مباشرة من أي جهة فهي ستبقى خارج هذا الصراع. يكفي سوريا 14 سنة من الحرب